Boo. Hi, nerds. How you guys doing? Everybody complains that I talk and it's a jump scare, so I figured I would show myself first. How are you nerds doing? Good to see y'all. Happy Saturday. Before we go too deep into stream today, I have a really big shout out. I complained 2 streams ago, I think, that YouTube doesn't have a consistent chat URL. Because on Twitch, I have Twitch TV pop out Theo chat, and this will always be my live chat. But on YouTube, your channel doesn't have a stream. Streams are treated as individual videos. And I was so annoyed having to repin the right chat each time. G Sporto actually made YouTube chat thing. It's a URL that you can go to, YouTube chat thing.vercel.app, channel name, and it will always embed the right chat. And this is actually really handy because I accidentally forgot to set my stream as public. It's unlisted by default, and it wasn't working. And I was like, why isn't it working? And that made me realize I forgot to make my stream public. So it's already caught like a mistake I was making that could have been bad for viewership, and it's super handy. So yeah, huge shout out to G Sporto. This is one of those rare examples of like perfectly solving a problem in the simple, focused way that I always talk about. Like, it's cool to contribute issues and like fix things with pull requests and be involved in open source in all those ways, but solving an actual specific problem like this is still my favorite thing. Like, don't know how you're doing job-wise, Sporto, but yeah, you should clip this and use it as a thing that you use to get a job, because this is the exact type of thing I would hire somebody for. Not because this project is super complex or anything, but because it's such a focused, simple solution to a real problem. That type of problem solving is what real engineering is. So huge shout out to G Sporto for this. I'm actually really pumped to have it, and I'll be using this for almost all of my streams going forward, almost certainly. So yeah, so I want to give a shout out to that because I am very impressed, and it's already covered my ass. I'll drop the GitHub link in chat for those who want it. So switch that back to all chat. Yeah, love when people solve problems in such a focused way. I forgot to run commercials before, so we're going to run them now. I'm going to thank subs, and then we'll get started with stuff. We got... I think I thanked you last stream, Next. Regardless, appreciate you. Don't know if you're here or not. Oh, I thanked all these people, yeah, last stream for sure. We got Darcy with the 2 months. Thank you so much for the support. Wolf with the 14 months, over a year, damn. And we got Don Bale with the $5 a month for quality content. Appreciate that so much. 14 months in, 12-month streak. Good shit. Greetings from Cuba. Always good to see you, Elfron, and thanks for stopping by. Hope the video grind's been going well for you. Sorry I haven't been checking on the channel as much, but I've been beyond busy. Interesting. Yeah, if you wrote a blog post about making a new boss in Minecraft with TypeScript, that'd be pretty cool. Minecraft modding with JS is an interesting concept overall, but I don't know if I would drive that so much as talk about it if somebody else made a really good blog post on it. Also, yo, Typecraft throwing the GIFs around right when we get started. Appreciate that a ton, man. Thanks for stopping by. You did a really rad rope backflip thing I saw on Twitter. Underappreciated. People don't understand how hard it is to like fuck with your body in the air like that. Give you at least 2 to 3 weeks. Take your time with it. There is no type of content more timeless than Minecraft engineering content. Like that can come out and perform at any point in time. Don't feel rushed in the slightest. Oh, you were doing an Amazon internship? Shit, Sam. That explains why you haven't been leaving comments on all my videos as soon as they come out recently. My Amazon internship was a very interesting experience, so I hope that yours was not as chaotic and miserable as mine. Oh, I forgot to send the "We're Alive" message. Cool. That has now been sent. Do I leave Discord open? I'll close it for now. I'll reopen it if I have to. Got some fun stuff for today. Big ones, obviously, the Stack Overflow survey. TypeScript 5.6 looked pretty hype. Considering talking about the government-mandated open source stuff, I realized I do have things to say here. The AI plateau, the Mistral large enough model was very interesting. I have thoughts. We got Kai versus Fetch. Hopefully we'll get to that today. Not sure if I'm going to do Terminal Wars today because I want to formalize my thoughts a little bit more on that. Yeah, we got plenty to do. I have to film a video off stream afterwards as well. Fuck, you've been here for 2 years, Cooper. Good shit. Thank you so much for the support. The tier 3 for 18 months and 2 years of support total. Absolutely nuts. This is a really... I love Kitty specifically because it skill issues people. Because saying this just means you don't use Tmux. And that's fine. That's adorable. I appreciate you. I'm happy that that Gen Z doesn't feel the need for a functional terminal. They just want a fancy-looking UI. Good for them. I like to use the standard for multiplexing my terminal, so I do. Yeah, the Kitty dev hates Tmux, so... Yeah, also Ben Dev, I don't know if I thanked you before, but regardless, appreciate it a ton. Thank you for the Prime for 3 months. I know you don't use Tmux, you're using Kitty. Tmux and Kitty don't get along. That's how I know. Something like Tmux for Windows, yeah. Tmux. You can use Tmux and WSL, totally fine. Tmux with Kitty is fine, but it's not super cooperative. There's a couple open issues, and whenever people talk about them, the dev gets really angry at them. This is why my terminal video is going to be so interesting. My Astro Server Islands video was filmed on Wednesday. It'll be coming out relatively soon. Okay, people are saying they've never run into problems with Kitty and Tmux. That's good to hear, at least. I don't use Zen mode. I probably should, especially for videos. Server Islands, we can check when it's scheduled for. I don't try to hide my schedule too hard. Yeah, scheduled for Tuesday. That might change depending on a handful of things, but the schedule's pretty fucking packed right now, if you couldn't guess. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we got a lot of videos and a lot more coming. Let's see. Do I still have my goals? Yes, cool. Ada Bikumar, whatever your name is, go give this a watch. It's called Your Goals Kinda Suck. Should help you with that. I'm so sorry, Gabriel. At least you're getting paid for it. And I just somehow just realized I didn't riff on this at all. Yeah, I don't, if my channel was only front-end folks watching, I would stop posting. I don't want that. I just wanted to have nerdy conversations about tech shit, and it worked. I can get nerdy about front-end, back-end, whatever. And my goal was never like, do content only senior front-end devs watch. It's do content that feels like seniors talking to each other. And I, as a back-end dev, could talk with senior front-end devs totally fine about things they were working on, because once you know the language, you know the language. Not literally the programming language, but the concepts in general. Exactly, Gabriel. See? Wins all around. I feel I'm going to owe you a lot of money this month, and that is fine with me. Especially with my $6,000 recent payment out from Amazon. I actually have to cash my other Amazon check. That reminds me. I'll do that tomorrow. Do I want to cover this? Here's how we're gonna test this. We're gonna see how many impressions the Lemon Squeezy acquisition tweet got. If it got over 2 million impressions, I'll film the video. Not even 1 million. That makes it tougher. I could clickbait it with like Yeah, we made a sale. Like their branding around it was hilarious. You know what? Not what I want to do. One moment as I reopen Arc because something just caused one password to open. Thankfully, it didn't reveal anything but a TUFA code that's already expired. I'll throw this in here. Stripe makes a surprising acquisition. We'll get this in the list. Why not, you know? Okay, I would say of these, these would be the priority. I don't even know if I'd prioritize this one. I think AI Plateau might be slightly higher priority, but none of the rest of this is high priority at all. I really want to get to the components and composition one this stream, because otherwise I'll just keep putting it off and then it'll never happen. I'll just fall too deep in the list. Terminal Worlds I'll put off. Cool. Full story. Okay. We can work on that. Okay, the chat's back up. The Stripe one? No. Stripe's audience is devs. It will be a main channel video. Oh boy. When was this published? Who linked this? Sam. Fun. And even private repos. Oh boy. This will go in. Exploiting private repos on our private repos actually private. That'll be a fun one. Prime covered it already? Oh boy. I haven't covered the secure boot keychain thing. Secure boot key thing. It's super interesting, but I don't have much to add on that one. I try to, like, when there are things that I know many are going to cover, especially like if low level and prime are going to do it, I don't join in unless I have my own spin or addition to it. Like the CrowdStrike stuff, I feel like I have a lot of the business side I can add. But with the secure boot stuff, I have nothing to add there. Yeah, if I try to make sure you'll get at least one unique take or bit of information out of each of my videos, potentially even to a fault. Oh shit, Gabriel already had it out. Thanks for stopping by. Happy you could keep your streak going. Thank you, Cervantes, for the resub. 19 months, Jesus Christ. And RemX4, or XB4, with the tier 1 for 3 months as well. Good shit. Let's make sure things are behaving on this side before I forget to check. I love YouTube being so fast and performant. Check out my videos about the job market, especially on my second channel. The big thing is to hire based on trust. I almost feel like making another one of those videos because they always do really well, and I really want to focus in on that. Like what interviews actually look for is the angle I'm thinking of. Oh boy, the GDPR risk for that's definitely potentially real. Fun. Curious what people are feeling for the first one. Paul first rant. Stack Overflow survey, Stripe acquisition, type script 5.6, private repos, and government mandated OSS. I'm actually very curious how this poll ends up going. AI plateau will be after we clear out the first 5. If it is or was a public fork in the repository's fork network, all commits to the fork are public, even from private. Okay. That feels less interesting then. Could still be a fun clickbaity video, but did Prime post his on it? No, I was featured in the VC drama one. I didn't cover that because I'll get in trouble. Makes you a good lead engineer. Comms primarily, your ability to like orchestrate and talk to people and get them aligned on the goals. But yeah, the lead doesn't mean that you're more technical. It means that you're leading and running things. Here, King wants to go to sleep before sunrise. Lol. But it won. And this is the title topic. It's the most important topic. I missed this. I think the survey is going to be good content, Cooper. So does that stop me? Fair. I just want to get it out when I have the energy. Am I ranting? No, I'm not. I never rant. What are you talking about? I'll be ranting a lot. Yo, Paul Phillip with the T3 Club joined. Thank you so much for that. Also, thank you to Stefan for the resub. 2 months in. Teach so much of the content. Have a sub is the least I can do. Appreciate that a ton, man. Thank you so much. Oh, Eurogang wants to see the Euro stuff. Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point. Fuck. Okay, you've won me over. That's too logical. Yo, Vortelli with the 4 gifts. Thank you so much. Yeah, TK, what are you doing here? Thanks for stopping by. I know my times are tough, but they're based on my sleep schedule. The stream's not meant to be a place where like everybody comes to watch. It's meant to be a place where those who happen to be awake and around at the time can hang and help me film videos. But appreciate seeing you here always, TK. Thanks for stopping by. As well as Elias with the resub too. 4 months in. Appreciate that a ton. Yeah, Stripe did not get acquired. They're acquiring things. Okay. So acquisition was the least interesting one to the community. That's actually good feedback. I was 50-50 on if people would care. 11:40 p.m. Jesus Christ. It's only 2:40 here. Well, Sam. Okay. American streaming Euro time zone. Yeah. Oh, Adam's streams are insane. Second behind the OSS one for you. Good to know. We'll talk about the Stripe thing. I'll do it. But knowing the Euros, I have to go to bed. I think we're going to do government mandated OSS first. I love that still has the wrong stream set in it. I'll move that here and here to fix that. Let's do it. Too big. Perfect. Cool. Let me do the offset for the camera. Offset. 2710. 1 second, my retainer out. I do actually want to see this. I'm curious.
Is that Imogen?
Hey,
Can you hear
buddy.
me?
I can hear you.
No.
Oh, you guys can't hear that. Let me change the audio settings. I have it muted, which is the right call usually.
Can you hear
Hello.
me?
I
Hey.
can't. I saw you were talking about venture capital.
You heard it? Okay, then I probably just doubled audio. Sorry about that. Oh, yeah, I see. Yep, cool. Thank you. Good to know.
Let's call him.
No
At this
matter
point, we're
what.
having a back
You know
and
what's
forth.
the worst creative environment? The creative environment that is owned by somebody else that can dictate whether or not you're able to go to the extent of creativity that you want to.
Yeah.
That sucks. And any
All right.
type of venture capital puts you in that situation, whether you trust in the venture capital person or not, it still puts you in that scenario. No matter what. It is 100% shackling you. Absolutely.
There you go. I just told him
Oh.
I'm literally calling him.
Oh. Is
Hey.
that Imogen?
I'm going to disagree some amount with this. This might be a video shit.
Can you hear me?
I
Can you
can
hear
hear
me?
you.
No.
Can you hear
Hello.
me?
I
Hey.
can't. I saw you were talking about venture capital and lizard people, and I wanted to join the party.
Oh my gosh, I know. The crazy part is that we have very similar opinions. I was just listening to your little talk about angel seed rounds,
Yeah.
which one of the greatest advices I ever actually had in my younger years was to hold off as long as possible.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Which is just like, if you can go an extra 6 months, if you can get $100,000 worth of income, if you can do anything, it changes the game completely about how much percentage they get, what terms you can dictate. It's quite amazing.
Yep. This is actually the important piece I was concerned that they wouldn't cover here. How do I phrase it? Like, there's a power balance to be had in these negotiations between investors and people who are making businesses. And the more you can demonstrate that you're finding success going into that negotiation, the more likely you are to be able to make profit off of it. I'm going to turn up the volume on the capture for you guys. Let me know if this is too loud.
I watched a
And
person
even-
make a literal $1 billion, and I knew him when he was broke, and he made $1 billion actual whole ass dollars by just simply
Wow.
waiting a couple
Yeah.
extra years.
It's one of those things is like, if you have a really cool idea and you're trying it and it's very small and you're like, no, we got to go big quick. Why? Right? Like that's usually the thing is like, there's very few times you're like, I have to go big quick, because if you go big and you get all of that money really quick, you're not learning all of the little inconsistencies in your design, the little flaws that you have throughout that entire arrangement.
Oh, this is so common. There's a thing I call cosplaying a startup, which I see a lot with startups, where they think that the things that big successful businesses do are like necessary stepping stones. To compare to the open source thing I talk about all the time, it's not so much that contributing to open source makes you a good dev, but good devs often contribute to open source. But it's like the cart before the horse type thing, where they see the things a good like developer does, and they're assuming that they can just copy that and it will somehow result in success, which is not the case at all. This is so common. There's like a classic example of this where like, it was like towns in it was something about helicopters landing and like third world countries like carving areas out, thinking that it would mean that the helicopters would come in and drop things. Something like that. I can't quite remember. Oh, cargo cults, right? Yeah. Yeah, the actual history of cargo cults. The concept of a cargo cult is fascinating. I want to find the... like actual origin here. Yeah. There's some. Yeah, this doesn't have like the actual story that I'm thinking of. It's a Richard Dawkins thing. That's what I thought. Famous. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I can't find the example that I'm thinking of for the story. I missed it. Did I? Was it in here or was it in the wiki? Is it this? Ah, yeah, cool. Yeah. So this is the story of the cargo cult. They build tall masts with wires attached. They sit listening to small boxes that glow with light and emit curious noises and strangled voices. They persuade the local people to dress up in identical clothes and march them up and down. And it would hardly be possible to devise a more useless occupation than that. What's happening here is the native people in a place where a lot of cargo is being shipped see all the cargo and don't understand the relationship between what they're experiencing and where these things are coming from. They assume it has to be something divine, and they're trying to replicate what they're seeing in order to make more cargo show up. It's a fascinating show of how people who don't understand the thing in front of them will assume the individual behaviors and characteristics of the thing are why the good is happening. And I see this a lot with startups, where a startup will see that a successful company is hiring a bunch of people, they're buying billboards, they're raising a ton of money, they're on all these podcasts and doing all these things, and they assume that that means to be a successful business, they have to do those things. But it's not like that. It's because the business is successful, you start being pushed towards those things. Just doing them when you're not successful doesn't make you successful. It makes you feel like you're successful. And this is a trap I see a lot of people fall into, is they start to feel successful not because they got more customers or because the product's being adopted. They feel successful because they hired another team, or they scaled up, or they were in this podcast, or they had an ad that went out to a larger number of users. And those are what they start to feel positive vibes from. And that is a dangerous rabbit hole I've seen so many companies fall down, where they end up hiring more and more just to feel something because the business isn't giving them the feeling that it should. And it's a painfully common trap. And it's even more common if you raise more money than you should have, because you want to spend it, because spending the money makes you feel like you're doing something. And then when you're out of money, everything falls apart.
That are going to make you bleed money later on, and it's not even your money at that point, and somebody else owns a portion of your business. Like, that's such a shitty place to be, man. I would much rather spend a shitload of time, make all the tiny mistakes myself, own entirely that business, and then if it works out, great, and if it doesn't work out, I'm not on the hook to anybody else, and I've learned a ton of stuff that makes the next idea a little bit stronger than the last one.
This part I don't necessarily agree with as much. I think that there's a lot of people who have the opportunity to make really incredible, disruptive things, but that opportunity is limited by their financial means. And if you're a person who can and arguably should be building innovative solutions to problems, but you don't have the money to fund yourself to do it, trading 10% of your company's potential value in the future in order to be able to start working on it right now with less risk and worry is huge. And there is something freeing about having much more money than you're used to in a bank account, where money isn't as stressful. People in chat are saying this is from a game dev POV. I should pull chat up, actually. I'm going to do that quick. I should have you guys here for this. Just double, triple down on the inception, you know? Yeah, I agree that this is very much from the game dev perspective, but I have feelings in general. Game dev can't scale up as much, so the likelihood of raising that money is less, but we'll get there. I want to hear what else they have to say first.
Like, that's, I can never go the route of venture capital. I can't. It's just not a good deal as I've ever seen it.
I will say there are. Although I'm gonna actually tell you a story where I think it's good, and then how it ended horribly. But I had a.
You're not selling it very well, Press.
I'm not. I'm a horrible salesman at this point. But like there was this. I have a good friend. His name's Ray, and he has a company called Property Meld. You can look this up.
Okay.
And he fell on some pretty hard times due to like some issues and all that. Having to like battle and do stuff. But he would not have been able to get his business where it was without it. So he kind of like balanced on this knife's edge, which is like, I need to grow this business. I need to be able to hire a bunch of devs because now I'm actually competing and there's more people jumping into the market because they're all wanting to be in the same business. So now I effectively have to outrun everybody else. And that's where investment, that's like where it becomes really hard. But if you're on
I have feelings on that too. I think that the advantage of being a startup isn't that like you get to the thing first, therefore you win. I think the benefit of a startup is that you can move faster and focus more on the needs of your direct customer. By having a smaller percentage of the customer base, you're able to make decisions that a company like AWS can't, because AWS can't hurt their 90% customer by changing how things work for that 10% customer. But if the 10% customer is your entire customer base, you can do things for them that make them much more enthusiastic about your product. And you don't do that by hiring way more engineers. Hiring more engineers slows you down. So the better you can operate with that smaller team, the more success you'll be able to find.
Completely novel idea. If you just do
exactly
that idea super well, I typically see that you have more of a chance of success than trying to scale as fast as you can and implement every last feature as a.
Yep. Again, the cosplaying startup things. If you're trying to rush to scale, what do you even mean by scale? Do you mean that like you have hundreds of employees and feel like a big boss? Or do you mean that you have lots of customers? Because hiring more people doesn't mean you're going to get more customers. Your ability to get customers and your size of your team are not related numbers in almost any way. There's products that have millions upon millions of customers with one developer, and there's products that have 10 customers with thousands of developers. You have to make decisions around these things and ideally hire as little as possible. A great phrasing I heard a while back that I haven't been able to stop thinking about is that every hire you do, every headcount you add should feel a little bit like a failure. Like you're admitting that your current staff isn't enough to do this thing. So you begrudgingly have to add another headcount and bring on another person and take on the additional risk and expense because the alternative is so painful to you. The thought of not being able to finish this thing because you're one person short is so deeply frustrating that you have to hire somebody to plug the gap. That's when you should hire, when it makes you feel bad, not when it makes you feel good. If you're hiring to feel good, you're fucked. You're absolutely fucked. And that's why we're seeing the shortening of workforces that we're seeing now, both in startups and a bigger enterprise, because people felt good hiring. It shouldn't feel good to hire.
Opposed to just doing that one thing that you find useful really well.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in a market that you were the people who struck the earth first, and then suddenly everybody's in the gold rush with you, and you have to scale faster than them, and you can't do it without capital, I get it.
Yeah.
Doesn't exist. I don't believe this is a real thing. I don't think that if you have a 5-person team that made something truly unique, you're not going to lose because another company has 500 engineers and you only have 5. And if you hire 250 engineers to keep up, you're still fucked. You're absolutely fucked. More than doubling the size of your company year over year is basically a death sentence.
Understand that kind of a scenario, but you know what I find a lot of the times it ends up there, and it may not have happened for your friend. A lot of the times when they see those types of scenarios, they get the venture capital, they scale up super, super hard, and they sell the business off to somebody else. And like that is usually the strategy that I see around that. And that's just not me, man. Like if I'm going to do something, I'm going to be in it, you know, and I don't like the idea of building a baby and then selling it off. It's not my kind of thing. Bothers me.
Yeah, he's been in it for 10 years now, that my friend, and he wants to build that thing out really, really well.
Did he buy his ownership back?
No, I don't think I think he bought some amount of ownership back to where he could. I know he raised money with like family, with friends. Like he went all the routes you could possibly go. He's gone through a couple investment rounds. He's had his ups and downs with investments, and it's been challenging because, like you said, whoever you bring on may not share the same ideals. They may not share the same outlook as you. What is good for you may not be good for them, and it puts some interesting pressure onto your company. And then you're on the hook to somebody else. Which also, he's been in places where he's been very, worried about like the income coming in and if he has to fire people and stuff like that. Like it's definitely not like a great. When I see that stuff, I always feel bad because I don't have to worry about any of that stuff, but it is absolutely real. When you take money, it automatically also puts everybody that you've hired into this like boat of difficult.
And it's also one of those.
This is the part that I don't necessarily agree with as much. Like, taking money does mean you have the fiduciary duty to make your business successful. It does not mean you have to hire too fast or you have to do things that are bad. Like, you should always be doing what's best for the business. And funny enough, it's actually one of the things YC pushes really hard is they are petrified of founders losing too much ownership of their company. Almost all of the advice that YC gives you around things like fundraising, if you're not familiar with YC, by the way, Y Combinator, they're like the biggest early stage like venture capital boot camp effectively. I was very skeptical going into YC. It was an incredible experience, and it's clear that their incentives are aligned with the founders. Their belief, and I largely agree, is that also, Hacker News, hn.ycombinator.com, probably is what you guys know it from. Anyways, the thing that is really underappreciated, in my opinion, about Y Combinator is that they recognize that the companies that are the most successful are the ones where the founders own the highest percentage of the company and are the ones to make the decision. Y Combinator actively avoids making any decisions or even advice that's too strong for you and your business. They recognize that the founder, the people who run the company, they're the ones who make the business as successful as it can be, not some random investor. If the investors were smart enough to run the company, they'd be running the company, not running an investment firm. Every decent investment firm recognizes this too. The ones that we've worked with have been relatively chill. They trust me and what we're doing to be successful. I agree that there are terrible investors. In fact, I've called them out more so recently. But the thing that I don't believe is that these companies are being driven to the ground because investors are telling them they have to scale. That's not how that works. Investors want the company to long-term have the highest likelihood of being a multi-billion-dollar business. That's the specific goal. And that goal is not achieved by forcing them to spend all of their money really quickly. The only reason an investor would push for that, for them to spend all their money quick, is so they need more money so they can buy a bigger chunk of the company in the next round. And that is a super fucking toxic investor that should be outed and like entirely disowned, because that's not okay. That said, it's also relatively rare.
Those things is like you'll constantly wonder, like, what if we didn't take it? Would we have been able to scale faster than the others? Would the others have died off for different reasons? Would we still own everything that we have today? And then maybe it'd be easier to pay the employees. Like that is the problem with venture capital. It splits the timeline at that moment where you're like, I don't know if what I'm doing would be viable on that other path. And in this path, I don't own this. Not really. I own it with somebody else. And that other person is just here for that money and may not offer any other type of support,
They shouldn't. You shouldn't be relying on the investors to do anything other than give you money. That's the point. The less the investors involved, almost always the better. And this is another mistake I see founders falling into a lot, is they treat the investors like the customers. Like their business isn't good if they don't get investors, or worse, their business is good because they did get investors. Getting investors doesn't mean that you're a successful founder. Getting investors doesn't mean you have a successful business. Getting investors doesn't mean you can now hire a bunch of people to build a product nobody wants. Getting investors is just the equivalent of like getting a loan. It doesn't mean that you're successful. It's like the size of the limit on my credit card is not indicative of my success as an individual. There might be some correlation there, but it isn't a one-to-one to my salary. You can't just link these things together that way, and so many people do. But I think this might actually be the reason that Pirate and I don't fully align on the VC thing, is that he's expecting them almost to like have this role. And as such, when he sees the overbearing VCs, the investors that try to get involved in the business, since those are bad investors, and he expects that out of the role, he thinks investors are bad. If you think investors have two jobs, help your business succeed and give you money, and all the investors who are trying to help your business are shit, your assumption is going to be that all investors are shit. But if I told you that the best investors stay out of your business, all they care about is you finding the path to success, then you realize that the only investors doing that extra stuff tend to be the bad ones. And then you realize that there's actually a lot of good investors that just hand you money, shut up, listen to your investor updates, maybe offer you help finding customers. The only actual value that an investor can bring you is a potential lead for a sale. And if you have investors that are hitting you up like, yo, I have this company that I talk to that I think would use your product, that's great. It is absolutely not the job of an investor to be a resource. They try to con you into thinking that. Okay, this is absolutely going to be a video now, probably third channel, but that's fine because I need to talk about this. If I have two options for a deal, two deals. Deal one is 1 million for 10% of my company. I'm going to center this. 1 million for 10%. Investors won't help me. Deal two, 100 or same amount, but they get, hell, I'll even make it small, 12%. Investors will be a great resource. Which of these deals is better? I forgot to make this deal too. This is a trap I see so many fall into. They seem to think the investors offering to give you resources and help you out is better. It's the Shark Tank brain rot. Thank you to the chatter who brought up Shark Tank, because that's what they think. They see these people negotiating, offering them all these extra things. No. Yeah, they watch too much Shark Tank. Absolutely. Yeah, that's not how this works. Only one, like this is so obvious, it's not even funny. Like, hell, ready for something even funnier? I'm going to change this slightly. Explicitly hands off. So you have deal one, million for 10%, and the investor will explicitly be hands off. This deal, 9%, investor will be a great resource, require board seats by Series A, yada, yada. I would take the worst percentage. I would give up more of my company if the investors are explicitly hands off and it's non-voting shares. Easy. So easy. If the investors are claiming they're going to be a great resource, they want to be on my board and all these things, I run. I run my business, not my investors. If you're looking to investors to give you resources and advice and all of these things, useless. Throw them out. And it's funny because you could argue that Y Combinator is that, but they don't take voting shares. They don't push to get a seat. They take their 7%. They smile and wave and give you a bunch of advice on how to keep other predatory investors from fucking with you. But like so much of what YC does is making sure you don't give too much of your company to people who don't want you to be running your company. They work way harder than any of you would believe to make it so that the founders that go through YC are able to raise money and find success without losing ownership of their companies. Yeah. Good message from chat, Bot Cooper. The 1% is not as valuable as the freedom to do shit on your own. Absolutely. And I've seen far too many startups. Here's another thing that I've seen. A deal. I won't say who the company is, but actual example I've seen. So investors don't technically buy a percentage. They invest an amount against a cap. The concept's called God, what's the fucking term? It's the main entity for investing with this is called a SAFE, which is secured against future equity. You have a cap in the amount you're investing. So if I do a SAFE for 1 mil with a 10 mil cap, what this means is that the business is theoretically, it could be worth up to 10 mil. And the SAFE means that they own minimum a certain percentage. So let's say this is exactly 10% right now. And we have investment firm XYZ invested 1 million. that means that they own at least 10%. But if it turns out that my business isn't worth 10 mil, let's say it ends up being worth 5 mil when we sell or something else happens, they end up getting 20% instead because it's a cap. But the company's not actually worth anything yet because we're still early stage. The cap isn't what your company's actually worth. It's the value that you're negotiating against because you believe it'll be worth even more in the future. So they're buying in at this rate as the worst case for the investor, best case for you. But if you end up missing that target and being worth less, they get even more, which is terrifying. So it incentivizes you to keep your valuation cap from being too high, because then if you raise in the future, you're fucked. Then if you try to sell, you're fucked. You lose a higher percentage. But I want to give the actual example that I've seen, because I think it'll be a useful comparison here. So I saw a founder that was offered 2 different deals from the same company, from the same firm. Deal 1 was a 10 million investment. Actually, it was less than that. I think it was a 5 million investment on a 25 million cap. But they offered a second deal. And this is why I was sus. It was a 10 million investment on a 35 mil cap. This is very tempting as a founder because the cap is how you feel your company's worth. They're effectively giving you 2 options, wherein one, the company's worth almost 50% more. And you're getting twice as much money. This deal, they get 20% of the company, assuming you hit the 25 mil or a higher value in the future. In this deal, let's get the exact number. They get almost 29%. So with this deal, they get 2/3 of what they get from this deal in terms of ownership of your company. But with this deal, you got twice as much money and your company's worth more. So many founders blindly accept this deal because they want more money and they want to feel like their company's worth more. But then they just gave up 1/3 of their company. That's insane. If I was in this position, yeah, it's at least 29% because it's a cap. So this is min 29% versus min 20%. What I would have pushed here is an alternative deal. So my preference and what I would have said is Theo's negotiation. And I tried to get this founder to do it, and he didn't listen. I would have left the 5 mil. I would have tried to push them to 30 for the cap. And say that you have a dilution target. You don't want to go over a certain percentage. Get the exact number for this, because that's 5 over 30. That's what I thought, 16%. So that knocks you down to 16%. And if they're not willing to do that, say, sorry, we don't want to dilute more than 15%, so we'll take less money. How about 3 mil against the 25 cap instead? And that's crazy because they offered you 10 mil and you're saying, no, I only want 3 mil. So that sounds terrible. But you're cutting the amount of the company they own in half or less. The 3 over 25, that's 12% now. That's almost 1/3 of how much of the company they're going to get here. Really important to understand when you're making these decisions. And I see so many companies so excited by the big number and wanting to say that they did a $10 million round. Because that's an 8-digit round versus a 7-digit round. That feels like a huge difference. And they end up giving up too much of their company in this process. It's so common. But if your value goes higher, the cap, they do not get less of a percentage. No, that's the point of the cap. So if it turns out that your company's worth 100 mil instead of the 10 mil, they still get the 10% because it's the cap. That's the worst deal they could get. That's the point of the cap. It's secured against future equity. So if you end up a $100 million company, but they invested on a 10 mil cap, they still get 10%. That's the point. Most VCs likely won't mess around at all unless they get 20% though. You would be amazed. You know why Combinator takes 7%, right? And I know Anderson Horowitz deals where they got less than 5. This is not the case at all. These are bad VCs. If a VC is pushing that hard, no. Series A, I've seen companies give up less than 5%. Hell, I just invested in a company that's giving up like 3% in their Series A with some crazy numbers. Yeah, YC's giving you 500K. But they're doing it at a much earlier stage. Yeah, I talked to a company that for their Series A is raising, I can't drop hard numbers because you can go through my portfolio and find it, but I'll send you numbers later, Dan. The percentage that they're giving away in their Series A is less than 5% total across all of the people investing. And there are big firms in that round. It's insane. Like, you can absolutely give away really small percentages if you put your fucking foot down. The reality is that if an investor, if a firm thinks that $5 million for 20% is a good deal, $2.5 million for 10% should still be a good deal in their books. And if it's not, then they're not honest. The firms that are trying to take a high percentage of your company aren't usually good firms. If they're going for voting power, if they're going for those things, if they're trying to take over your company, they're not going to be good investors. And Y Combinator specifically steers people away from this. Their whole thing is helping you minimize dilution, because when the founder loses majority ownership of the company, they're less likely to be successful. The company I'm talking about is raising a 20 million number, but their valuation's insane. Yeah, I think people demonize VC stuff because they don't understand the incentive structures and they don't see how valuable and like low risk it can end up being. Like, so I said they're terrified of YC because they can control your company. YC cannot control your company. They literally can't take more than effectively 12% total with how the investment works. And historically, they've only been able to take 7%. They don't. They had an arm. So another thing that you should note if you're not into the investing world, there are multiple stages for your company when you raise. You have the seed round, which is really early in the company's history. Usually you might have a product, you might not. Series A is when you're starting to get traction, you're starting to hire up more. And you do more and more series until you either sell or go public. The thing people are scared of is that with those later rounds, usually investors will start to negotiate to get like a board seat. Or as you go later on, you're selling more and more percentages, you'll slowly lose control of your company. Y Combinator used to have a later stage investment arm where if your company did really well during Y Combinator, came out, years later was doing really well, they might invest more money at that point. But like, they were literally having hundreds upon hundreds of companies doing the seed program every year. And I think 10 companies total were in that long-term plan. I'm not sure about that number. Don't quote me on it. But the number of people doing the later stage investing through Y Combinator was so low that they stopped doing it. They've entirely stopped doing it. So it's effectively impossible for Y Combinator to get a seat at your company. And if that was an option, they would probably just sell it off because they don't want it. YC does not want to run your company. They do not want to control you or the decisions you make because it will make you less successful. The best founders, the ones that they're indexing on, the companies that they're trying to see succeed, aren't going to be successful because an investor steered them in the right direction. They're going to be successful because the founder's going to fucking go so hard making it successful. Where's the debate Discord? Do I need to get you in on here, Dan? How many good investors are there versus bad ones? There's a lot more good ones because nobody talks about them. There's way more good investors. It's just that they don't invest as big of money and they don't get as big of headlines. Like, we have over 30 investors in Ping, just lots of people who threw individual checks as small as $5,000 and as large as 200. And all of those investors are good. Yeah, I didn't know I was going to be debating VC stuff today. Not sure if it's leaving on to being a video, but I want to finish what they have to say, and then go to my actual topics. Aiden, yes, you absolutely could have invested for 5K. If we do another round, you absolutely should be in it. Round's closed right now, but you don't need a lot of money to invest. No worries, Colin. I actually really like this. This is good stuff to talk about. It's stuff that I'm nerdy about and think a lot about.
And that's a bad place to be, man. That is not a good one.
I do
I can
like the
never agree
idea
with
of
that.
trying to raise money with family or friends, because
Yeah.
at least if you really think you got something,
Yes, you need to be accredited if you're in the US. Blur your lines outside of the US, but yeah, the accredited thing, that's up to the investor, not up to me as the founder technically, but yes. To be an accredited investor, you either need to make 250K or more a year for 2 years, or you need to have like a personal valuation, like net worth higher than $1 million, not counting your primary residence. Stupid rules. They're not super strictly enforced. It's a thing though. You should keep an eye on it.
and you're just like, hey, I really want to give this like a whole ass effort for the next, year and a half. Like, here's the most scant fare I possibly need. Like, please, like, try to raise it with your family, because if you do strike success and you do love your family, it's awesome. But a really cool lesson I learned is that if you do that and they all say no, and then you strike success, they can come back and say,
Do you want to come on and talk about this, Dan? I'll open up Discord and let you come in on voice. Should I set it up in a way where people can see that you're talking? That's work. I don't even have Discord on my PC over here. Let me do that quick. Give me a minute. This will be fun. Stream kit overlay. Let me scan the QR code quick. Thanks, Discord. Cool. That's up. Hopefully I won't make random sounds. Let me hop in here. I'm gonna make I'll make a special voice only channel and give roles. Stream convos private. Let's see, Theo to Ish are allowed. Dan, you're in the server, I'm assuming. Let me find you. Server settings. How do you, members, here we are. I thought you were, what the fuck's your handle on Discord? When you first installed Discord, it's faster. You just pinged me. Okay, career-ish, that works. There we are. Add role. Cool. You should now have access to the Stream Convos channel. Hi. Can people hear you is the first check. Can y'all hear Dan? No? Oh, I might have the... Oh, I know what's up. Let me mute that and unmute that. Talk again.
Hey, hello, hi.
Probably a bit loud. Let me turn that down. There we go. Cool. Let me add the overlay.
I can do video if you want to do that, or if
Nah,
not, I don't
too
have
much
to.
work.
Also, I don't care.
Way too much work. Let me just get this. Theo's safe cult channel is. Does it not see it for some reason? The fuck?
It's fine. People are used
Yeah.
to me being in the shadows, anyways. Just imagine like a really average-looking 35-year-old. That'll be good enough.
Works for me. Anyways, what do you take issue with that I've said so far? I'm curious.
All right. I'd have you go back to the screen with the with the investment terms that you had on there.
Give me 1 sec. I think I just figured out how to do this. Stream convos. Cool. There we go. Add this as a browser source. Been a minute since I had to set this up on a PC. I drop that. It's so small. I love that Discord. Cool. Good enough. Anyways.
Oh my God, I'm so tiny. Oh no, you made me bigger there. And
Yeah.
I'm wearing my Dan Clancy hat.
Of course.
But it's actually my hat I've taken over. Okay. So, yeah, I thought I wanted to talk. Yes, this is the stuff, the deals, the stuff here, and why I think I'm different than you is if I, as far as the deals that you saw there, if you had deal 1 and deal 2, and you were talking to a startup founder, I would always push them heavily to deal 2, always, to a significant amount. Now, I don't have actual figures, and I think that the reason that I understand your logic on this, and I think it comes down to how good is your company, how hot is your company, and also how strong is your company to actually survive the future, right? Because if let's just say that you have like some hype bullshit and you kind of know it and you're getting some clients, but it's not something that's going to really survive for the long haul. That's something different than, let's say that you built Backblaze and like you're growing and like you're going to be IPO. Like there's no doubt in your mind, like you have a stellar team, you're like rocking out. Most people, I think, are not companies like that. Most startups are probably not going to be like that. I mean, we know that for a fact. Most startups fail. That's just a fact. So I think when I look at this, unless you're looking at your startup and you're like, this thing is phenomenal, is the best thing I've ever done, it's going to be huge, and I have no doubt in my mind, I'm literally creating Skype and it's 2005, I would always go with the second one. And the reasoning being is that you give yourself an inherent value of $10 million no matter what, and it gives you the ability to kind of survive future fundraising climates that may not be as beneficial to you in the future. Like obviously things change. Like we don't know where things will be in a year or two. Maybe AI is not cool and now privacy cool is cool, or climate tech or something. Like you don't know where things are going to go. But more importantly than that, there's just a higher success rate of companies that have more money. That's like the biggest thing at the end of the day. If I give you $1 billion, the chances of you fucking that up are probably much less than if I give you $1 million.
I
Like if
wish
you're saying
that
which
from
of
my
these,
experience that I could agree, but I've just seen too much of the opposite. I've seen the lottery effect where when somebody gets a windfall of cash, what ends up happening is they lower or they raise their quality of living enough that it like they end up spending all of it really quickly.
oh,
and
well,
I've seen that so
that's
much.
definitely, listen, I mean, you can't account for a stupid founder doing a stupid thing, right?
Mhm.
I would say if you acted the same under both circumstances, you would always go for deal 2, right? Like obviously, if you're going to go out and spend twice as much money and spend twice as much on advertising and have the same runway, then no, I think like you need to really rethink how much money do I need? What do I really need to do in that case? But if you just look at it pragmatically, like what do I actually need? I think getting $10 million in the bank, it gives you an actual realistic, like we're worth $10 million at the very least today.
So what's funny with the example I gave here is there is a real company that got almost these exact numbers that I'm thinking of when I put it here. They didn't need either 5 million or 10 million. They were very close to profitable. And what they ended up doing afterwards was spending way too much, blasting through all of the money, giving a board seat up in the process. And now they're getting harassed by this investor nonstop. And it's just been miserable for them. And I've seen that happen so often.
I mean, yeah, it can definitely go that way. Like investors can be. There used to be a site, God, I don't know if it still exists because I haven't raised money in a while, but there was a site where you ranked investors, kind of. Shit, I'm never going to be able to remember the name of it.
So
now.
what's funny, there's a thing internally at YC for this too, where there's a bunch of investors. It's like an investor database where they like YC companies report their experience working with given investors and how positive or negative it was, and they all get like a letter ranking, and it's really entertaining.
Yeah,
but obviously that can't be shared.
It was like
private.
Yeah, the thing that I was thinking of, it's probably ancient history now, but it was like Glassdoor for investors, and you could kind of rate. I've had like really bad experiences with some investors, and some of them have like gone miles and like a good. I don't want to say who's bad because that's like a um, not a good thing to do. But
Mhm.
I'll say that like Naval Ravikant, who I haven't talked to in a while, he didn't really have a huge piece of one of my companies, and he like consistently answered the phone, consistently made interviews, consistently like went above and beyond when it was so irrelevant to him compared to the other things he had going on. And I think finding investors like that is super important, but it's hard to know if you're going to be able to find like someone that's going to bring value versus someone who's just spreading their money all over the place hoping for 100x or 1000x lottery ticket, and those are the worst people to get.
I would say that there's like 3 tiers of investor. Tier 1 is trying to maximize percent that they own. And they'll do this with crazy shit. They'll like give you terrible advice. They'll claim they're going to give you a bunch of opportunities. It's like the Shark Tankification. Like they're not going to actually help you, but they're going to convince you they will, so they can get a higher percentage. Tier 2, which I think is quite a bit better, is the hands-off investor. They just want you to succeed. They see an opportunity for it, so they want to hand you money to raise the likelihood you succeed and raise the likelihood that they'll get more money back in the future. But from that point forward, they don't give a fuck. And then tier 3, the best tier, hands off, but can give you customers.
Well, it's like hands off unless you want them hands on, right?
I don't think hands on.
It's like the Proud Boys stand back and standing by type of thing. That one, like they're just waiting for your instructions to be useful.
It's yes, but I wouldn't even call it hands on at that point. It would be like answers questions more so, not like proactively giving you advice. Like if an investor says you shouldn't go down that path, go down this path instead, I don't trust them. One of my favorite things I heard early on when I was raising that has stuck with me since is when you ask for money, you get advice, and when you ask for advice, you get money.
Yeah, that's like the sneaky way to raise money, but I don't think it works that well anymore. I think investors have caught on to it. So back in the day, that's literally how you raised money. Is you would go and you would talk to investors and be like, I'm just kind of looking for a lay of the land. I'm trying to meet some smart people right now. I'm not really sure if I want to raise money, and that's how you got people to give you term sheets. And like if you went out and you're like, yeah, we're raising money, it's like no one would do it. I'm sure there's still a certain level of that. There's a lot of, it's very annoying raising money because it's a lot of you want to be direct and kind of like, hey, I'd like to raise $1 million at these terms, and you can't do that. You have to like play the haggle game and know all it's like you're doing the mating dance with the VC, and it sucks. It still sucks today. Well, as recently as like a year or so ago. So
it's not as bad right now, but it definitely still isn't great. And I think that like there's a great Michael Seibel how to pitch video. Where is it? How to perfectly pitch your seed stage startup. This broke my brain, and I've had a couple convos with a lot of convos with Mike when I was in the batch. He's great, but there's a couple moments in this that really stuck out to me. The two that I'm thinking of now, the first is how he gave the example of pitching YC to showcase a good pitch, and he specified that the reason that YC works the way it does specifically with Demo Day, for those who don't know, Demo Day is the thing that happens at the end of a Y Combinator batch where all the companies present what they're working on so that investors can reach out, and they let a bunch of investors in to see this and potentially reach out and invest. The way he described it is an auction, because everybody knows if you want to get the most value for each of your items, the best way to do that is an auction. And that's the goal, not just to make the most money for each of these companies, but to increase the likelihood that they have negotiation power against the VCs and against other investment firms so they can get the best possible deal for themselves.
I don't think that's wrong. I mean, obviously getting into YC in the first place is pretty competitive. How many even applications are they getting these days for each batch? I'm sure it's an ungodly amount. Right?
I think I heard the number 40,000 recently.
Yeah, it's like, it's challenging, I think.
Yes.
But that's another reason I push so much on the money thing. I know that it seems like you really hate the idea. Like it seems like you're very cautious of giving up too much of your company.
Yes.
My entire career, I feel like I've been the exact opposite of you with every startup I've done. I've been very willing to give away equity, not only to, I guess, investors, but also to early team members that come on board. And my logic has always been that, if I can get like a team in place that is, I guess, willing to give equity, not only to investors, but also to early team members that come on board. And my logic has always been that, if I can get like a team in place that is, I guess, willing to give equity, not only to investors, but also to early team members that come on board. And my logic has always been that, if I can get like a team in place that is, I guess, willing to give equity, not only to investors, but also to early team members that come on board. And my logic has always been that, if I can get like a team in place that is, I guess, willing to give equity, not only to investors, but also to early team members that come on board. And my logic has always been that, if I can get like a team in place that is, I guess, willing to give equity, not only to investors, but also to early team members that come on board. And my logic has always been that, if I can get like a team in place that is, I guess, willing to give equity, not only to investors, but also to early team members that come on board. And my logic has always been that, if I can get like a team is definitively motivated to have the success of this product be their goal as well, like that's going to pay off in spades way more than me. I don't want to say you're penny pinching, because I'm not doing that, but I'm just saying, like, I like that a lot more. I like that direction of having,
For employees, I totally agree. Absolutely, you should get as much equity to your team as you reasonably possibly can. I'm fully aligned with that. We're figuring out how to do weird things with like international tax law and shit to get the best possible deals to everybody at the company. We all need to succeed in this together.
Sure.
The important piece is that the majority of your company stays owned by the founders. It should be, even if it's literally 51%, that's fine.
Oh yeah, I agree.
But you
with that.
cannot lose voting control. I think Tim Sweeney's actually done a really good job with this at Epic, where he owns exactly 51% of Epic. So it doesn't matter that 10% is owned by Tencent because they have no actual control. They bought that so they could negotiate with Epic to do a licensing deal that they're also working on with Nintendo, where they could sell Fortnite branded Switches in China. That was the only reason Tencent owned 10% of Epic, and everybody's colluding about spyware and shit when they can't do anything that Tim Sweeney doesn't let them.
There is, I mean, again, it depends on your power, your influence, how hot your startup is, how much people want to get into your startup, because those are more levers to pull. Like if you're open AI, you could just, the world's your oyster. You can tell people that they can, like, if they come in and kiss your boot every day, that maybe you'll think about giving it, and they'll be like, oh, that's a great deal. Yeah, here's 500K for that right to do that. It's a lot harder if you're like a random dude that's trying to create a startup and it doesn't have that much traction yet.
Do you know the terms on the OpenAI investment? Because they're nuts.
No,
they
don't.
capped it at a 10x return. You can't make more than 10x of what you put in.
Yes,
and
right,
that's
right,
like
right,
an unheard of thing that they can get away with because they're such a hot startup.
Right. So I mean, those terms. I mean, yes, I agree that you should always maintain control. I definitely agree with that now. I think you don't have to worry so much about that as far as raising money, because you can do kind of the Zuckerberg strategy, which I think is pretty effective at doing it, as long as the investors will go along with it and they won't back out. And that's basically Zuck has a different class of shares that are still the same equity, as whatever else, but it gives him like 100x more voting rights per share than common shares or preferred shares or any other type of share. So that's a good strategy to have, where you're still able to raise investment and keep control over the company, as you basically issue yourself and the founders, like, it's 1% of the company or whatever it is, but now you have this God control that will never be wrestled away from you. And if the investors are good, they probably aren't going to care too much. They might be a little bit worried about you doing some shenanigans, but usually that can be like legaled out later on. But yeah, look, we're going far. Of course, I still, as I was saying, getting more money now, I can't stress enough that is like, if you're not a moron, that can make the difference between your company surviving versus going into the crapper. We need statistics.
Alternative framing of this. Let's rethink this deal one. So we have deal one and deal two. Deal two is the 10 mil on the 35. Deal one is the 5 mil on the 25.
Yeah.
Something I've seen that you could absolutely negotiate here is 5 mil on the 30 with a promise of opportunity to get in early on next round.
Well, don't they? I think pretty much every deal, even safes, don't they come with tag-along rights now?
Nope.
Really? They don't even have a right
so
to invest
boring.
in the Series A?
Pro rata's rare in safes.
Interesting.
Yeah, the big safes have pro rata. So like when you get more than like 250K from an actual firm, they'll push for pro rata. You can even negotiate out of that if you push hard enough, though. But like the only thing that most safes get on top is a pro rata.
I wonder why, as a founder, would you be like, no, I don't want you to have that? Like, I guess it's a good thing. You're like, hey, I mean, because the VC firm is signaling to you and they're saying, hey, we really want the right to be able to invest in your next round. We don't want to be cut out. Like, that's like, okay, yeah, you believe in it so much you want it. But
it's just more negotiation power. It's not even that I don't want them to have the opportunity. It's that by holding that against them, I can negotiate a better deal on other like metrics that actually matter to my business.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we have deal one here. Yes. 5 million investment, 30 million cap.
So you negotiate to a 30 mil cap with the opportunity to get early in on next round, specifically with the mindset that in the future you might do a deal 1.5, which is like your seed or your seed plus. I've seen a lot of people say maybe this is an extension to your A, stuff like that. Surprisingly common, especially right now, where you maintain the cap, or maybe you bump it a very small amount, like you bump it to 35 mil, and you raise the other 5 a year later because you realize that you actually do need that to have the extra time to grow and find success. Or maybe you don't. And maybe you have a huge spike after deal 1. Maybe you get like 3x the customers and you just landed 2 huge enterprise deals. Now you can raise the rest of that money with a really fast follow round, but you can bump the cap to like 70 mil.
I feel like I don't know your audience well enough. I feel like we need to be talking about like way less crazy deals. Are people like who's the advice that we're giving to that is going to be getting $70 million cap deals? I feel like we need to be talking to the guys like, man, should I take that 200K from my friends and family on this? Like these are pretty frothy terms to be put out here. Like you got to be.
I find with the friends and family stuff, you're the one defining the terms. Like usually the founder asking for the money knows the things better and they can just tell them it's a good deal and they take it if they trust the person.
Interesting.
Like it's a less interesting conversation for those reasons. When you're like trying to raise for like, this is very different from if you're an ex-Stripe employee where 10 of the initial employees are now worth like hundreds of millions of dollars and you're trying to convince them to throw you a check. Like that is different. I don't think what we're talking about here is going to be useful to many, if any, people in chat right now, but it's going to be super fucking interesting to them.
Okay, fair enough. So let's talk statistics, I guess, on it. What do you think? I mean, taking, obviously, as you said, is true that it can go both ways and they can blow through money and make things ruined, Adam Newman style. But what do you think is the likelihood of success if you take 2 companies, all things else removed, and one has 5 million in the bank and the other one has 10?
I think if the one that only has 5 mil in the bank struggles to get to a point where they can raise another 5 mil with a higher cap in the runway they get from that they're going to fail regardless. Like if the difference between 5 mil and 10 mil is the make or break, not for success for the business, but survival to the next round, if that difference ends up being that big to you, you're probably fucked in the first place.
Well, I think a lot of companies, again, I think you're coming at this a little bit with rose-tinted glasses that like, oh, I don't even need to take this money. I think a lot of startups probably, when they're looking at this, like they probably, we need to grow. Like we're not breaking even. You know, I have to pay my developers. I don't want to let people go.
So
I mean, again, I think the only way to look at this is purely statistical. If you have 100 companies that raised 5 million and 100 companies that raised $10 million from 5 years ago, what are the outcomes of those companies? And I think I would probably make my decision off of that.
My gut feel there, I'd have to see numbers to confirm it, is that the companies where the founders maintained larger percentages of the equity through finance rounds are more likely to succeed. I do actually honestly believe that.
Interesting.
Because those, it indicates it's like a secondary effect of a lot of other things. Like if the best founders are the ones who deeply understand their cap table, the ones who don't know their cap table as well are less likely to be successful because they're putting off and ignoring important details and focusing on things that are more fun. But the founders who really think these details through are the ones that are really thinking about their business and like playing the game properly, so to speak. The other
I mean, there's got to be some like downward end to this, right? Like you're not going to take 100K for 0.01%. Like that's not going to be very useful to you, right? So where is this?
But
where is the line? I guess you should say how much money should you be raising for how much growth?
Now we're talking my language. You shouldn't be determining the cap until you've determined how much you want to raise. The first number you to think about is how much money do I need to make it to my next major goal that could result in a financial event. The next goal could be once we hit a certain level of MRR, we can do our Series A. It could be that once we make these additional features, we can sell this product to other people that we can make way more money from. It could be that once we add this feature, we're going to get attention from this business that might want to acquire us. But you have to have a roadmap in mind of how much money does it take to get to the next specific goal for our business that would result in a windfall of cash event of some form. How much money does it take to get there?
Do you leave anything in the tank? Yeah. Do you leave anything in the tank for shit we can't raise right now type of thing?
Of course. Yeah. Whatever number you come up with there, you should probably double it.
Interesting.
Yeah. But then that number is what you're thinking about. And from that point forward, your goal is to give up as small a percentage of your company as possible without introducing additional things to make your life harder, like seats on your board that are going to give you shit, investors that are going to be asking for updates all the time, stuff like that. If you can avoid those road bumps and like speed bumps along the way and also maximize the percentage of the company you own and still hit that number that you need, you're good. And again, with the company I'm showing here as an example, their goal was to raise $2 million. And they got 2 offers. One was 2.5 times bigger, and the other was 5 times bigger. But these were numbers they weren't even thinking of before. And I've seen this happen where like they might have been going for 2 on 20, which would have been 10% of their company, enough money to make it to their next goal and maintain their roadmap in their mind. But they were offered 2 numbers that were so big that they stopped paying attention to the percentage underneath. And I've seen this happen a lot.
So how much were they initially really thinking about going to raise?
2 million.
2 million.
And they ended up with 10 and giving up a board seat and a lot of headaches.
Buck, there's someone out there has statistics on this stuff. I mean, obviously there's a lot of variables, but I don't know how I would act in a situation like that. If someone came to me today and essentially I had 2 very wildly distant offers, like, hey, or even for your company, if you had someone who came to you and said, hey, listen, how about this? I'm going to give you $1 million and $50 million valuation, or I'm going to give you $25 million and $100 million valuation. Are you just like, I mean, that's something to think about, is it not? Or are you like, what are you doing in that case with your?
I'm taking the first
company?
deal because I would not be able to raise more money in the future because I would have to take a down round. If I took a valuation that high, the likelihood I can do a plus round or an extension in the future is significantly lower. Because my company is, if the options are between 25 million valuation and 100 million valuation, my company is not worth either. And it's certainly going to be a lot closer to the lower number. So the likelihood that by the time I'm out of money, I can get to a point where I can raise against a higher valuation is very low.
Interesting. Wow, I completely disagree on that. Now, I have no idea the valuation of your company or anything along those lines. I'm just using it as an example. But like, let's use a company that's worth nothing as an example here, right? Like, let's say that you're whatever dancecats.com. It's going to be Facebook for cats, and it's going to be great. I can't imagine optimizing for your next round should be the goal. Shouldn't it always just be the growth of the business and if like happy accidents happen along the way, that's the benefit. But really optimizing, like that's like playing the VC game through and through. Like, got to get to Series A so I can get to Series B.
It's optimizing for the most flexibility for the next decision. Where like, if it turns out like the case that I'd be scared of there is if it turns out the business that you're building could only theoretically be worth 50 million because the market is much smaller than you expected. That would suck because now you're going to lose almost all of the company. If they invested 25 mil against 100 mil and the company can't be worth more than 50, or it ends up being worth 25 in an acquisition, you get $0. You get nothing.
So they have 25%, no doubt. But you have to also look at the inherent value that they give you today. Like even using the 1 in 10 versus 25 and 100, I can't believe I almost want to say that your pants are on fire saying you wouldn't do the 25 on 100 versus the 1 on 10, because it gives you an inherent value. Like today, your shares, the value of your company has gone up, right? There's money in the bank. Like if your company today is worth nothing, tomorrow it can either be worth $1 million by the fact that there's $1 million in the bank, or it can be worth $25 million.
As a person who could enrich themselves by taking the bigger number, it would be incredibly tempting to. But as a responsible business person trying to maximize the success of my company, I would be much more hesitant to, because I know we're not worth 100 million. That's the thing.
Maybe someone believes in you so much, like, hey, look at this guy. He's fucking out there dominating programmer Twitch. Okay, of all of the people that are competing on programmer Twitch, and there are thousands of them that want to be the most successful.
Then I would take
number one.
10 mil on an MFN then, or something like that. Are you familiar with MFN's most favored nation clauses?
No.
Okay, so for you and for chat, an MFN is an investment or vehicle similar to a safe, but it's no cap. And the best deal anybody gets from that point forward is what it converts at. So like if my next round's 100 mil cap, but I give you a deal as a friend for 20 mil, the MFN converts at that deal rate instead, if that makes sense.
I mean, it does. I get it all. I'm just, I can't wrap my head around this. Like, there's an inherent value of a company. Like there's a reason they use like pre and post money valuations of a company, right? Like if someone puts in $25 million in your company today, like yes, you're planning on spending that money on hiring people and buying ads and things along those lines, but essentially you have your company, if you have any shareholders at all, your employees, yourself, you have a fiduciary duty to yourself to increase the value of the company for them on day one. And if you can take the company from 100K to $25 million valuation overnight by accepting that deal, I think I'd be worried less about optimizing for a future fundraising round and more along the lines of thinking like, with $25 million, is it possible that I can make this company to something where it would be crazy? Now, there's two situations that happens here. Either in the future, well, actually, there's three. There's a lot more than three, but there's the three main ones. Either you don't ever need to raise money again because the company goes so gangbusters. That's one. Number two, you need to raise money again, and it's a down round, and you're nowhere near worth the 100 million valuation. Or it's a third one. You need to raise money again, and now you're like, you're well over that $100 million. But in any of those options, even in the second one, when you're in a down round, so let's say now we need to raise money, we've blown through that 25 million, we're worth 50 mil now, not bad, okay? In the scope of things, I've taken it from 100K, I've basically doubled the valuation of the company, but we need to do a down round. Is it that bad? Aren't you still more ahead than you would be otherwise?
There's a bunch of other options that we're skipping over that I think prevent this from being the case. The big one is like if you do an acquisition or acqui-hire at like a $10 to $20 million value, but you raised $20+ million, you get literally zero out of that acquisition. All of the money goes back to the investors effectively. So there's no path to get success. If I raised 1 against 10 and then we sold for 10, I just made $9 million. If we raise 25 against 100 and then we sell for 25, I made $0.
Yeah, sure. There's always going to be a 1x preference on pretty much any investment, I would imagine.
But that's the problem is what if you're raising at a valuation that's so absurd that the amount of money you're taking is bigger than a realistic valuation of your company, you could argue that you now own 0% of your company, even if the percentage that you own on the books before the conversion is still 75%. Yes, Baku just said in chat, you're basically becoming a salaried employee at that point. And that's a real risk because most of most startups fail. A decent percentage, not a big one, but a decent one, get acquisitioned at like a rate slightly below what their final raise was. And then a very small percentage end up being billion-dollar companies.
I guess it's also motivation of what you're trying to do. For first-time founders, they're like, man, if I could just build a company and sell it for 10 million, I would be so happy. And then there's people who have been in it for a while and it's like, hey, I'm trying to build $1 billion company. And I think that's something that probably each founder needs to answer. Because if you're going for the $1 billion play, there's no question to me that you're taking the larger thing. Because you're not sticking around here to make $5 million. You're here to turn this into $1 billion.
And if you're a serial founder where like this is the second or third startup you've done, you have a much better idea of if you're doing that or not. You have more negotiation power and experience with investors. You can go into that conversation knowing what you're looking for more and make a better decision around it. But if you're not sure, if you don't have that certainty, you don't know if your company is going to become a $100 million company, a $10 million acquisition, or a $1 billion business, you're so early that you're just trying to build something fucking awesome.
I will say that
the $25 million deal is worse.
A first-time founder is probably too stupid to figure out what's going on, like having $25 million in their bank account, unless they're like
that's why this
35-year-old out of Morgan Stanley or something doing their first startup.
This is why this happened, because this was a first-time founder that was going in looking for 2 million. They got offered a number they'd never even seen before.
Yeah, I can see that happening. I mean, I guess a lot of it is going to depend on the founder. Are you 22 years old and have no idea about the world at all, and you're just a good programmer? Or are you literally like a 37-year-old Morgan Stanley executive that's doing a fintech startup, and you know every single contact you need to know to turn this into $1 billion company? These are two, obviously, these are two extremes, but I think those are two super important things to distinguish. So if
Paul's
you're
bringing up some good stuff in chat here. First off, I have a lot of sympathy for the PTSD flashback here that their co-founders thought of investors similar to Prime and Pirate, where they're just here to steal from you and like run your company. And yeah, that's super painful. But the point they bring up here with PMF is really important. Product market fit is a huge factor to consider here. Like when we were raising for Ping, we did have product market fit. We were becoming the default solution for content creators to do live collabs. We had become the solution for a bunch of the top 10 streamers on Twitch. We were being used by businesses and all these other things. Turned out the amount of money you could make for that was relatively small. The size of that potential market was way smaller than we thought. We expected to keep growing, but it actually started shrinking. And that realization meant that, like, could we go raise against a $100 million valuation? Perhaps, because I am popular online and people want to be involved in the round. But I know that we're not worth that much because the product we have right now, the place that we exist in the market and the size of the market that we're in is too small to justify a valuation that high.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. What do you think of, I guess, I think I said it before, but what do you think of the logic that you have to accept whatever offer essentially creates the most value for your company if you already have existing shareholders, right? So let's say I'm a friends and family dipshit that put money into your company already. I think I might be upset if I heard that you turned down like $50 million on a $200 million thing. And you're like, yeah, we're just not worth that. And I'd be like, I don't care. That's $50 million. Figure it out.
But it's $50 million that they don't have. They can't do anything with the equity they have. The likelihood that they can have a cash out event goes down when I take that deal.
I mean, I guess it only depends on the confidence in the founder. Do you believe that they can now use that $50 million to turn this into a $200 or $300 million company? Or is it you're just saying you'll never even get it to $51 million? Because that's a sad thought to assume that that's going to be the case, right?
There is no like specific numbers here, even for a real business. Like you have to gut feel some amount, but like if we're talking 4x or 10x higher valuation than you were expecting to raise against, that's a sign something's up, and it will make life harder at some point. Because every round, I know you were disagreeing with this, but I do believe every single financial round needs to be taken with consideration for what the next one will look like. The next one doesn't have to be your Series B. It could be an acquisition event. It could be going public. It could be any of these other things. But every investment round needs to be done with consideration for what the next financial event for your business is. And if
you would never consider the fact of, hypothetically, let's say that you raised a Series A and things are going amazing and like you're actually making enough money that you don't need to raise money. Like, sure, you could probably raise some money and hire a bunch of people, but you don't need to. Like, things are going awesome. Yeah. Have you just never considered the idea that you just may never do a fundraising round ever, and you just might create a company that just prints like a Walmart, right? Or something along those lines.
There has to be some form of finance event if you raised money for the people who invested in the company to eventually get something back from it. And it is your fiduciary duty to eventually provide a return to those investors.
Well, I mean, that can be with distributions. It doesn't always have to be with an acquisition.
Yes, but as soon as you've converted to actual shares that could theoretically be paid dividends, you also have to give them the ability to sell those shares in some fashion.
I don't think you have to get, okay. So if you have a private company, let's just use the example of like something that's gone through a Series A, and or like let's just use someone who did a SAFE and you never did the Series A. You did a SAFE and that was it. And I think after 1 or 2 years, a SAFE converts at a preset valuation, does it not?
A SAFE comes with a preset valuation?
Yeah. If you don't go and do a Series A SAFE will eventually convert to common shares.
No, it converts on the next financial event. So it could be a Series A, it could be...
But if one doesn't happen, I think there is a mechanism in there after a period of time that it would convert into at a valuation. Interesting.
There's not. Because there was no stock yet. Like, there is no shares to be acquired. That's the point of the future equity. The equity that they're acquiring does not exist. During the future finance round, when you do the Series A, you're going to add new shares to your pool. And when you add those shares for the Series A investors, you'll add more on top to go to the SAFE investors.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I always felt whenever I built my companies in the past that I just built for essentially maximum value, knowing I may need to raise money in the future, but also there's a world where I've created a company that's able to just grow internally without raising funding, that there isn't not every company essentially needs to have $10 million to go hire a bunch of devs. Sometimes you're just making enough money that you're able to grow as fast as you can grow directly by itself, is what I would say.
Yes, but there has to be an end that results in cash going to the investors, or you're not doing your duty as a.
Well, that's an acquisition,
yeah.
right?
Yes, but
Like
that
if one comes
acquisition
in that way.
that acquisition can only be that acquisition only benefits you as the founder and the investors if the amount that you're being acquired for is higher than the cap that they invested in, and is also, for your case as the founder, higher than the amount of money you raised.
Yeah,
if you
of course.
raised $25 million and you sold for $20 million, you get jack shit.
Yeah, obviously, because there's a 1x preference on anyone who puts money in.
Yeah.
Of course. I'm just saying that I think that I guess I'm inherently against the idea of being in the constant fundraising mindset, like always thinking like, okay, I'm doing my Series A right now and I need to optimize for my Series B in 1 year.
It's
I knew someone.
It's not I need to optimize for my Series B. It's I need to be realistic based on what the next steps could be for the business. And I wouldn't think of it as how do I get to my Series B? It's how do I get to any of the three options? How do I get to either public, Series B, or acquisition? What do all three of those paths look like? And what terms right now maximize the likelihood that we survive any or many of those paths?
Yeah. No, I get it. I think, unfortunately, I think neither of us have the statistics. We both only
Yes.
have our gut, but
It's really, I know you're saying that these numbers have to exist. It is so hard to get numbers on anything private equity because they are private. It's very annoying. This comes up a lot in YC conversations, how hard it is to get this data.
yeah, I mean, really, that's what defines everything. Like, I guess if I presented the info to you, let's say I had this. Well, actually, let's take it both ways. If I presented the info to you and I said, hey, look at this piece of information. Companies that raise $10 million on their Series A are 4 times more likely to not fail and have a positive return than those that raised $2.5 million on their Series A. Would that sway you?
I would say the thing that I care about more is dilution. If you could show me that companies that dilute at a higher percentage don't take a hit for their likelihood to succeed, I'll cave immediately. But that's the number I have to see. It's not about a specific dollar amount. It's dilution percentages. If you took a given amount of money and a given valuation and compared different dilution levels to likelihood of success, dilution to me would be a much stronger indicator of success than money raised.
Interesting.
Assuming all other things equal, obviously.
You're a very bigger slice of the pie type of guy, and I feel like I'm a bigger pie type of guy.
It's the pie isn't bigger until it converts into real money is the thing. Like raising against $100 million valuation isn't real money. The 25 in the bank is real, but it's a loan until it's converted.
It's not a loan. Remember, it's not a loan. That's the company's money. The company's on that day. The company is definitely worth $25 million. That much is for sure, right?
Mm-hmm.
The question is, does the founder have the skills and ability to turn that $25 million into 50 or 100 or $200 million?
Yeah. And that's the
think most
other way to
don't?
think of it is, yes, you are worth 25 million, but until you have more than the 25 million you took, you yourself have zero of the equity.
I mean, that's true. Actually, it's interesting to me because I posited this to you and you kind of said, no, I wouldn't do it. But like, if I was to say, hey, Theo, I'd like to give you $1 billion, okay, to build a company and a $2 billion valuation. Let me just invest in Ping, okay? $1 billion for you right now and $2 billion valuation. And I would hope that you'd say, yeah, I'll do that. That's good. Because it's like, you know enough to know that you should be able to turn $1 billion into more with that much money. There's so much room in there.
I don't know if I could take $1 billion and multiply it. I actually don't. I don't know if I think my ability to turn 1 million into 10 is much greater than my ability to turn 1 billion into 2.
Yeah, but there's a lot of skunk works ideas, and especially from Ping, that those offshoots, that those personal problems that you've had, and it's like, fuck, why is it so annoying? Like trying to upload something and then you create something there. There's so many opportunities for you to create one of those companies with $1 billion that just doesn't exist if you have $1 million in the bank.
But my bottleneck right now isn't money, it's time. And more money wouldn't make it easier to solve very many of my time problems, because so many of them are just managing people. Finding the right people is like right now I could make 3 times more money on YouTube if I had somebody I trusted enough to manage and like own the sponsorship deals side of it. And I'm just not sure how to find that person, and
What do you
more
mean by
money
like a
wouldn't make it much
sponsorship
easier.
person? Like someone who goes out and contacts companies to
So
like get a
for me,
sponsorship
it's
or what?
different because my audience is mostly senior software developers. So it needs to be somebody who's tuned into the dev space enough to like actually resonate with and understand which companies would or wouldn't be interesting, have real conversations with them, and only work with ones and bring ones to me that they know would resonate with my audience based on like shared interests.
But you're talking
But
about outbound sales, yeah?
yes, outbound, and also managing inbound, and like my current sponsor deals. Like I could be getting way more money for my current sponsors if I was to have a more regular schedule that I made sponsored content, and just having the conversation, being in the group chat with the sponsor and negotiating all of those things. Like we're talking a 7-digit number I'm leaving on the table by not doing that. And having more money wouldn't make it easier for me to go make that more money, because it's not like I don't have enough money to pay the person. It's I don't know how to fucking find them.
Yeah, I mean, good people in sales are very difficult to find because first off, they're motivated by money, right?
Yes.
A lot of money. And typically, if they're really good at sales, they're probably going to be able to make more money selling with someone else, unless you give them like a sweetheart deal, right? So that's like, if you get like an early guy on your startup team and he's doing sales, he's going to be motivated because if your company takes off, he's going to be hyped, versus as opposed to you're just like, hey, I'll give you 20% of whatever you bring in. You're going to probably get someone pretty lousy on that front. But yeah.
But like the differentiator for me right now isn't like I don't think more money would make it easier for me to find the types of salespeople I need for the things that I'm doing and building, be it on content or even with the businesses that we're running. I don't think paying somebody 10 times more is going to increase the likelihood that we find success there. I have to sit down and put the time into finding or mentoring and effectively crafting the exact right people for these roles. That's a time blocker I have, not a financial one.
Ooh. So you're still at the stage where you haven't found someone you can trust to be the mini Theo.
I do. It's Mark, and he does all of the tech side for me now, but now I do everything else. Like otherwise I would be doing that for engineering.
So
I'd be writing all the code.
Another mini Theo.
I need a mini Theo for everything that isn't the code side. Absolutely.
That's important.
Mhm.
All right.
We're working on it. I have a couple people who have been working hard towards that direction, and I see a lot of potential in them, but that's like a time thing, not a money thing. More money doesn't solve these problems for me. I can't just take in more money and scale up by snapping my fingers. So again, like I actually wouldn't take a lot of the deals that you're describing here.
Would you take the billion on 2? Let's just
Depends
say
on who was giving it and how easily I could like.
And he loves you, or you hate him, but it doesn't matter. Either way, one or the other. It's either you're doing a net good because you hate him so much that you want to take the billion, or you're a fan and you get the billion from Elon Musk. But either way, it's a billion on 2. He just likes you. He's willing to give you this deal.
This would legitimately be a really, really hard decision for me. Like I can't just.
I would have this thing signed before I put my mouse back down on the table.
I know we're very different in this sense. Like I'm not like the liability inherent to taking that much money and the opportunity I would get from having it. Like the ratio there isn't obviously good enough for me to blindly say yes. Like I'm leaning yes, because having $1 billion in the bank means you can do a lot of things, and even if you fail, you're pretty well off. But a lot of that would like depend on like right now I'm paying myself a relatively small salary with my company, and I'm probably going to cut it more because I'm making enough off YouTube that doesn't fucking matter. But the reality is that like I have more than enough money coming in for the things I'm trying to do. More money doesn't.
But it's more along the lines of what responsibility do you have to your existing investors, right? Like what would they say, I guess, would be the question. Like if I was an investor in Theo and then I heard that someone offered you $1 billion for half the company and you didn't do it,
they would ask if I would buy back their stock, probably.
Huh?
They would probably just ask me to buy back their stock, and I'd be like, sure, but it's at an older rate, and give them like 1.5x.
Interesting.
Yeah, when you have big gaps like that, that's relatively common to like sell secondary shares. Like secondary markets are very common in instances like that. It's almost every Series A, B, etc. now has both old investors and the founders selling small percentages of the stock that they've acquired at the valuation of those deals so they can get some cash. So like if this $1 billion deal included like they bought 5% of my stock and I got that for like $150 million. Yeah, no brainer. If they're going to buy a percentage that goes into my bank and now I have $150 million that's mine, not my company's, mine. Yeah, no fucking brainer. But they're not buying it. Like, these are all of the details that matter a lot in a deal like this. It's not just like snap my fingers, billion in my company bank, $2 billion like valuation. What would I do? Would I accept that or not? It's like, these are the details that would make this decision more or less likely for me. But like, if all my investors got their money back, but I got nothing, and the only way I can make more money off my business is if I actually hit that $2 million valuation or higher, that I would not take.
Interesting. Well, that's an interesting way to go at it. I think honestly, thinking about it, I think I'm probably too stupid to turn $1 billion into more. I would definitely lose money, but I would have so much fun doing it that I think it would be worthwhile. And I could definitely make it last like at least 10 years, 100 million a year for sure.
The reality is that I am happy with what I'm at now, and I don't see having that much more fun. Like, I'm still in the phase of like, oh shit, I have more money than I'm used to. I can like pay somebody to manage my email for me. The thought of it would fundamentally change the way I operate in a way that I'm not necessarily excited about unless it pushes me towards the goals I already have.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, it seems like I may be upsetting some of your guests, and I don't want to.
Percentage. This was super fun, though. This will probably end up on my third channel. Always good to chat with you, Dan. Happy to talk with actual people from the startup world instead of just like, as much as I absolutely love Prime and Pirate Software. They have a lot of useful insight on a lot of these things. Neither have been deep enough in the VC and fundraising world to have the conversation at this level. Actually, before you go, did you see the wonderful drama with David Sachs and Paul Graham?
Yep, I commented on it, and then I didn't know this, but apparently when Paul Graham deleted his last tweet, like I couldn't even find mine anymore. That's like a new thing on Twitter. I bitched out Paul Graham, and what I said was, I don't even remember what I said because it's deleted now, but it was to the line of like, you're a billionaire, don't be a pussy. Like, if you know something, say something. Like this sycophantic, that's not the right word. It's like this
alternative take on that. This will be the last one.
This orgy of VCs protecting each other is so disgusting. Like, you're a billionaire. Why don't you go? I thought you guys were all about making waves and saying things as they are. And I don't know.
Hear me out on this one. I was considering doing a video on this, but I'm going to get in trouble for it. My take on this is very different. I actually find that YC's biggest strength and also their biggest optical L is that they go to extreme lengths to protect their founders and try to avoid putting them in hard positions. Like, the reason that Paul tweeted what he said to David is he was so pissed to see David going after a founder that he knows how hard they work. He knows how great like Parker's shit is.
Well, there was two parts, right? There was two parts to Paul Graham's thing. There was number one, you've done something more fucked up to a founder than I've ever even heard. Yes. And two, you're the most evil person in Silicon Valley.
Yeah. The second one was him getting emotional over it for sure.
Yeah.
That's why he deleted it. I think Paul's deletions aren't like he's trying to hide something. It's he regrets what he said there. He let his emotions get to the best of him, but he stood behind the first thing he said. Absolutely. But it's not his.
I don't know the full story. Do you know what the full story?
I do know the full story. I don't want to be the one to out it.
What's the public story?
The public story.
Yeah.
Parker Conrad was growing Zenefits really quickly. There were, how do I put it? Issues in the way the business was operating as there are for any fast-growing business, especially in like a compliance adjacent area, because they were doing like benefits for employees at companies as a startup.
Which is probably to say that there was issues, meaning you just Airbnb it and say, oh, those laws, we're gonna work on changing those laws. We'll be lobbying to change those soon. Don't worry
Uber
about
and Lyft and all those companies, they all did those types of things. And they brought in David Sachs as an employee. He wasn't an investor yet. He came in as COO because he helped with all the compliance things at PayPal and was going to help save it here. And not long after, he was working with the board, working with the SEC. Out of nowhere, Parker is ousted as CEO. He gets put in as CEO, and the company's out of business 9 months later. That's the outside story.
So it sounds to me like the compliance required a CEO that was not there for the evil doing, is basically what it seems like.
Yeah, that's how it was presented to the public, yes.
And, that's
The other interesting detail is that when doing this, David Sachs hired the same lawyer that was hired to suppress Monica Lewinsky's story, for what it's worth.
how do you suppress a story as an attorney? Is there like a special
Legislator,
filing I don't know
a lot
about?
of litigation.
Interesting. Oh man. I think I hate the state of all this stuff.
Yep. I
right
expect
now.
that story will go public. The reason it didn't is because Parker doesn't want to keep harping on it. He's too busy building Rippling and finding success with that. And if it wasn't for the fact that Rippling was an incredible, successful, very well-aligned company, then I would also hesitate to believe the story. But man, it's fucking brutal, and I cannot respect David Sachs after what I know. I don't want to be the one out
I can't
publicly.
respect David Sachs after reading what he says on Twitter. I don't even
Fair.
need to know what type of investor he is.
Fair.
That guy is, you know what it is? It's like him and Kim.com and who's another one? These are the guys that have things so far down their throat. I don't even know how they're talking. It's like Elon can like tweet a picture of a car and be like, "Oh, Elon, God, you're so great. God, cars, love them." Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm getting off topic a little bit. That's fine.
Yeah, I think most of what Paul does, if you think about it as he genuinely cares about the companies and the founders that he talks to the point where he's emotional over it, almost irrationally so. I think almost everything he says makes a lot of sense. And I totally agree. That's why I like him and why I like YC so much, because they almost to a point of failure care too much about the founders. And that's like every optical L they've taken, the other smaller VC bootcamp firm they went after, all of that was because they had founders they were working with that got fucked by those people, and it bothered them like emotionally. But they're genuinely really frustrated with the things these people have done. And the stance with Y Combinator on any given VC is either they don't care at all, which is 99% of the time you ask them, they're like, "Oh yeah, they're fine, whatever." Or it's that rare 1 or even 0.1% where they're like, "That person fucked over these founders. We cannot recommend them." But that's their only stance.
Can I ask you? So I know some of these people, kind of my knowledge of them is like from 10 years ago, literally. So like these guys are all doing a podcast together. Are these all birds of the same feather? So Jason Calacanis, Shamath, I don't know who Friedberg
Shamath,
is.
I personally don't love. Jason, I'm unsure of. For what it's worth, I've seen Michael Seibel, who hates David Sachs, be very supportive of Jason. So I know that there isn't as much beef there at all. But that the All In podcast is a shit show. I hate that podcast.
Yeah, why is it like that?
Because they decided they wanted to be famous more than they wanted to be good investors.
It's very strange to me. And also, like,
there's a reason this is the first time I've like talked about investing stuff in my content for more than 5 minutes. Like, I am an investor. I am a scout for Anderson Horowitz. I invest a shitload of money. It's just not the thing I want to have as my brand at all. It's just a thing that I happen to do.
You want your brand to be tabs versus spaces and things like that.
I suppose that, and fuck Adobe. I really like fuck Adobe being part of my brand.
Okay. Yeah, I don't like Adobe either. God, you weren't there in the troubles. That's what I like to call them, early 2010s, late 2009. That's when Flash, was out there and everything, and they had a lot of power. Those are the troubled times. But anyways, I wanted to tell you something that I want to see from your stream that I think is a very marketable thing that you can do, that I know that people would love, and I think you already kind of do it. You need to be doing software reviews or website reviews, doesn't matter, but not from a, hey, is this a good idea, bad idea? Just like, what's going on here? This is pretty hard to work. Like, when I even saw you were reviewing something. I don't remember what it was. I was like, I need this guy to review.
Oh yeah, that was the DHH thing. I've dabbled with this stuff here and there, and the reality is that people get really, really butthurt when you say stuff about their shit.
You don't understand. I saw that and I was like, I want this guy to shit on my product.
Not even the creator of the thing, but others observing are like, it feels bad seeing Theo tear apart somebody's software. I got that comment so often.
I mean, maybe the audience might feel that way, but I think that would be like such, not only a marketable segment from you, but one that would be popular from the founders themselves. Because I would come, like, for instance, me personally with redact.dev, I would come into that knowing like, I know the things he's going to shit on it, but it's like, it's good to see outside validation of that. Because remember, as a founder, you're always looking at your product in a very specific way, and sometimes you lose sight of how another founder looks at your product and is like, why are you doing this? It's like, well, what do you
So
mean? You have to ask for them to agree to the terms of service. It's like, dude, you have to ask once. You're asking every time. Is there something wrong with you? Or are you okay? Like, you need that. You can only get that from a guy like you, Theo. That's you. It needs to be review my website Mondays or something, or I don't know.
I make too much
Saturday
money doing
startup.
this as part of my advisory work to do it for free.
Yeah, but it's content. You know what I mean? That's the different part.
Yeah, I'll
Look at
keep
all the
thinking
users that are
about it.
saying this is such a great
I know,
idea,
I
and you're just going
know.
to tell them they're wrong.
No, they're not wrong. It's just that the potential brand damage ratio here is the thing I'm thinking about.
Wait, what do you mean? Like, the first time I was seeing your stuff on my feed in a while was when you were relentlessly shitting on whatever it was that at
Yeah,
the
because I
time.
hate DHH. That individual is so bad
was
faith
it
and
that you
also
were-
makes bad products.
What was the thing that you were shitting on? It
His
was,
calendar app.
Oh, right, gotcha.
Yeah,
Still,
that was meant to be a technical
you
roasting
don't
though, because
you
like the
don't
tech
have
they use.
you can
sucks for
do
that.
technical roasts, okay? You can do
Yeah,
technical
so-
roasts, but you can also do usability. You can
Here,
do
I-
product wise.
I know you love Destiny's whole like, what's the bar to convince you over the line here? I do
Yes,
actually
what is
have
the
it for
bar?
this.
Okay.
The bar I have, there's a person who's another like creator in the space, low level learning. He does like how this company got hacked and like lower systems like programming. His most viral video is I coded a C app until it was unsafe and it's 43 seconds long.
Okay.
Hilarious dude. He has an educational platform he built for learning some of these things. And I happened to find out that the source maps weren't turned off. So I have all of his source code.
Mhm.
I want to roast it with him so goddamn badly. So badly. And I'm warming him up to the idea. He is nervous because he's seen as a very well-educated figure in the space because he is, but he is not a web developer. So there's a lot of funny mistakes in this code base. And I want to not to make fun of him, but to show common mistakes everybody makes in the tech stack that he uses. I see it as such a good opportunity to like roast another creator in a jovial way that actually educates my audience on how to do things better.
You know, one thing I would also say, so most of your viewers are developers, correct? Not
Yes.
designers, not product managers.
Mhm.
I think it's important that you know the difference between an average developer and a fucking amazing developer. It's one that understands the product and
Yeah.
understands how the user uses it. You know
Yeah.
what I
I'm the
actually
guy
do
who
this.
pushes this.
Yeah, I do this. So I do this thing with newer developers when I bring them on, and they're like, okay, so I need to work with a designer to get this feature. I'm like, listen, you know the site Craigslist? And they're like, yeah. I was like, just make it look like Craigslist for now, okay? Let's get it working, and then we'll work on design stuff after. But the amazing developers that you get out there are the ones that can eventually think like a user. And you just ask them, be like, hey, if you were a user using this website, what would you expect to have happen here? So that's why I think one of the coolest things that you could do is not just reviewing websites and software and apps and things like that out of the programming side, because all these guys are nerds and they're not going to agree with you, or they will if you say the right thing and you like the right language and you like C# or you hate C# or whatever. But if you show them how to do the stuff they actually don't know how to do, which is make a good product, which sometimes has nothing to do with code.
This is already like a common theme
Yeah.
for my stuff. Like I'm the one who pushes these things. Like as a good developer isn't the person who writes the best code. They're the person who can integrate the code the best with other developers, with the designers that talk with the PMs that understand what the users need. And like your role isn't the box you live in, it's the box, but more importantly, the things on each side of that box that you're interfacing with. And those interfaces are the most valuable thing in your job. Even earlier today, somebody asked for advice on becoming a lead engineer, and my response was lead engineers. Bring people along, like guide. It's so important. I push these things a ton, more than most. But if I make a video that is about this topic, it bombs every single fucking time. I've tried packaging it in a billion different ways. Nobody cares. But if I make it about a tech thing, but I'm mostly doing that to bait people so I can talk about this. Like I have a video, it's like, what is a full stack engineer? It's a 40-minute video, 20 minutes of it are me talking about a designer I really liked working with.
You know what's done so much damage is there's two things that have done so much damage to creating good engineers. The first one is the movie The Social Network. Okay, because they see like a slightly autistic guy who doesn't really talk to people, and he ends up making a huge company, and he just wants to program, and that's it, and get away from him. And that's not how it works in the real world. You have to work with your coworkers. You have to understand the product. You can't just be there working on algorithms all day.
Yes.
So, yeah, and you're going to fail if that's you. You're not going to be good. So that's number one. And then the second thing is all of the explosion of crypto out there. And the reason I say crypto is I have nothing against crypto. I've done work in crypto, is that it enhances this idea that you can just go and you can build a good product, and you'll just make a ton of money. You don't need to get sales team involved. You don't need to get design team involved. You're just going to make like a little bit of you're just going to do like the Pied Piper, and it's going to be so good that the money is going to flow to you and you don't have to worry about that stuff. And it doesn't happen.
Yep.
And the reason I bring up Bitcoin is people just, all they had to do was just invest in Bitcoin early on and do nothing. And now they're giving TED Talks. And it's like, bro, I have nothing to learn from you. You spent $50 and didn't do anything for 6 years. You're not a thought leader. Okay. Just anyways, this whole thing here. Yeah.
I
full
totally
stack.
agree with all this.
Yes. Not being opinionated. That's a huge problem I've noticed with a lot of developers is they
let their technical opinions guide the
mhm.
product into bad places.
Yep. And they go down roads that have no ending, and they've put themselves there because they let the technology. You know what it is? You probably said the same thing. Maybe not. I don't know. When I start a new company, it starts in Microsoft Paint, the best tool that there is of all time. And
Excalibur's fine, but yeah.
from Microsoft Paint follows the code and the design. Okay. The whole idea is, what in the perfect world, what does my product look like functionally? And then you work backwards from there.
Yep.
Never do it the other way around. Never be like, okay, this is what we can do in code. How does it, with the code that we have, how do we make it look good? It's always what's the perfect product.
The reality is that most devs that are making money right now, they have never been challenged to do these things because they came into a project that was already being worked on, that already had the stuff done, that they were shown like, here's what you need to do now. And they went and did it. They never had to think about how they got there in the first place, what comes before it, what comes after it. None of that. They're just, here are the inputs, generate the outputs. Like, they are the computer in a way. And because of that, they expect to like go to startup land and do the same fucking thing, which is why we have so many startups that run Kubernetes and have 5 users.
Yeah. I mean, that is true. I wonder what the opposition from it is. I mean, the thing is, developers, they like technology, so they should enjoy and want to understand this. But it seems like so many of them get so set in their ways. Like I've been down conversations, and I'm like, hey, listen, users aren't going to do this. This is like kind of complicated. Can we just like do it this way? So they just press a button. It's like, no.
The number of things like this at Twitch
yeah.
was insane. The amount of things where like I knew more than the team because I actually viewed Twitch occasionally and streamed once or twice, but everybody else was like, no, we're inventing a new content type for creators. And then they just say a bunch of things that make no sense that no creator or viewer would ever want, and then go spend 20 engineers and 3 years on it.
Yeah, those are bad things to do there. I'm not, as a founder, you should always be the one solving a pain point. It's good to always get outside input, right? Like, yes. I think that, you do that. That's important. Like, hey, I'm thinking about this. What do you think? And they're like, that's really stupid. And you're like, oh, you're right. And you can get that there, but you should never be really relying on developers to guide you. But in the same part, you have to make the developers get out of their shell. Yep. And be able to understand that a user is not going to want to go down this path. This is so horrible. Why would you make them do this?
Yep. And on top of that, like, if you built it, you know where every button, every niche thing, and every little behavior is. So things that are obviously unintuitive aren't obviously unintuitive to you because you put the button there. You know exactly what it's going to do.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is a big part of it. Honestly.
Short-term memory loss is actually a really powerful advantage for devs because they'll forget how it actually works and then realize it's too hard.
I think it's more common, even if you're in here reading this and you're a developer, you're probably more in that mode right now where you're in a pattern that you're used to and you don't even think about how horrible it is. Like on your product even, it's like, hey, it was a funny part. I was looking at one of the biggest ad networks that there is. I'm friends with the CEO, and I was like, this is like the worst experience ever logging in here. This is like so bad. And he had no idea. And they have
Mhm.
teams of product managers. They have all this stuff. And it's just like, think about as a user when you come in here, what do you want?
I have a business I'm partnering with, and I literally just had a call with the CEO, and the bar I said is, I'm not recommending this to my audience until you make it so actually using like the initial setup sucks less. It's a product for doing animation stuff. And when you export the animation to embed in your site, there is no instructions or guidance. They give you this obscure file that has its own custom like extension and no context on what to do with it at all. And then their docs are super out of date. And when I brought it up with them, they're like, "Oh yeah, we have a team working on that. We actually just hired 3 people to write the new docs." Like, okay, you have the problem right fucking now. Fix it right fucking now. It's your job as the founder to deal with these problems, be it a huge feature or a paper cut or whatever else. I don't care how many people you're hiring. Fix this problem for now. Put a Band-Aid on it while we wait for the doctors to show up.
Yeah. You know what? This I love saying this line. I feel like I've said it so many times and it's so good. Okay. Craigslist did not have an app until like a few years ago. Okay. Let's just take that all in for, I mean, it actually might be more than a few years now, but the iPhone's been out forever. It was like 2005 or something and the iPhone came out. Craigslist did not have an official app until like a few years ago. That is not like cutesy and quirky and everything else. That is like a colossal failure of that business that allowed so many other players like OfferUp and Let's Go and everyone else to completely dominate that industry as a result of that. And I guarantee you that was like an engineering led thing. We don't need an app. Our stuff works fine. They can just make a web view.
It's Craig, the guy who runs Craigslist, but he also had the very specific goal of like making it a livable service, not something that is growing. If they wanted to grow Craigslist, they would have had a mobile app earlier. And the only reason they do now is because Facebook saw the opportunity, and now Facebook Marketplace is eating Craigslist.
Yeah, I was actually shocked that that's the case because I wouldn't picture. I mean, I'm 40 years old, but I feel weird about using Facebook Marketplace to buy stuff. I don't like if like the inherent anonymity is not present. It feels very, very, very strange that if I'm like, hey, can you tell me about this blender, that they can like Google my name and be like, oh, Dan Saltman, huh? Good to know. Like I just want to email you about the blender and I'll meet you and I'll take the blender and that'll be the end of this transaction and we won't know each other's names. Like, yeah.
Yeah. It's not for people who think about their public image at all. We are the weird ones there.
I know. How did that happen? And so fast also.
Most people, the fact that there's a human's name on the listing instead of it being an anonymous post with a weird sketchy thing to click to get a phone number, they prefer that because of the human feeling of it being a person on the other side. The same reason that people watch a human's YouTube channel, not a brand's YouTube channel. It feels more real.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it can.
Same reason people like hitting the chat button on like a website for support instead of calling. It's just lower friction and still feels like a human. Even like it's easier to make a chat bot that feels human than it is to make one of those phone robots that feels human.
I guess it's like the legacy of the old folk going out and not being totally in touch with the younger generation at this point on this stuff. It's,
you boomer.
Listen, you need to do the reviewing of stuff, okay?
You're convincing me. I'll consider it.
Founders want you to tell them. You know why I want it? So here's the thing. Here's why I want it, okay? Our product is pretty good and people like it, but I know there's a lot of shit I've forgotten about that's broken. And it's like, also, I'm not the one who coded it. So when you find problems, like, hey, dumbass Johnny, good job. Look at this failing and erroring out here. Look, live in front of 500 people. It's like motivation for the developers to have the product not be shit for you to go and do it. I don't know. I just think all around, it's a good idea for you to do. And most importantly, on the fact that the founders would like it, is that you teach developers here things not to do in their own web apps, their own software apps that they wouldn't know otherwise.
Yeah, these are all good reasons to do it, and I will absolutely continue to consider it. I will give you a shout out if I end up doing it.
That is the most Destiny answer I've ever heard on anything. It's like, thank you. These are all very good points. I will continue to thinking about this in the future. So I appreciate you having me think about this. Fuck you, bro. You need to just do it.
Anything
all right?
else?
We're revolt. No, that's nothing else. And speaking of which, we will see you on the podcast in sometime in a month or two or something. I
As
forget.
long as things calm down. I have to be careful with my image right now, okay?
Yeah, no big deal if you need to wait. That's
Yeah.
fine. It's very you know, no big deal.
Yeah.
So
Recently, things have been a little spicy with the election coming up. I'm not a political channel, and I'm staying that way.
really, that's not what you said when you were saying all this stuff about Trump and everything else and
Goodbye,
how happy
Dan.
you were. Okay, see you. Bye.
Good chatting. Peace, nerd. That was fun. That was actually fun. Sorry that we ended up with that long, not anything like usual stream content moment. But yeah, always want to talk about startup stuff, and I'll take the opportunity. People like the convo. Good stuff. I'm going to marker. Before this was VC convo with Dan. Cool. There we go. Let me fix how I have my audio set up. That one won't need a traditional review. That one just needs a little bit of chopping. But yeah, that's a third channel video, so won't be as bad, hopefully. Anyways, yeah, third channel videos shouldn't get reviewed as thoroughly because they're not going to get the viewership the same way. But it's an opportunity to talk about things and post things I wouldn't otherwise. An intro for Dan, I was considering it, but it's more fun to not, honestly. Yeah, it's a weird type of work, to be fair. I don't even know how to describe it. Anyways, I should have watched the rest of the clip. I need to actually do my job and watch these. They're in film videos, though. Like, need to do the Switzerland thing. Let's actually do topics before all of the EU people are asleep. Commercial, quick. I'm sorry, you guys know the rules. You guys think this should be a main channel video? It's such a mess, though. Fuck. Yeah, don't take, like, you can be a non-US company and take investments from US firms. Just don't take investors that aren't in the US if they're going to be shitty. Investing is a global market. Cool. Let's do this open source thing. Let me thank all the subs that I missed while I was doing that. I don't know if that gift happened while I was doing that. Either way, thank you, Vortelli, so much for the support. 4 gifts means a ton. We got Elias. Oh, I thanked Elias for sure. Elias, however I should call you. We got BCF with the 13 months. Hug More Trees with the 10 months. A tier 3. Fucking legend out here. Roger with the 7 months. JN with the Prime. H5 Dev with the tier 1. Thank you all so much. Also, I noticed the viewership was up a ton during that. Like, we were coasting at 500 for a while. It seems like people liked it. Dan Can't Stream is his handle. I probably should have shared his link. Here's Dan for those who want to check him out. He does not have a YouTube channel, but he pops up in a lot of other people's content. Applying to YC won't help you find co-founders. They have a co-founder matching program, but it's separate. We'll be talking about selling in EU countries soon. Don't worry, we'll be getting there. But first, we need to talk about the Switzerland open source thing. Let's do it. First actual video for the day. Switzerland OSS mandate. Cool. Let's film. Switzerland now requires all government software to be open source. Sorry, my face is covering the word open there. You can read. It's a cool thing. I'm actually quite excited about this. The idea that things that are funded by public money should be public. Something I generally agree with. And I'm actually pretty excited to see where we end up with this. So let's take a read, see what they're doing, and get an idea of how Switzerland is changing the way that they build software for the government. The US remains reluctant to work with open source, but European countries are bolder. This has been sad. There have been a very small number of US open source projects from the government. The few that have existed have been cool, like US open source. Let's see if I can find this. Yeah, a lot of the typography stuff the US government did is all open source. They have like the US web design system shit that is fully open source. The license is a bit weird because it's government, but it is open source, and I believe they're relatively chill. I haven't fully read it or know what the license is based on. But a few parts of the project are not in the public domain. So they specify certain things that aren't, but otherwise the files licensed under the MIT, everything in the library, and other additional stuff. So it's cool that they called all that out. This is a set of fonts and other resources for doing UI design, from the US government that's open source. And I think this is awesome. I would love for the government to do more stuff like this if they're spending tax money to deal with things like, or if they're spending tax money to build things, those things they build should benefit the general public in the US. Oh yeah, the BBC also has a bunch of cool open source. Yeah. BBC's has an open source, or their GitHub's open source code use on their public facing services, including like really helpful screenshot comparison tools, actual ways to render responsive images that are sane, especially back in the day when that was way harder. All of these things are useful resources that government money was used to create. I like the idea that they also decide to share it alongside. Oh, you got something for me. Simmergraph, the BBC's open source web application. Oh shit, yeah, the Thai website. I forgot that this whole site is open source, which is dope. That's so cool. If you're looking for like a big, complex web repo that you can learn for reference, here you go. It's open source. Potentially good article your boss sent when you were discussing. Interesting. Saving this for the future for sure. Good find. Thank you for dropping that, and thanks for the bits. I'll take that in the future for sure. Anyways, the point I'm making here is there are efforts to open source things in governments, but the idea of all government software being open sourced is a new thing that I'm excited to read a bit more about. Several European countries are betting on open source software. In the United States, not so much. In the latest news from across the Atlantic, Switzerland has taken a major step forward with its federal law on the use of electronic means for the fulfillment of government tasks. Again, if the government's using software that they paid to have written, sounds like it's going to be open source now. This groundbreaking legislation mandates using open source software in the public sector. Interesting. So this is anything that they choose to use as well. So if they have a service they're paying for, they have to use the open source alternative. Also, Germany ditched Microsoft for Linux and LibreOffice. Very interesting, not use Google Drive, but I can respect it. This new law requires all public bodies to disclose the source code for software developed by or for them, unless third-party rights or security concerns prevent it. This public money, public code approach aims to enhance government's operations, transparency, security, and efficiency. It's not super clear yet if this means you literally can't use closed source software that you're paying for or not. I'm curious to see how that develops. Making this move wasn't easy. It began in 2011 when the Swiss Federal Supreme Court published its court application, Open Justita, under an open source license. Interesting. Can I translate this to English? Open Justita currently includes various modules for managing court decisions and other documents, as well as enriching and completing them with additional metadata. That's actually cool. An open source system for managing court documents. That's a cool thing that only a government would make. I see it as open source. I'm curious if other governments actually use it. The proprietary legal software company Weblaw wasn't happy about this, though. Makes sense. If they're charging money for their service and the government just open source an alternative, doesn't surprise me. There were heated political and legal fights for more than a decade. Finally, the EMBAG was passed in 2023. Now the law not only allows the release of open source software by the Swiss government or its contractors, but it also requires the code be released under an open source license, unless the rights of third parties or security-related reasons would exclude or restrict this. Interesting. It sounds like this is for... My understanding thus far now is that software that is being written for the use of the Swedish government, or the Swiss, or it is my understanding from reading this thus far that it is software being commissioned to be created by the Swiss government that falls under these laws. So if they were asking Weblaw to make a new product for them, that would have to be open sourced. Professor Dr. Matthias Sturmer, hopefully I got that right, head of the Institute of Public Sector Transformation at the Bern University of Applied Sciences, led the fight for this law. He hailed it as a great opportunity for government, the IT industry, and society. Sturmer believes everyone will benefit from this regulation, as it reduces vendor lock-in for the public sector, allows companies to expand their digital business solutions, and potentially leads to reduced IT costs and improved services for the taxpayers. There's actually an interesting point here where there's a lot of vendor lock-in in the government because once they've made a commitment to a given solution, they're often pretty locked in just by the nature of like how much data and how much money it costs to move off. Like if your organization in the government has a budget and it costs more than that budget to move to a different solution, you're stuck there indefinitely. But if your software is open source and you can theoretically move and host wherever, this makes pricing for government services significantly more competitive. I hadn't even thought of that angle before. It's interesting they called that out. In addition to mandating open source software, the EMBAG also requires the release of non-personal and non-security sensitive government data as open government data. This dual open by default approach marks a significant paradigm shift towards greater openness and practical reuse of software and data. Implementing the EMBAG is expected to serve as a model for other countries considering similar measures. It aims to promote digital sovereignty and encourage innovation and collaboration within the public sector. I was a little skeptical going in. I'm liking this more and more in the angles that they're going at with it. The Swiss Federal Statistics Office is leading the law's implementation, but the organizational and financial aspects of the OSS releases still need to be clarified. Other companies in Europe have long supported open source. For example, in 2023, the French President Macron stated that we love open source. He also loves one of my favorite artists ever, DJ Mehdi, because they played Signatune at the Olympic opening, which broke my heart. Mehdi passed away tragically over 10 years ago. Now I was in fucking high school, so way longer. And hearing his song played at the Olympics was emotional. Respect for Macron for having similar taste in music and open source. Francis Natural, I'm never going to say that right. Thank the FBI if you're American. Thank you. They use Linux on their PCs. That's actually kind of cool. The European Union has long worked on securing open source software via the EU's free and open source software auditing project. FOSSA. Look at that. Where are you, Aiden? FOSSA bot. Chat beat me to it. FOSSA mentioned. Also, this article looks interesting. What's the theory for why people don't use desktop Linux? This might be a free video in the future. Let me know in the comments if you think that's worth doing a video on. Anyways. That said, it's not all wine and roses in the EU. There's some worry that the European Commission will cut funding for the NGI Zero Commissions Fund. There's some worry that the European Commission will cut funding for the NGI Zero Commons Fund, an important funding source for open source projects. Well, if all projects are being funded, or if all funded projects are open source, it's a different angle. We don't need a fund for just open source stuff if all things the government pays for have to be open source. I would be okay, as weird as it sounds to say, I'd be okay with killing this open source program. I am, if everything has to be open source now and all funding is now for open source. In the US, there's some support for open source, but not nearly as much as in Europe. The federal source code policy, for instance, requires federal agencies to release at least 20% of new custom developed code as open source software. However, it doesn't mandate the use of open source. I didn't know about this 20% rule. That's actually kind of cool. Is there more info on this? Publishing all new code, found it here. Publishing all new code as open source allows the GSA to exceed the OMB's goal that 20% of code be published as open source. Interesting that that's like a formally stated goal. They also have code.json. Interesting. This is all of their releases. Very interesting. All Rails. Didn't know the government used so much Rails. Hurts. Good to know, though. Fascinating stuff. This is worth adding to this. So while the legislative move position Switzerland. Cool. Final comment in the article is that Switzerland is well positioned, but we need to see Europe and the US move. No mention to the UK. Sorry to y'all. Regardless, I actually quite like this. I personally really like the idea of government money being spent in a way that benefits the population of that place the most. And the source code could be very beneficial to lots of people, be it software developers working independently, businesses that already exist, users with specific accessibility needs. All of these types of things are easier if there's good open source references. And I really like the idea of getting more big open source projects. As many great open source things as there aren't many examples of big open source applications, like actual services like Twitter that you use. Most of those tend to be closed source. They might open source some libraries, but you can't see how the whole thing works. And that's a really unique opportunity here, is that these government projects can be good examples of gigantic software projects that are maintained well, built well, and most importantly, open source so we can look at it and reference it. There's a lot to think about here. Hopefully I covered enough of it. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. First actual video done. Drop that here. I'm going to make a thing for PC long rant. I'm going to say this is third channel for now, but I might change my mind. I need more third channel content. Cool. Survey time. And so you guys got a hype train going. Thanks for that. We thank everybody I missed for that. Thank you, H5Dev, for the sub. Thank you, Rotating Again, for the bits. Really appreciate that. Excited to take a look at this article in the future. We got Autumn Light with the gift sub as well. Code founders are scared and lack the knowledge in business. The highlighting on Theo without the ad is a curse for sure. I don't think this is that common. It exists, but it's not that common. And the reality of founding a company is that there's a lot of like uncomfortable fears you're just going to have to like go through. And even if I cleared up all the ones about dev started companies, you're going to have a lot of weird, uncomfortable things you have to go through as a founder anyways. It's like if I did a video like common mistakes early programmers make, it's not going to increase the number of programmers. It might slightly ease up the fear that those early programmers have and the mistakes they're going to make about those things, but they're going to make bigger mistakes on other things and feel just as bad. So even if I could theoretically ease you through all of these things, it's just going to swap with another set of things I can't ease you through. And being a founder is learning to get over that. It's like the same way good developers learn how to feel stupid. You got to go 10 times further. And yes, I use Marker Thing for managing all of my stream content. It was Adrian, yeah. I'm using Marker Thing. It's open source. It's based on Twitch's Marker system, and it's very handy. Let's hop into the next topic. Time for the survey. Time for the survey. Let's do it. I'm gonna turn on the AC because I'm getting toasty in here, and the CO2 levels are not looking great. Should have had the door open during that longer conversation just to keep the air better. Lessons learned. Is it time? How are we doing on ads? Cool, we're doing good on ads. Let's do it. It's a really interesting way of recording content. Do I bake the face cam in? I record the source feed for my camera separately in case I need it, but my main recording, my stream recording, that's all baked in. The audio is baked in as well. It's everything we could do to streamline the process we have done. I would love to show you more, Frank, or Thomas. But the big thing is Marker Thing. Because I create the markers while I'm live, I can, at the end of stream, go to a given stream, export a CSV with all of these topics split, and then run that against my 4K local recording to chop the individual topics out so that my editor or myself can grab those individual things I talked about and edit those into videos much more efficiently. On top of that, since I have live chat, they can give me feedback on things I get wrong, find sources that I'm struggling to find, correct me on things, guide me towards the most interesting parts, and the videos come out much more better, or much higher quality on average as a result. It also means I can record 1 to 2 days a week and manage more than daily videos, which is dope. Like, we have more content to put out than I have days in the week right now, which is nuts. Yeah, pumped that people are discovering Arc. I had the same thing where I used Arc, didn't like it, churned, came back a few months later and fell in love with it. There's no poll live right now. Germany. Small dev team has no company shares. Fuck it then. I don't like them. The founders aren't the ones building it and they're the only ones with shares. Form a union. Let them know that if you guys don't get shares, you all are quitting. Build up a strong alliance with the other engineers on the team and make sure they're all fully aligned. Make them realize how fucked they are if they don't do something. But like you have more power than them. You have more likelihood to make the company successful than them by what this says. Use that. Use your leverage. They're using theirs. They own the whole company. Use your leverage, which is you built the whole company. Yeah, I don't fuck with employees not getting what they deserve. Yeah, I'm the rich founder guy, whatever you want to say, but I'm really big on like fair compensation for your work. And if you're a significant factor in the business's success, you should be getting paid accordingly. I have some news that will hopefully be coming out soon if I can get everything fucking handled, but like I own too much of my company right now and I'm trying to fix that because I'm not doing enough work to be the majority owner of Ping and Upload Thing. Like these are really important things to me to the point where I'm going to be giving up a significant amount of equity because it's important to me. Giveaway shares to chat, lol. Marker Thing is Twitch only, but it's open source, so theoretically could be broken out to use other things. OBS also just introduced markers built into OBS, so you could use that, not need Marker Thing, and just cut based on the built-in markers. So there's a lot of options now too. Anyways, we need to do the open source survey, or the Stack Overflow survey, or I won't. So let's do it. Stack Overflow survey. The difference is Upload Thing will give you a good experience and solve a lot of problems. The Azure container is just going to be S3 but worse and hard to implement right. Back to this though, because it's time. On the actual intro. The developer world is constantly changing. It's important to keep up, but also be happy with what you're using. And the developer world is constantly changing. Everything's in flux. The technology we use, the technology we like, the technology we recommend, this changes constantly. And one of the best ways to keep track of that change is the surveys that go out every year, showcasing what things are happening in the market. One of the most important of these surveys just dropped, the 2024 Developer Survey from Stack Overflow. And I am so excited to look at these results. This is going to be a fun one. So let's dig in. 65,437 developers filled out this survey. Let me know if you made it into the comment section before the first 65,000 people watch it. Because it's kind of crazy to think that, on one hand, yes, this number is huge. But on the other hand, I have 300,000 subscribers. It's crazy to think that as big and important as this survey and this number is, it's still a subset, like a very, very small subset of my content. Or it's still a subset, like a tiny subset of like even my reach. And I'm not big. It's not like every dev knows who I am. Certainly not. It's like a very small percentage. And of that, even a smaller percentage did the survey. Still useful info to find trends, but we have to know going in that this isn't the average dev that they surveyed. This is a relatively tuned in dev that filled this out. I love you guys, chat. Bro just writes amazing scripts on the spot. It's almost like I do this a lot. It's fun for me. But yeah, just if you film enough videos, you get used to spouting out things in a way that sounds good. Anyways. These are some fun numbers already. 62.3% of the people who did this survey have used JS in the past year. That's an insane number for technical people. To be fair, again, it's the subset of Stack Overflow users that did the survey. Still an insane number. And 48,000 of them shared salary info. That's really huge too. I'm so excited to see how much money they make. Top 10 countries. This is really interesting. Actually, I'm going to do something I shouldn't. We're going to compare this to my audience numbers. Analytics, audience. Interesting difference, actually. I'm going to side by side these. Yeah, this is very interesting. Specifically, my Germany and India numbers are flipped. Actually, the percentages are closer than I would have guessed. I don't think they show, or yeah, Ukraine's, it's weird. I know Ukraine's a decent percentage of my audience. I know a lot of like Ukrainian devs that are fucking killing it. So I'm surprised it's so low here. But other than that, these numbers are relatively well lined up. Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, the retention I have overall is nuts. Also notable is that my retention with India is lower. Might be a reason to either start talking slower or getting like captions made in other languages. Things for me to consider for sure. Still fascinating regardless. I don't expect those numbers to be so close. Community. 76% of the people who did the survey have a Stack Overflow account. We're going to poll chat. Do you have... I have to do a poll. Do you have a Stack Overflow account? Yes, no, don't remember. Also do yes, but I never use it. You can have a Stack Overflow account. Lol. Yeah. This is, again, the point I'm trying to make here is that the bias of this survey is very notable. 75% of the people who did the survey have a Stack Overflow account because most people doing the survey are on Stack Overflow often enough that they click the survey button. That's a huge skew to note, that these are Stack Overflow users for a significant portion of the audience. Whereas compared to my audience, half of them, over half of them, don't have a Stack Overflow account. Admittedly, just from this quick poll I'm doing in chat, but that's not my most tuned in audience, despite being the people who show up live to be part of these videos being filmed every Wednesday and occasionally on weekends. They're not Stack Overflow account holders. Very interesting number. Good to know. Let's start diving in further. 66% of devs have a BA or BS or master's degrees, despite only 49% of devs learning to code at school. That's a very interesting contradiction. I want more info here. Very interesting. Very interesting. 35% learned secondary or how to code in secondary school, and 23% learned with a bachelor's program. This is some college university study without earning a degree. That's very interesting. The numbers for people who learn to code in college with a degree and learn to code in college without a degree are very close. This is actually something I push a lot. Like, I know a lot of people who are 50-50 on going to college for software. They just got out of high school. They know how to code a bit. They could get a job. They could go to college, and it was a really hard decision for them, specifically because they're scared of committing to college for 4 years. The reality is that you can go to college, and if you find an opportunity that's good enough that you don't want to be in college anymore, you can drop out. Dropping out of college because you found a good job is not a shameful thing at all. So you shouldn't feel like you have to commit to the full 4 years if you could go get a job instead. It's a common thing I see. I recommend go, and you don't have to go to a super expensive college either. But that period of time, the 2 to 4 year window right after high school, it's so useful to have other peers around you learning to code with you, seeing them find opportunities as well. The potential opportunity, not even just learning to code, but being surrounded with other people at the same point in life is so valuable that you shouldn't just blindly give it up. But if you decide to drop out, it's fine, at least according to these numbers. It is also of note that this survey is Stack Overflow users. So these people might just be people who are in college right now using Stack Overflow that haven't graduated yet. So that's a bias to account for with these numbers. Oh yeah, if we switch, oh, I didn't realize what this was. I read this wrong. This is people learning to code are there, but of all respondents, it's only 12%. And then 41% have a bachelor's degree. Okay, that makes much more sense. This checks out. But of learning to code, so the people who would say that they're still learning to code, most of them are in high school, is what this also says. Very interesting stuff. Online resources are the top choice for people learning, again, with the bias of Stack Overflow users, but yes, this is very real. People like learning on online resources. Boot camps have dropped a ton. How-to videos are growing still, which is nuts. Still only half of the people learning, but huge. Blogs and written tutorials are huge, but technical docs are the top. Stack Overflow being so high, again, accounting for that bias I brought up before. API docs are huge. READMEs, yeah. AI-powered stuff's only 30%, though. Good to know that hasn't fully taken over. Where was AI in the learning stuff here? Doesn't seem like it even came out. Oh, AI is 37% of online resource learners. Very interesting. Experience, this will give us a lot of info on like the bias of the audience. Heavily skewed in that 5 to 9 year range, but a decent tail up as well. And it seems like the vast majority have more than 5 years of experience because only 14% or so, 15%-ish, have under 5 years. More experience than I would have expected for the survey, but good to know. Years professionally, so this is many times you've been paid for writing code. A bit more skewed, but still about 70% over 5 years. That's cool. That means I'm less skeptical of these numbers overall now. By dev type. Very interesting. That dev advocates on average have more experience than other roles. To be fair, if you're a dev advocate doing the Stack Overflow survey, you're a very small subset of dev advocates. Very interesting, though. And types. This is huge. I had a feeling this was the case, but it's so good seeing this in numbers. Full stack devs are more common than front-end and back-end devs combined now. That's insane. This is going on Twitter. That is huge. I don't think you guys understand how big that is. That's unbelievable. Huge. Yeah, there's no reason to limit your skills to just back end or front end unless you specifically really want to. Historically, the advice has been specialize in things to maximize your salary. That's finally really shifting towards be useful, because that's what full stack is compared to back end or front end. It's I'm not isolated to one specific part of the tech stack. It's where the problem is, I can go. I might have strengths, I might have weaknesses, but I can work in any place. Huge. And I am not surprised that's starting to win out more and more. And no, it's not doing two jobs for the value of one. I hate this mindset so much. Like, I can't even do an analogy for this without sounding like an asshole, because I hate this mindset so much. Just because you're full stack doesn't mean you have to work twice as much. A back-end dev just has less variety in their job. A full stack dev gets to work on a more interesting set of things and gets to experiment and play with more stuff. A back-end dev might work the same amount of hours, but they're just doing the same thing constantly. I hate the two jobs for the price of one mindset, because that's not how this works at all. Geography we already saw. Demographics. I want to go back to like the start of this, because it had interesting like callouts here. Oh, is this just like all of the sections and they have the giant index? Good to know. Let's just hop right into databases. An easy way for me to like hop between things. Okay, technology. Most popular technologies. As mentioned before, JS by a lot. HTML and CSS by not that much less. Not that far behind. Does that mean everybody between these two is a Node dev? Is that the 10% gap here is Node? Where is Node in this? It is not in this. Cool. Also cool to see TypeScript relatively high up. I'm sad that the gap between TypeScript and JavaScript is as big as it is, because I know in industry it isn't, but people who are filling out the survey aren't necessarily representative of the whole industry. Good to know, though. Very interesting overall. Seeing Bash and Shell slightly above Java is heartening. Also, SQL being more popular than TypeScript by that much is kind of funny. Python just being Pi is the abbreviation. Is also weirdly funny to me. Good stuff. Why? Oh, I was going to say, why is Lua so popular? Then I remembered Roblox is a thing, so that checks out. Sorry to Flutter devs. Does this mean that Roblox is more popular than Flutter? I think that's what this means. Roblox beat Flutter. I'll take it. Somebody made a good point. The professional devs tab should have a higher percentage of TypeScript. I want to test the theory. That's not what that's supposed to do. Yeah, we bumped to 43.4%. Decent bump. I was expecting a higher bump. Still a good bump regardless. Now for databases. I did not think MySQL was going to be this high. Planet scale enjoyers rejoice, because that is huge. I did not think MySQL would be that close. I bet if I switch to learning, the gap's going to be huge. What? What? Huh? I have not been that surprised with a number possibly ever. Huh. That one's a surprise for me. Also, I'm going to add chat just to make the layout a little bit better. Be polite, y'all. Don't cause problems, please. But yeah, I did not expect to see Postgres losing to MySQL in learning, losing to SQLite in learning. Is this just because of Aaron's courses? Seriously, though, that's nuts. Professional has a bigger gap between MySQL and Postgres, and then learning has MySQL winning. I'm going to just fixate on this if I don't scroll past it, but that is so weird. There's a bunch of other interesting stuff, like Elasticsearch is a very high percentage, more than I would have expected. Redis is doing well. I hope to see that change to anything else. Firebase is pretty high up too. Firebase Realtime and Cloud Firestore are really close, which means people are using those together almost always. BigQuery being high up makes sense. Supabase climbing. Supabase being higher than Snowflake is weird. Does that change in professional? No. Supabase and Snowflake are relatively close. Very interesting. ClickHouse is relatively low. Cockroach is struggling. Good to see, though. This is very interesting numbers. I'm learning a lot from this. Let's keep scrolling. Cloud platforms. AWS with almost half. Professional, I was going to say professional will be over half for sure. Yeah, professional devs, 52% are on AWS. What percentage of Fortune 500 companies are on AWS? Yeah, over 90% of Fortune 100 companies are on AWS, and most of the Fortune 500 ones are too. Yeah. And no, Vercel does not count as AWS. They're in here as well at 11%. That's kind of nuts. When I switch to all, how much does it fall? It doesn't. Goes from 11.9 to 11.3. That's like barely anything. How are learners doing with DO? Good. Learners aren't learning DigitalOcean anymore. That's a relief. DO's largely fallen off. Why are they learning Heroku, though? Why are learners using Heroku? What the fuck? We need to fix that. Where's Railway in here? Railway needs to take that spot from them. But yeah, Azure's climbing. Azure's numbers have been getting better year over year. Does not surprise me that they're doing as well as they are, but it is surprising that they're so close to AWS now. Also, Google Cloud, I would guess the AI wave is helping them right now, but Google Cloud's been on the way out for a bit. Cloudflare, Google Cloud being higher than Cloudflare is probably the biggest surprise for me here. I would not have guessed that in the slightest. Anyways, web frameworks and technologies. Node peaked in 2020 with its highest recorded usage score of 51%. While not as popular, it's still the most used web technology in the survey this year, and it has increased popularity among those who are learning to code from last year. Not surprised. Here's the Node number I was looking for. Node is more popular than React, but not by much. Oh shit. In professional environments, React is the new Node. Very interesting. This is a very interesting number. On one hand, we need to keep accounting for the bias that this survey is people who are learning things enough to be on Stack Overflow a lot. On the other hand, this confirms something I've been saying for a while, which is that yes, jQuery is still very popular. jQuery is used on a shitload of websites. jQuery is on more websites than React is. That's a fact. But the average jQuery site has one part-time dev, if even. The average React site has multiple devs working on it, if not hundreds of them. A website like Twitch had hundreds of devs working on it in React. An old WordPress blog that has a jQuery plugin doesn't hire people to work on it. So if you're making a decision around getting a job, there will definitely be more job opportunities in React, but the job opportunities in jQuery might be getting filled less aggressively. So you might find a way to sneak in there. But the point I'm trying to make is that, yes, there are more sites with jQuery, but that does not mean more jobs in jQuery, because the number of jobs per site is not factored in when you look at these big numbers. That's why I like comparing to things like Fortune 500, because AWS in this survey is only 50%. But when it comes to Fortune 100 companies, it's 90%. In those companies, the 100 most valuable companies in the world, they have a lot of engineers. Next is climbing fast, though. Seeing Next up there for professional is insane. It's also really high up for general. How's learning to code? Next just holds strong in all of those. Next is beating Express out too, which is kind of nuts if you think about it. And also Angular. The fact that Next, a meta framework around React, is more popular than Angular, than Vue, than Flask, than Django. Also, Flask and Django being so close is weird for those Python people. I was under the impression that Django had won. I liked Flask more, though, so seeing this is exciting. Yeah, these are so close, even in professional. I did not think that those two numbers would be that close to each other. And yes, fair point. I hope there aren't new greenfield projects using Express. Please use one of the alternatives. Express is largely in like maintenance mode, to be generous now. I really like Fastify. Fastify is by a lot of the original maintainers of Express. Very similar, really fast, really cool, easy recommendation. Also, you have other options like Hano. I believe Hano is also Express people too. Ultra fast web framework, originally built to run on Edge, but it can run anywhere fine. You got plenty of options now. Please, please avoid Express. Quick water break. Also, .NET being this high is funny. Express is in maintenance mode. That's why it's not really being updated. It's slow, and the original team doesn't work on it anymore. Embedded technologies. Raspberry Pi, 40%. Oh, this question only had 27 people or 27K people respond to it. So only 40% of the survey takers bothered with this question. But of them, 38% had played with a Raspberry Pi, 30% had played with an Arduino. Similar percent have done GCC and CMake. Interesting. Check professional devs for this one. Barely moves. GCC goes up slightly and CMake goes up slightly. But that's about it for the change here. Very interesting. Other frameworks and libraries. .NET's the most used. Not surprising. Flutter, I guess Flutter is a library. Flutter is beating React Native here, but for professional? Huh. Yeah, Flutter is beating React Native for professional devs. Interesting. Good to know. Crazy, because I still don't use any Flutter apps, and I use a lot of React Native apps. So the ratio there is insane to me. Good to know. 50% of respondents use Docker. Similarly close use NPM. Smaller but meaningful use pip. Homebrew being this high is insane because that's just Mac users are using Homebrew. To be fair, that's 100% of Mac users are probably on Homebrew. But to have a 22% number in here on a thing that's OS specific is kind of crazy. And when it's just a professional, it goes up to 24%. Learning to code, Homebrew drops to 11%. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Vite being in this other tools category is strange. The fact that Vite and Homebrew are in the same category in and of itself is so strange. I'm not going to read too much into this number for that reason. Bun being at 4% also suggests this is not super, super real. Why is Node... Oh, did I make Node.jip a banned term at some point? That wouldn't surprise me. I hate NoJips so much. VS Code 1 for the actual IDE, not a surprise. Professional, it goes up more. Learning, it goes up even more. Other, it probably plummets. Yeah, that makes sense. Visual Studios at 30%. IntelliJ's at 27%. Notepad++, probably, it goes up for professional. What? What are you guys doing? And Jupyter Notebook goes down for professional. Huh. Sublime Text holding on. Please tell me that Atom isn't in here. Atom is not in here. That's a relief. Z isn't in here either, though, and that's a little sad. I would have expected NeoVim to be higher than like PyCharm and Jupyter Notebook, because PyCharm's only for Python, as Jupyter Notebook largely is as well. And then NeoVim's for everything, which means it's for Rust. But yeah, interesting. Is Cursor in here? Cursor did not make it in. Very interesting. Async tools. This is for actually working with your team. Very interesting. Jira still wins. Notion is doing better than GitHub Discussions. That feels weird to me. Also, Notion being that much higher than Linear hurts me. As a big Notion fan, I manage my whole channel through Notion. Linear for devs is a much better tool. Notion's great for weird things like my content management. Linear is good for devs. And like, I'm not even super fond of the Linear team. The founders and I have some beef, but Linear is a great product. It's painful seeing them this low. Does it bump up for professional? A little bit, but Notion stays like the same place for that. That's weird. I have feelings. I have a lot of feelings about that. Learning to code Notion is going to go way too high. Yeah, 22%. And Jira disappears. It drops to 14 for learning. Jira is probably a blocked term in chat. That would not surprise me if I did that. Sorry if so. I fucking hate Jira so much. Just please use anything on here other than Jira and arguably Confluence. Please use anything else. Synchronous tools. This is for chat and shit. Teams. Why is Teams so high? I have never had to install Teams. I've never worked at a company that uses Teams. I have managed to dodge Teams for my whole career. And every year the number gets bigger. And every year it hurts me a little more deeply. And professional is going to be even higher. Yep. Learning hopefully lower. Yeah, it drops a ton there. But it's so... Oh. I hate Teams. I am sad to see it's continuing to grow that way. Slack obviously killing it, even after the Salesforce acquisition. Better product, but is Slack better enough to justify paying for it if you're getting Teams for free as part of something else? Discord is really high for professional. That's interesting. For professional devs, Discord is close to Slack. This is a very interesting number because Discord gaming... There was an announcement that Discord did recently. Discord's next chapter, here it is, where they dropped a crazy number in here. Over 90% of Discord users played a game in the last month. 200 million Discord users every month. 90% have played a game. So that's pretty crazy when you think about the fact that 33% of the 43,000 people who answered this use Discord. And 90% of them total use game or play games. What I'm saying is that we're gamers here. We're all video game players. But it's just crazy to see ratio-wise. Like, we would think Slack would win by a lot in the dev space. And since Slack makes so much money, and a lot of it's from devs, that if Discord could charge devs for this market share, they'd make a lot of money too. But they recently announced they're focusing all in on gaming and not on things like competing with Slack, because so many of their users are gamers. Operating system. Windows is the most popular OS for devs across both professional and personal use. Goes down a bunch for Pro, but it's still the most. Weird to see Mac perfectly even there. Did they screw up something with this? Because Ubuntu being perfectly even and Mac being perfectly even for that feels very wrong to me. Android personal versus pro. Very interesting split. I have so many stories about Android and professional environments that I'm not going to waste my time telling here, but no, there are some crazy ones. I was at Amazon when stage fright happened. WSL, very similar split there. iOS, also weird split here. Very interesting. People don't use their phones for their jobs if they're devs. To be fair, you're not coding on your phone a whole lot, but still. The fuck's using Haiku and Solaris in 2024? AI search and dev tools. Oh boy, what percentage answered this? Okay, 70% answered this, and 80% of them have used ChatGPT. Insane. The number of devs who have at least tried ChatGPT is fucking crazy, and the fact that it's double Copilot users is just as crazy. These are numbers. I would not have guessed that high a percentage have tried ChatGPT for code, and I would not have guessed the gap between these is as big. And then for these, it doesn't change a whole lot. Wait, Gemini skyrockets for learning. That's actually interesting. It seems like Google's bet right now isn't on established devs, it's everyone else. Really fascinating to see. Really fascinating. Is Codium's doing really well too. Good for them. Surprised Cursor didn't sneak in here. Admired and desired. Oh, this is the fun one. This is where it splits things based on how much they're used and how much they're liked. Python is desired, so people actually like it 41% of the time, but it's being used 67%. Make sure I can explain these things as well as possible. How do they say anywhere how they describe the admired and desired split? 'Cause I want to do it the best faith I can. Stack Overflow, desired, admired. Just want to see if they explain this somewhere. They don't explain it? Users that did not indicate using it but want to use it next year. Okay. So here's what the desired and admired actually means. Most desired means that users aren't using it right now, but they want to next year. Admiration is they're using it and they want to use it again. So if you checked I use Rust and you checked I want to use Rust next year, that's admired. Desired is I'm not using it right now, but I want to next year. Thank you, Stack Overflow, for explaining the Stack Overflow survey that they did not choose to explain. So yeah, what this says is 41% of the people who answered this question aren't using Python but want to. 67% are using it and plan to continue. So Rust, 80% of the people who are using Rust right now plan to use it next year. Makes a lot of sense. But more importantly for us here, Elixir. Although not many people are considering it that aren't using it already, vast majority who are on it are going to continue. Once you're Elixir pilled, it's hard to go back. It's weird to think I am in the 24%. I don't expect to write a lot of Elixir. It just doesn't make sense for the stuff I'm doing, but I miss it dearly. I fucking love that language. But it's crazy how much further along Elixir, Zig, and Rust are than almost anything else. Like they're all in the like mid to high 70s or even 80s, and everything else is lucky to hit the 60s. Very interesting. Very interesting. Good shit. We're going to not talk about Prolog. Databases. This will be interesting too. People who are using Postgres plan to continue. People who are using MySQL don't plan to continue. That's a scary number. 50% for that's a little scary. SQLite, more reasonable numbers. I want to see the worst. What are Microsoft Access? There we go. Nobody wants to move to it, and 3/4 of the people using it don't want to stay on it. Hilarious. Love it. What other numbers are really low? IBM DB2. People don't want to be on DB2 anymore. Cassandra also makes sense. Fucking hilarious, though. Cloud platforms. This is going to be an interesting one. Hetzner. People really like staying on Hetzner. To be fair, yeah, once you move to Hetzner, you're moving there because of price and nothing else is going to be cheaper. So if you've decided I want the cheapest solution, you're not going to move off Hetzner. Heroku's fucked though. Look at how low Heroku's like retention is here. Nobody wants to stay on Heroku anymore. Versus Fly, which is one of the highest. Let me know if I should explore Fly more in the comments. I've been planning on giving a more deep dive on what Fly's doing. I need a better place to host images. The rare time serverless doesn't work for me, and Fly seems to be like a really good option. Yeah, AWS, killing it. The few people who don't use it already, half of them are considering it. That's insane. The 50% of people who aren't using AWS yet plan to next year. Netlify is hurting a bit. Vercel's not hurting as much. Vercel's retention is similar to AWS's. Obviously, their intention, the people wanting to try it, is a good bit lower because the percentage of developers that benefit from something like Vercel is smaller than those who benefit from AWS, but it's still a really high happiness overall. Don't listen to the Twitter FUD. People are liking what they're doing. At least more so than Google Cloud. Good stuff. Very useful information to have here. Web frameworks and technologies. Look at the gap for React and Node to everything else. That's kind of crazy. 33% of the people who aren't using React yet plan to next year. That's crazy. People like, even the ones who don't want to learn React are slowly accepting they probably should. But we're retaining a pretty high percentage of people who want to keep using it. This all checks out. These are good numbers. Svelte has super high retention though. People who use Svelte don't want to, not only do they don't want to stop using it, they don't want to stop talking about it. But HTMX also has one of the, is that the highest number here? No, Phoenix. Again, the Elixir guys. Phoenix is the equivalent of Rails for Elixir. They have the highest number here. But it's pretty crazy that HTMX, Svelte, ASP.NET, and Phoenix are the clear winners here. Oh, and Astro's doing really well too. Good for Astro. But it's just crazy to think how much higher they are for most other things because that community is so enthusiastic about the thing. I just dislike the .NET number, though. That hurts me. Not a big .NET fan. No shade, no shame. Just not a thing I would ever want to touch. And yeah, Spring Boot did fine, too. I know. I am friends with one of the big Spring Boot influencers, and he really wants to have a video with me. Let me know in the comments if it's time to do a Java video. I don't want to, but I will if I must. Embedded technologies. This one I don't have as much to say on, but it seems like people like the Raspberry Pi a lot. Cargo. Weird that's here, but yeah, if you're using packages in Rust, you're going to keep using packages in Rust. If this number was low, that would be concerning. Other frameworks and libs. Ooh, this will be a very interesting one. .NET being this high is weird. TensorFlow being high makes sense. People want to move off it, which is interesting. Hugging Face. Oh, Hugging Face is dope. That checks out. And Swift UI, people are really starting to like. What the fuck is rough? A Python linter. Written in Rust. That's hilarious. Rust isn't just fixing JavaScript problems anymore. Now Rust is fixing Python ones too. God damn it, embed. DirectX. Oof. What a list. OpenCV, Qt, Electron, CUDA, and RabbitMQ all in the same category is kind of weird. You're right there, Ross. Other tools. We got Docker, really high up. People don't plan on moving off. NPM, people are considering moving off. Probably because they're going to go to like Bun or Yarn or PNPM or something. Makes sense. Pip being this low is interesting because there isn't an alternative to Pip, really. Kubernetes being high is painful, but makes sense. Homebrew being high is, again, there isn't really another option. Makes sense. Bun has really high retention. People are loving Bun. Good shit. Unreal Engine's lower retention than I would have expected. I like to see a game dev survey that's like specific to game devs because there's some interesting stuff there for sure. VS Code, most people who aren't using it plan to, and everybody using it plans to stay there. NeoVim's the only thing with higher retention because it's NeoVim. People never will move off. I know a lot of people that are going to stop programming before they give up NeoVim. Asynchronous tools. Yeah, nobody likes Jira. Nobody likes Confluence. Most people deal with Markdown. If I'll put something in a Markdown file that probably didn't belong. Notion, I would have expected lower satisfaction for this use case, but it's good to see they're not dying. Obsidian people are Obsidian people. They'll never move off. Trello, lower here than I would have expected, but good because Trello is definitely slowly dying. Linear, as I said, it's really good. People don't want to move off it. But Markdown files being the clear winner here is kind of funny. Discord having higher satisfaction than Slack is kind of funny too. Look at poor Teams dying here. Google Meet doing decently well. Is that going to be the lowest? No, Skype. Yeah, Skype and Cisco WebEx Teams are the only things here with lower satisfaction than Teams. There's a couple others in here, but not many. That's hilarious. AI search, everybody's going to keep using ChatGPT. Everybody's going to keep using Copilot. Surprising number sticking with Gemini. VS Code and Telecode, pretty popular too. Yeah, nothing too interesting here. Perplexity is doing really well. I should give Perplexity a shot. I've been meaning to. I heard I would really like it. I actually like the search AI generation thing on Google. When you search something and they generate a response. I know everybody talks shit. I found it to be pretty helpful. So maybe Perplexity's for me. To be determined. Worked with versus want to work with. This will be very similar. This is cool. People work with a thing. What else do they want to work with? TypeScript devs want to work with SQL. They want to work with Rust. They want to work with JS. They want to work with HTML, CSS. This one's like the hardest to go through, but it's very interesting to see. What are just like the biggest ones? Python and HTML have a lot of overlap. Not too surprising, but interesting. It's not all just ML people. HTML and SQL have a lot of overlap. Makes sense. HTML, SQL, basically the same thing, right? Right? Checks out. Why learn both when you could just learn one? Yeah, JS devs also HTML. That makes sense. Bottom yellow is JavaScript. Java devs look like they're willing to learn fucking anything by the looks of that. And Rust devs, note how small the Rust section is here. That's because it's so few Rust devs. The only thing like I can hover here is Rust devs want to work on Python. Very interesting. This is a cool chart. Definitely check out the survey link in the description if you want to take a deeper look at this chart, but I could sit there forever. Databases. I want to know where the Mongo people are going. Mongo devs want to go to Postgres. They want to go to... MySQL devs want to go to Mongo. Mongo devs, Redis, Mongo devs, or SQLite to Mongo. That hurts me. That hurts. MySQL wants to go to Postgres. Any Postgres want to go to MySQL? No. Postgres devs want to go to Redis. SQLite devs want to go to Postgres. Very interesting. Cloud platforms. Where are the Vercel people going? Everywhere. AWS, Cloudflare, DigitalOcean. Who the fuck wants to go from Vercel to DigitalOcean? I would love to chat. DM me. I have questions. Firebase users want to go to Vercel. That checks out. Google Cloud people want to go to Vercel. Checks out. Azure wants to go to Vercel. Netlify wants to go to Vercel. Vercel wants to go to Supabase. Okay, if you're using Vercel storage products, I can see that. Also, disclosure, I am sponsored by Vercel. I'm also sponsored by some database companies that make MySQL stuff. Also, an investor in Microsoft. I'm an investor in Google. And basically every company here I have some bias with. None of them paid me or have any say in what I talk about in this video. This is not paid or syndicated content. But I do have biases with literally almost every company listed here in some form. So yeah, make fun of me in the comments for it like you always love to. Oh, not DigitalOcean. I have literally no financial tie whatsoever to DigitalOcean. So when I tell you they suck, there's no bias. But also, I'm a big Google investor, and I'll tell you the Firebase sucks too. Web frameworks and tech. Top web frameworks is Node, and the ones they want to use is React. Sorry, the top web framework Node users want to use next year is React. Well, not many React users want to use Node, but would like to use Next. This shows you how nonsensical this chart kind of is here, because all Next devs are using Node. All React devs are using Node. We're all using Node. Just get over it. But I want to see, yeah, Node is huge here. A lot of Node devs want to work with React. Node devs want to move to Spring Boot. That hurts. Node devs going to Nest hurts. Node devs want to work with Next. That makes sense. React devs want to work with Next. Makes sense. Interesting stuff. Definitely check out these diagrams if you want to dig into it more yourself. Embedded tech, I have nothing to say. Other frameworks, I have nothing to say. Other tools, where are the NPM people going? To Yarn, to Webpack, to Vite, to Terraform, to Pip, NuGet, Kubernetes, Homebrew. Yeah, let's replace NPM with Homebrew. I'm sure that'll go great. Integrated development environment. Also interesting. VS Code. People just want to stay with it, but those who don't, they want to go to Visual Studio. People want to go to VS Code. VS Code people want to go to Vim. PyCharm people want VS Code. Notepad plus people want VS Code. VS Code people want NeoVim very occasionally. Jupyter Notebook people want VS Code. IntelliJ people want VS Code. And Android Studio people obviously want VS Code. Look at the size of that. Like half of the Android Studio people wish they could just be using VS Code. More Android Studio devs want to use VS Code than want to use Android Studio. That is hilarious. Also, all of Xcode devs here. It doesn't even show Xcode devs that want to stick with Xcode. Literally, all of them want VS Code. That is hilarious. This should say a lot about the state of mobile. I legitimately think the biggest thing holding back mobile dev right now is that you basically have to use Android Studio or Xcode to use the native technologies to build native apps. Unironically, the best thing for something like React Native or Flutter is VS Code. Because with React Native, you don't need to open Xcode. That's a huge win. Yeah, I hate this. I don't hate. I love that this can benefit the ecosystem, but I hate that Xcode is so bad that all of them want to move to VS Code. The integrations in Xcode, so chat asked, why doesn't somebody make a VS Code extension? They have. They've made a ton of them. The reality is that the things that Android Studio and Xcode do are deep enough and complex enough that you can't just make an extension for it. The types of compilation and integrations and build steps and all of the things for Xcode is just insane. It's actually insane. Like Xcode isn't a thing you can replace with a plugin. Yeah, if Xcode was good, they could use it as a pitch to get Max. I have a couple thoughts here that might turn into a rabbit hole. I'll do my best to be brief. Xcode used to be one of the best reasons to use a Mac. Back when it was more people were writing C and C++, Xcode is one of the better ways to debug it in like C memory allocation and shit, which was really cool at the time. Now there's many better tools and Xcode's slowly fallen apart. On the other side, Apple doesn't care that much about Mac sales. They're a very small percentage of their business. The only reason Apple's investing so heavily in Mac is a combination of how Macs being good helps their brand and the fact that to make good software for iPhones and iPads and Vision Pro and all these other things, you need a Mac. So if all the Macs are garbage, no devs are buying them. Now no devs are making things for iPhones and iPads. If Macs are really good, more devs will have them, more good software will exist for iPhone and iPad. But there's a point of diminishing returns that they're, I would argue, long since passed there. But like Macs are not a big part of Apple's financial profile right now. Selling more doesn't help them a ton, but they have to be good for apps to be good. So making a good Mac results in devs that buy that Mac being able to make better things because they have a better time with the computer, better everything. And if they really want iPhones to stay competitive, Xcode has to get good. Or honestly, what needs to happen is Android Studio needs to start getting good, so Apple has to fix Xcode. Also, obvious disclosure, I'm an investor in both Apple and Google, and I have issues with both. Asynchronous tools. Where are the Trello people going? Probably Notion is my guess. No, GitHub. Small number going to Notion. Interesting. More of them want to go to Obsidian than Notion. Very interesting. Obsidian people aren't moving. Notion people, where are they going? Markdown files, linear, Jira. Sorry, Jira going to Notion. That makes more sense. I was going to say Notion people moving to Jira would make me very upset. Synchronous tools. Discord people are probably sticking with Discord. WhatsApp people want to go to Discord. Zoom people want to go to Discord. Everyone wants to go to Discord, other than Discord users wanting to go to Slack. That's really funny. AI tools, ChatGPT, everybody's sticking with it. ChatGPT people want to use Copilot. A lot of you want to try Gemini. Good to see. Oh boy, here's where things get fun. Top paying. Let's see who's making the most money. Oh boy, I need to talk about Elixir more, clearly. We're the rich people. Pretty nuts that the only thing in here that has a 6-digit number is Erlang, which is the language Elixir is based on, and that Elixir is that close. How far do I have to scroll to see JavaScript? Ow. TypeScript. You TypeScript devs. Making way too little money. Yeah, if only you learned Erlang, you can make much more. Okay, to be clear, there's a lot of different biases here. The reality is that companies that use Erlang and Elixir aren't hiring particularly aggressively. And the people who are using Erlang and Elixir have insane amounts of experience. If this was to be average years of experience, Erlang and Elixir would be near the top as well, because the people using these things have been programming for a long fucking time. Same with Clojure and Nim. These aren't things that like you can go learn and make this number. These are things that people have been doing for a long time. As Ross is pointing out, there aren't junior roles available for a lot of these technologies because the people working on these things are on long-standing teams that have a lot of senior plus devs. Whereas TypeScript and obviously JavaScript, those have more opportunities for juniors to get jobs, which also means more beginner devs that have less time in the industry are the ones with these roles, so it drives the average down a ton. Yeah. Also, if you want to make more money as a JS dev, you can make $2,000 a year more just learning TypeScript. Look at that. It's that easy. Want to add $2,000 a year to your salary? Just start adding colons to your code base. That easy. Changes in salary. Interesting. Nim had the biggest jump. Erlang is still slowly climbing. Elixir went down very slightly. How are JavaScript and TypeScript doing? This is going to hurt, isn't it? JavaScript dropped a ton. There's that zero interest rate phenomena right there. That's where it's hurting. What's really happening is junior devs are getting smaller offers and struggling to find work. But crazy to see that. Where's TypeScript? Here it is. TypeScript dropped over 10 grand year over year. That's actually kind of terrifying. COBOL dropped too. How much did it drop? Much less. But yeah. Good to know. Yeah, scary. I do really think this is because new devs are getting worse offers. Like I knew people who were fresh out of college getting 125K plus offers at Twitch. That's not happening anymore. They're not giving jobs to new devs, and even if they are, they're not numbers that big. So that's a huge change. And I think that change is what we're seeing here more than anything, but it's hard to know without deeper access to these numbers. And like, if I could do this against years of experience, I think it would be much more interesting. AI. In this section, we gain insights on AI. I'm going to blast through this one because I have a feeling I'm not going to care too much. Do you use dev or AI in the dev, or do you use AI tools in your dev process? 76% of all respondents are planning to use AI tools in their process, which is an increase from last year, which was 70%. 62% already are. AI tool sentiment. Largely positive, more so than I would have thought. Especially when I see the numbers I see in like the art world where people fucking hate AI. It's cool to see a decent split here. Professional dev too. Compare professional for yes. Professional has a bump in yes and a down, or moves down in no, I don't plan to. Very interesting. Benefits of AI tools: increase productivity, speed up learning, greater efficiency. Improve accuracy is low. I bet that's going to go down even more in professional. Yep. AI does not improve the accuracy of my code for fucking shit. Makes me faster, but it doesn't make it like more accurate. It does not help me with my workload, and it does not improve collab. Yeah. I wonder, do they have a question like, does it hurt your bugs, or does it increase the number of bugs you have? Also interesting split here with trust versus not trusting. Less than half of devs trust AI tools. Trust AI output. Less than half trust it. 26% are neutral. And then a bit over 30% don't trust it. And in pros, it leans more towards distrust and less towards trust. In learning, blindly is going to trust. Yeah, that all checks out to me. Also, the highly trust on pros is 2.3%, 4.2 on pros, almost double. Sorry, pros are at 2.3, learning to code's 4.2. That's a 2x difference there. Don't trust AI so much, you devs learning. Seriously. The tools are great. You should not highly trust their outputs. Ooh. Ability for AI tools to handle complex the ability for AI tools to handle complex tasks is going to be a fun one too. I don't think it can for shit. I think it's good for auto-completing things, but not too much beyond that. Looks like people largely agree. 3% saying very well. Pro is going to drop. Not as much as I would have hoped. This is disheartening. I would have said neutral to bad, personally. But people just aren't working on complex enough stuff, I suppose. AI in the workflow. They use it for writing code, searching for answers, debugging. Documenting is interesting. Seeing that higher percentage for documentation, I honestly not interested. You aren't interested in AI for deployments and monitoring, predictive analysis, project planning, committing and reviewing code. Please don't have AI auto commit and review code. All the products and examples I've seen for this are so bad. They're so bad. AI tools next year. Writing code. Most people plan to. Testings, still pretty positive. Deploying and monitoring, much less so. Interesting, though. A lot of people saying that they're going to integrate more committing and reviewing code via AI next year. This looks like over half of people are going to use AI for code review by next year. That's terrifying. I hate that. Okay, only half the survey respondents answered this one. This is in the AI section, so half the people churned and went to the next section by this point. That makes me feel a little better. Are AI tools a threat to your job? Learning is going to be really high on yes here. Yeah, 15% say yes. Pros, only 12% say yes. Checks out. Most important ethical issues for AI. 80% think circulating misinfo is a big deal. Missing or incorrect attribution for sources of data, also really important. Biased results is not as big a deal, but useful. Imitating likeness, not concerned really about. Energy demand will continue going down, but it's definitely a concern. And replacing jobs is the bottom here, as it should be. Challenges with AI at work. Top one is that people don't trust the output or answers. AI tools lack the context of the code base, internal architecture, and whatnot. These being the top by that much makes sense. We don't have the right policies is only 30%. I'd be curious to see what that looked like last year. But that's not too bad. I would have expected more companies to be blocked by that. If I switch to pros, barely moves. Very interesting. Lack of proper training is here. For education, that bumps a bunch, but not that big overall. Very interesting. Nico, the only people who are going to lose their dev jobs because of AI are people who think this way because they're not good enough devs to think for themselves. AI at work in 1 year. This is an open answer, so that's going to be useless. Let's move to work. Oh, here's where we're going to talk about salaries overall. 70% of the survey people are employed full-time. 80% of the pros are employed full-time. 20% are contractors. Good to know. So 80% full-time, 20%-ish contractors, 6% part-time, a handful of students, other things that don't matter as much. Employment status by geography. US, largely full-time. Germany goes down full-time a bit. India's drops even further. UK bumps back up to similar. UK has more full-time devs than US percentage-wise. Very interesting. Work environment. The number of hybrid devs has stayed consistent this year, with last year 42%. While the percentage of devs working in person has increased. So there's still the same number of hybrid, but in person is going back up. It was 15% in 2022 and 16% in 2023. So that's the biggest jump yet. A 4% bump after a 1% bump is nuts. Seems like in person's really happening again. Company info. This is one of my favorites. How big are the companies these people are filling out for? Because while there are way fewer companies with 10,000 people, you need a lot of 9-person companies to have the same number of people as a 10,000 person company. You need, for there to be more people at a 2-person company than 10,000 person company, you would need 5,000 2-person companies. So remember that when you look at this. There's a reason these big ones scale up despite having so few companies, because that company has 10,000 or more employees. But this is a pretty interesting spread. It's interesting seeing hot spots in like the 20 to 500 range. Seems like a really hot spot. Under 20 is relatively small compared to that. Over 20 to 500 is more than 2x bigger than smaller than 20. Kind of nuts. 500 to 1,000 is relatively uncommon. 1,000 plus is relatively common. Good info. Yeah, 47% of people work at a place with less than 100 employees. Yeah, that's pretty nuts. There's a lot of these smaller teams that aren't like so many of those, like consulting firms, like banks that have 30 to 100 employees, like things where there just aren't as many engineers or employees as a whole. Salary by developer type. Dev advocates making this much is sus. I want to know how many people actually answered dev advocate, because they should not be making more than other devs. To be fair, the dev advocate cut really happened last year. So if you still have a dev advocate job, it's because you're one of the better ones. But that's just crazy to see that dev advocates are making twice as much as backend engineers on average. Where's full stack in here? We have backend. Full stack's just slightly below backend, and it's quite a bit above front end. See, if you're a React dev, all you have to do is learn Next, and you can 1.5x your salary. Easy, right? Not that easy, but good to know. Blockchain devs making way too much money. Yeah, mobile is suspiciously low. I think mobile being low is largely like a geographical thing, because there are so many more mobile devs in developing nations right now, because mobile is the only way people in those nations access the internet, not on computers. And because of that, there's a significant percentage of mobile devs that work in places with lower salaries. Like, I bet if I switch to US, mobile is going to jump a ton. Yeah, mobile is now number 3 when I switch to US. Pre-read. No, I get the market. See, I do know things. Crazy. But yeah, mobile goes way higher for US, but if I drop it to India, it's going to plummet. Huh, it didn't. Oh, because these are the only roles people filled out for that. But now mobile is higher than front end still, but it's a lot closer. And it's killing full stack. Very interesting. But yeah, mobile is significantly higher up here, where it's 185K and it's top 3. It's almost bottom 3 here. Yeah, it's bottom 10, or yeah, bottom 6 here for global. But in the US, it's number 3. So yeah, we think of mobile devs as some of the most important devs in the US, but across the world, mobile is a much wider bucket. Also why Flutter is so popular, by the way. The average for full stack in the US, that's a good question. Yeah, full stack's 130K in US. Front end is 135K. So I guess if you're in the US, learning full stack's going to cost you $5,000 a year. And then back end's up to 170K. Very interesting numbers. Academic researchers getting fucked. Yeah, very interesting stuff. Salary and experience by dev type. Yeah, remember the thing I said with experience? The number of years? I called this so hard. I said multiple times throughout this that the dev advocates that are still employed have been doing this shit for so long. And I was right. Look at that. Called that so fucking hard. Yeah. The things to be sus of here are things that are far to the right but not very high up. The things to be excited about are things that are really high up despite being not that far to the right. A dev advocate, because people are asking, a dev advocate's a person who advocates for developers at a company. It's their job to talk to developers outside of the company about why they should use the thing the company built. So I'm a dev advocate, arguably. Salary and experience by language. Again, we can test my theory with Erlang. Yeah, see, Erlang is pretty far experience-wise compared to a lot of other languages. Yeah, the average years, it goes from 8 to 20. So the Erlang devs are averaging like 12 plus years of experience, as are the Elixir devs. Whereas the JS devs are going to be hard to find in this mess. Yeah, JS devs are averaging significantly fewer years. Checks out. I would have expected a bigger gap here. And I think these like Perl and COBOL and Delphi all being ancient is hurting the skew here. But I almost want to say like cut the line at 15 and ignore all of those. And it makes a lot more sense why Elixir and Erlang are where they are. Purchasing technology. This is actually really useful for me. Most devs don't have the ability to convince their managers to let them adopt a new solution that costs money at their job. But I want to know the ratio here. Interesting. The majority have some or great influence. Huh. By dev type. Full stack better be high up in here. Full stack dev should have a lot of say. Where the fuck is full stack in here? Huh. Less of the great deal, a lot more of the sum, 26% no. Front-end devs, though, actually have a good bit of buy-in here. Yeah, 13% have... Wait, no, I was reading this wrong. It's blue is no. Okay. So 44% no for front-end versus full stack. Full stack's 33% no. Okay. That checks out a bit more. So if you're a full stack dev, you have decent opportunity to get people to adopt solutions at your job compared to a lot of the other roles. But it's not as big of a gap between those as I expected. Mobile gets fucked. Mobile devs have no say. Desktop software developers have no say at all. This is also an important chart to think about how do you build a product in a given marketplace. So if I'm trying to make a product that I want Microsoft to adopt, I would not want to make desktop software solutions because even if I got people excited about them, the likelihood that they can get their boss to approve it is really low. Whereas if I was to focus more on front-end tools or full-stack tools, it is more likely to get them into the workplace. That said, the spread here isn't anywhere near as bad as I would have expected. Obviously, students can't get things adopted. So less insightful than I would have expected. Excuse me. Prefer to build versus buy. 60% build and buy, 20% build, 19 buy. This is too vague a question to get a real answer. I'm sure backend devs are going to hate buying, though. Let's prove that quick. Full stack devs are largely both. Small and buy. Front-end devs are even more so both. Where is backend in here? Did I scroll past it? Advocates are the most down to buy. Doesn't surprise me. Middle, they're in the middle. Backend, yeah, cool. Backend is only 18% build, one of the smallest numbers for that. Mobile is one of the few that's actually smaller for build. I did not think backend would be so low on build. Interesting. Very interesting that backend devs are more willing to buy shit nowadays. Good to know. Very useful information. And database admins love building their own shit, as do research teams in research and development roles, and hardware engineers. That all makes sense. How about new tools and technologies? Starting a free trial is the most common way to evaluate new tools. Doesn't surprise me. Free trial also, I'm sure, counts free tier. Ask devs that you know and work with. Again, very useful to have devs like and talk about you. Visit dev communities like Stack Overflow. Again, I wonder if there's some bias there. Read ratings or reviews on third-party sites. There's a reason this is where things drop to much lower numbers. Who the fuck's reading reviews and ratings of Next.js versus Nuxt? Ugh. Tech endorsement factor. APIs are cool, but APIs are cool, but did you know 75% of devs are more likely to endorse your technology if you provide access to APIs? Yeah, not surprised. Duh. Coding outside of work. Most devs code outside of work as a hobby, and almost 40% code outside of work for professional development or self-paced learning from online courses. Hobby, pro, contribute to open source, yeah. Again, this is Stack Overflow people who are choosing to do a survey that's this long. These are going to be enthusiasts. So I don't think that high percentage of devs are actually doing code on the side. But of people who would also fill out a survey like this for free, checks out. Community. This will be a fun one. Surprise, the Stack Overflow survey is a lot of people who use Stack Overflow. What a surprise there. Frequency. Again, this is biased because it's people who go to Stack Overflow enough to find the survey and do it. Crazy. The account. Oh, we never looked at the final poll results for do you have an account? Yeah, no. Most people don't, at least in my community, which I think is going to be a little more representative about Stack Overflow's numbers than this is. Frequency of participation. Monthly-ish. But the fact that almost 20% are a few times per month or more, nobody actually participates in Stack Overflow. I would be surprised if, you know what? We'll do one more poll. Have you ever responded or asked a question on Stack Overflow? Yes, maybe under 5 times. No. I'm expecting less than 10% to be yes, less than 20 to be yes, plus less than 5 times. More yeses than I would have thought. Maybe I need to recount for my bias here. Multiple people saying they were top 1 and 3%. Very interesting. How you choose to use Stack Overflow. Find solutions, reliable. Yeah, this all makes sense. Is this all just about Stack Overflow? I don't care anymore. Professional developers. 29% contributed to the professional survey portion. 86% of the ones who did are ICs. 13% are managers. Here's professional work. Interesting skew. Majority are under 10 years, but more 5 to 10 than 1 to 4. And IC, that's going to skew earlier, and people manager is going to skew later. That's really interesting. You can actually see here the whole, to keep getting promotions as a dev, you have to become a manager. Watch the shift here. Right now, we're 1 to 4 and 5 to 9 heavy. It just shifts down 5 years when we hit people manager. That's kind of nuts. That's how much the whole become a manager to keep making money thing is real. You see it right there. Fascinating. Ability to find knowledge and information within their organizations. Waiting on answers disrupts their workflow. Majority agree. Knowledge silos keep me from getting info. Largely agree. I know which resources have the answers to my questions. Strongly agree. Sorry for those AI companies that are claiming they can find all your shit for you. I'm able to quickly find answers to my questions with existing tools and resources, generally pretty high. This is actually really useful for all those AI tools that are planning to magically answer all your questions for you. I was just talking to a founder that's confident that like the biggest thing they could be working on is tools to help onboard your junior engineers, because some manager told them that the biggest hurdle, the thing that they hate the most, is their senior devs wasting time mentoring junior engineers. So they're going to build AI tools to do it for you. Good luck. Frequency of productivity friction. This is very interesting. This is green is 10 times a week, blue is never. So how often do you feel like you're blocked by somebody outside of your immediate team? 60% say never, which is crazy. I was blocked by people outside of my team weekly for sure. Although I will say going from never to 1 or 2 times a week, this should have been like a few times a year, then weekly, then multiple times a week. But yeah, interesting, not great spread here. Yeah, don't love that. Daily time spent searching for answers. IC versus manager is going to be really interesting here. No, it's not. Never mind. Daily time spent answering questions. IC is going to be lower and people manager is going to be higher. Yep. Everybody should spend at least 30 minutes a day answering questions to their coworkers. It just saves so much time. Every individual should be. I actually do remember one of my managers being mad at me because I was in more meetings than them because I was helping with so much shit at the company, even though I wasn't a manager. But yeah, everyone should be helping people a decent bit. How much depends on a lot. Everybody uses CI. Most people use DevOps functions, automated testing. Microservices is only half. Why would he be mad at me for having more meetings? A lot of things. I'm going to bank on insecurity. But yeah, it's funny because I was also the most productive engineer on the team. They were trying to be like, you're not doing enough code. It's like, okay, here's the Gantt chart. I did more last week than the rest of the team, and there was 5 other people on the team. So how about you don't get mad at me for what my calendar looks like, and you tell me what I'm not doing that I need to do? I don't want to wrap into that drama. I talked about it a bunch with some friends earlier, so I'm a little heated on it, so I'll avoid the topic. Knowledge sharing community, 40%. Observability tools, also similar. None of the above, 10%. Interesting that we all rely on CI, but most people don't have a dev portal. Cloud on on-prem environments. Hybrid, 46%. Cloud only, 40%. And on-prem is 14%. I would not have expected so much on-prem, including hybrid on-prem. Like, who the fuck's running their own cloud? That's an insane number. We're absolutely cloud only, and I don't talk to very many companies that aren't cloud only. Even Twitch is pretty much cloud only. Resources for technical questions at work. Traditional search engines are over half. Coworker, 20%. AI-powered search is half as much as a coworker almost. That hurts me. AI-powered search again. Oh, free versus paid. People are very willing to pay for AI search. Don't like that. Amount of tech debt, 60%. It's the biggest issue people have. Checks out. Just remove the JavaScript. How the tech debt goes away. The complexity of the tech stack for backend is 32%. Complexity of stack for deployment, similar percentage. Reliability of the tools is similar. Tracking your work's actually obnoxious. And I've worked on and hired people to work on so many different types of jobs. It's amazing how hard it is to track how much time you're spending on things in a way that doesn't suck. That's a super untapped market. Job industry and satisfaction. Software dev, 41.3% of what these people are in industry-wise. Interesting. Does that mean that they're making tools for devs? But yeah, then it's fintech, checks out. Internet, telecom, and information services is high up. Banking, also fintech, arguably very close. Interesting spread. See, not everybody works at a FANG company or Facebook. There's no social media here at all. Sorry, media and advertising services. Okay, fine. They're in here, but not very high up. Oh God, Theo, just make an app like my work did. Theo, just do what my work did. An app that has your camera on and a timer so you know exactly how much you're working. That doesn't sound terrible and dystopian in any way. This is also interesting. So many more people are unhappy than happy at their workplace. But most are complacent. Almost a majority are complacent. I bet people managers are going to be happier overall. Yep. Look at that jump. Much more happy, much fewer unhappy. And ICs, much more likely to be unhappy. Good to know. Factors that most contribute to job satisfaction. All of these are even numbers, so they barely matter. Improving the developer tools makes devs happy. I've talked about this. The best reason to switch technologies at your company isn't because the new technology will make you way faster or make your product way better. It's often just because developers like trying the new thing and will feel really good and energized. And if you want more devs to be happy with their jobs, letting them do some rewrites that might not be the best thing for the business might long-term be the best thing for retention. Learning and using new tech, pretty high up. Building environments and architecture, high up. Driving strategy for my team. Again, letting devs feel like they have a say in the process is really helpful too. Letting devs feel like they're helping drive the team is 3 times more important than buying them a nice MacBook. And letting them contribute to open source. That's very interesting. More devs care about having say about the strategy for their team than about open source. Fascinating, but it makes sense. Is that the end? Methodology, the last thing? Was this too long? Let me know in the comments, because this was quite a fucking video to record. I think that's everything. Yeah. Learned a lot about the state of dev. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and until next time, hopefully there won't be a really long survey I have to go through. God, that was a long one. Until next time, peace, nerds. Whew. What a long-ass video. Tiring. I've been going for 4 hours. So much for a short stream. Need to do this ASAP. So let's run an ad, and then I'm going to do that. Sorry for the ads. You guys know the rules. Thank you, Soyaddle. Let me thank any subs I missed while I was doing that. Dev Daddy J with the Prime, thank you. Adrian with the Tier 1, and Ariel, 13 months in. Always good to see Ariel. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're still here. I'm sure that .NET and C# are fine, and most of the haters have never used it, myself included. But it's not good. It's fine. Oh God, Jane, this hurts. I'm sorry to hear. That's awful. Seeing the business doing better and not getting anything for it, definitely rough. Cool. Let's get ready for TypeScript 5.6. I'll let you guys hang out for this one. The blog's not gonna. Okay, cool. You did that right. Nice. Going straight to it. Sorry to people still watching ads. Shit, thank you, good. Appreciate the kind words. Let's get this done. TypeScript 5.6. Can I do dots in this? I'll do 5.6 just in case. Cool. The TypeScript 5.6 beta is looking pretty exciting, and I have to take the opportunity to talk about it with y'all. So let's dive in, because there's some features in here I've been waiting for a while. Today, we're excited to announce the availability of the TypeScript 5.6 beta. To start using the beta, you can get it through NuGet or through NPM. Yep, you know how to install beta. Here's a list of all the new things. Disallowed nullish and truthy checks. Maybe you've written a regex and you forgot to call a .test on it. Oh, I've seen this so often, done it a couple times myself. Thankfully, I don't write regex. I'm not paid enough for that. Or maybe you've accidentally written an arrow function, which creates an arrow function instead of the greater than or equal property. Yeah, that's actually really nice. That's nice, because this is a function definition you just wrote, and you're not going to get a type error for it. It's just going to always be truthy. The idea of not allowing certain things as your truthy check is actually kind of nice. I like this. Or you misplaced or. Yeah, a lot of useful things here this will solve. Error, this expression is always truthy. Error, this kind of expression is always truthy. Error, right operand of the double question marks is unreachable because the left operand is never nullish. Oh, that's such a good one. Who's written this code before? One's in chat if you've done this, where you did a comparison or a check and then had an or like this, a nullish coalesce, that never happened. I'm expecting a lot of ones for this because I've made this mistake so many times. That's huge. I'm happy ESLint catches it for you, but having TypeScript catch it for us is very nice. Somebody who did it yesterday. I've done this so often. Good shit. Note that certain expressions are still allowed, even if they're always truthy or nullish. Like true, false, 0, and 1. Since they're bare values, these are allowed still. That's good. Only 1, 0. Yeah, nobody's not doing that. Yeah. Still idiomatic to do. And code like the following is useful while iterating or debugging. Yeah, if true or this. Yeah. That's fair. I'm happy that they found the right balance for this. But here's what I'm excited about. The iterator helper methods. JavaScript has a notion of iterables, things which you can iterate over by calling a symbol.iterator function and getting an iterator, as well as iterators, which are the things that actually have the next method so you can get the next value. By and large, you don't typically have to think about these things when you toss them into a for of loop or a triple dot spread, and you just have them in a new array now. But TypeScript does model these with the types of TypeScript does model these with the type of iterable as well as iterator, and now even the iterable iterator, which accesses both. That's fun. I'm sorry to non-FP people, this is going to hurt a bit, but for us functional people, I'm very excited. And these types describe the minimal set of members that you need to construct things for access through like for of, for example. So if you wanted to make something that you could do for of with, which for of syntax. Give an example here. You have an array. Instead of doing for x equals 0, x is less than array length, x plus plus, or even array1.map, you can iterate using for syntax. For const element of array1, now you're going through every element. Really cool pattern. But the ability to define something that isn't an array that you can iterate through this way is actually quite exciting. And to have a type to honor that is cool too. Iterables and iterable iterators are nice because they can be used in all sorts of places in JS, but a lot of people found themselves missing methods on arrays like map, filter, and also reduce. And for some reason, reduce. Subtweet. That's actually really funny. Considering that this is an official Microsoft dev blog TypeScript announcement, being a little petty like this is actually hilarious, and I love it. I love it. And as I mentioned, you might have seen my video where I go over all the cool new features coming to JS. I should have made that like 20 videos, but I'm generous, so I didn't. So please check it out if you haven't. Editor, throw the thumbnail in here somewhere. I talked a lot about the iterator stuff in that, which was really fun. But TypeScript is doing the thing that they do every now and then, where they add the new feature early because they know it's coming, and they know devs want it now, so they give it to us now. So here we have a generator, function star, positive integers, and while true, yield I. So now, whenever you call positive integers, it will give you a new value. What's really fun now is we can define a new, what's really fun is now we can define a new iterator by calling .map on this. If this was an array, theoretically this would run forever. But since it's an iterator, we're not actually generating the values until we call a .take. And that's the magic of iterators, is we can say we want to take 5 values from this chain of generating things. And now we'll get 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 because we took this generator and then we map the outputs of this just calling .map to change them. And now we can take from this higher level thing and it behaves as expected. This is so cool. I love this. This is so good. The same is true for methods like keys, values, and entries on maps and sets. So here's a function to invert keys and values that takes in a map and it outputs the type with these two things swapped. And it just works. That's so cool. You can also extend the iterator object. Class 0 extends iterator. Next returns value 0 done false. And now we'll get an endless stream of zeros when we map. Sorry, it's endless stream of ones because we're mapping to x plus 1. That's really cool. TS is becoming C#. You have no idea. TS came from the guy who made C# and it came from there for a reason. It's not just that both are Microsoft. It's that Anders did it, right? It's Hellsberg. I'm almost positive. Creator of C#. Yeah, Hellsberg. Hellsberg is the creator of C# as well as the creator of TypeScript. And he still actually files pull requests to TypeScript and has pushed some really big features, despite the fact that he was just like the language architect who designed it initially. He has stayed surprisingly involved. Really cool to see him so deep on the system stuff with C# as well as the web stuff with TypeScript. Oh boy, we have to talk about naming. Everyone's favorite. Earlier, we mentioned that TypeScript has some types for iterable and iterator. However, like we mentioned, these act sort of like protocols to ensure certain operations work. That means that not every value that is declared iterable or iterator in TypeScript will have the methods that we mentioned above. But there is still a new runtime value called iterator. You can reference iterator as well as iterator.prototype as actual values in JavaScript. This is a bit awkward since TypeScript already defines its own thing called iterator purely for type checking. So due to this unfortunate name clash, TypeScript needs to introduce a separate type to describe these native built-in iterable iterators. So there's now built-in iterator. Oh, God. This is the problem with when they add things before they're in the language. By the language, I mean JavaScript. Now there's naming collisions, which is scary. Lots of built-in collections and methods produce this type, and both the core JS and DOM types in libdts, along with types node, have been updated to use the new type. Similarly, there is a built-in async iterator type for parity. Async iterator does not yet exist as a runtime value in JS that brings the same methods for async iterables, but it is an active proposal, and this new type is preparing for it. Good stuff. More fun things. Built-in iterator checks and strict built-in iterator return. When you call the .next method on an iterator with a return type on it, it returns an object with a value as well as a done property. This is modeled with the type iterator result. Yeah, so done is true or false. The value is the value. And with done is true, you still have the return value, but you can't get any additional values. The naming here is inspired by the way a generator function works. Generator functions can yield values and then return a final value, but the types between those two can be unrelated. That's actually interesting. You can have it be strings and then the final value just return numbers with the done true. That's fascinating. With the new built-in iterator type, we discovered some difficulties in allowing safe implementations of built-in iterators. At the same time, there's been a long-standing unsafety with iterator results in cases where T return types were any, which is the default. For example, let's say we have an iterator result with string input any result. If we end up reaching for the value of the type, we end up with number or any, which is just any. Yeah, because if we're not returning a value when done is true, then any becomes the inferred return value. It would be hard to fix this on every iterator today without introducing a lot of breaks, but we can at least fix it with most built-in iterator types that get created. 5.6 introduces a new intrinsic type called built-in iterator return, as well as a new -- strict mode flag called strict built-in iterator returns. Whenever a built-in iterator is used in a place like a libdts, they're always written with built-in iterator return types to be more strict. Very interesting. Let's see how this affects things. By default, it's return type's any, but if you have the strict field on, it's now undefined. Under the new mode, if we use the built-in iterator return, our earlier example now correctly errors. Because value isn't returning something that we can call to uppercase because it's not. Oh, sorry. Oh, this is the mistake. Sorry. They didn't do to uppercase properly because they need a capital C in uppercase. But since value is defined, to uppercase should be capital. But if it's undefined, we should get that error as well. Previously, it was being cast to any, so you got nothing here, and this code would bomb. Now you get 2 useful errors. Much better. Support for arbitrary module identifiers. Every time I see emojis in JavaScript and TypeScript code, I get very happy because right now you can't actually use them for the things I want to. Like if I was to go to Google, I can hop to the code tab or console. Clear. Oh, I can just hit the clear button. Cool. I can do const banana equals hi. But what I can't do is const banana equals hi. I get an invalid or unexpected token. And that makes me sad. I wish it didn't. I wish I could use them for more. Let's see what we can use them for here. JavaScript allows modules to export bindings with invalid identifier names as string literals. Yeah, because you can't export this as banana because you can't import that because you can't use it as a module. It's funny because it also allows you to grab imports from these arbitrary names and bind them to valid identifiers. So banana as banana. So I can do that to convert it to something I can actually use. That's hilarious, actually. This seems like a cute party trick. If you're as fun as we are at parties. It seems like a cute party trick. If you're as fun as we are at parties. I love the tone of these updates. This is actually a fun read. But this does have uses for interoperability with other languages, specifically with WebAssembly stuff. Since other languages might have different rules for what constitutes a valid identifier. It can also be useful for tools that generate code, like ESBuild using its inject feature. TypeScript 5.6 now allows you to use these arbitrary module identifiers in your code. Evan Wallace, the guy who made ESBuild, is the one who contributed this change. Implement arbitrary module namespace identifiers. Interesting. Yeah, because you can export foo :new, which isn't a valid variable. By doing that, you now have the ability to export this from another language and access it in JavaScript by binding it with as. That's nice. It does not surprise me that Evan Wallace had to be the one to come in and do this himself, but super cool to see him popping around. More updates. No unchecked side effects imports. In JavaScript, it's possible to import a module without actually importing any values from it. These imports are often called side effect imports because the only useful behavior they can provide is by executing some side effect, like registering a global value or adding a polyfill to a prototype. Always hated these types of imports, but they make sense in certain times, in certain places. But apparently TypeScript had a quirk with this. If the import could be resolved to a valid source file, TypeScript would load and check the file. On the other hand, if no source code could be found, TypeScript would silently ignore the import. I've had that before, actually. This is surprising behavior, but it partially stems from modeling patterns in the JS ecosystem. For example, the syntax has also been used with special loaders and bundlers to load CSS or other assets. Your bundler might be configured in such a way where you can include a specific CSS file by writing something like this. Yeah. This is how I usually use these imports, is to import a CSS file. But now I use Tailwind, so I don't have to care. But this masks potential typos on side effect imports. That's why 5.6 includes a new compiler option called no unchecked side effect imports. So if you're importing something that it, as TypeScript, doesn't know about, you'll get an error. I think this will actually error on the CSS case. I bet that's what they're about to say. Yeah. So you have to do a global that specifies, no, if it's a CSS module, it exists. Just let me do this. In fact, you might already have a file like this in your project. For example, running something like vite init might create a similar vite env.d.ts. Good to know. No check got added to TypeScript core. Interesting. Historically, we've just not used TSC for this. But cool that they're allowing us to compile TypeScript to JavaScript without actually having to check our types. Yeah, this allows for avoiding unnecessary type checks when performing semantic analysis necessary for emitting output files. One scenario for this is to separate JS file generation from type checking so that the two can be run as separate phases. When TypeScript was originally proposed, this is how it was proposed. It was as two different things. I haven't been able to find the paper, but I read a paper really early in TypeScript's life that was very specific about these being separate and separate for a reason and by design. So it's awesome that they're finally integrating that into the language. Yeah. They already had no emit, which is don't give me the output JS code, just check the types. So now you can run the no check to do build while iterating and then no emit to actually check the types after. You can even run them in parallel, even in watch mode. That's pretty cool. NoCheck's also useful for emitting declaration files in a similar fashion. In a project where NoCheck is specified on a project that conforms to isolated declarations, TypeScript can quickly generate declaration files without a type checking pass. I am trying to remember who I was seeing that was really huffy about this and wanted this fixed, because it was so many layers of compilation to generate a DTS. This for mono repo users is going to be huge. Note that if isolated declarations is not used, TypeScript may still perform as much type checking as possible to generate the DTS files. In that sense, no check is a bit of a misnomer. However, the process will still be lazier than a full type check, only calculating the types of unannotated declarations, which should be much faster than a full type check. No check's also available via the TypeScript API as a standard option. Internally, transpile modules and transpile declaration already used no check to speed things up, at least as of TypeScript 5.5, but now everyone can use them. Good shit. Ooh, allowing build with intermediate errors is going to be very interesting. TypeScript's concept of project references allows you to organize your code into multiple projects and create dependencies between them. Project references is one of those things that sounds really cool, especially for those big projects with TypeScript like performance issues that have never actually gotten working properly. Running the TypeScript compiler in build mode, for TSC-B for short, is the built-in way of actually conducting the build across these projects and figuring out which projects and files need to be compiled. Previously, this would also assume the no emit on error flag, which means if there's an error, it won't give you the output. They seem to have fixed that. Yeah. In reality, this sort of rigidity made things like upgrades a pain. For example, if project B depends on A, then people more familiar with B can't proactively upgrade their code until the dependencies that it has are upgraded. They're blocked by work on upgrading A first. As of 5.6, the -- build mode will continue to build projects even if there are intermediate errors in the dependencies. Very interesting. Ooh, region prioritized diagnostics in error. That's going to be really fun for us big file folks. I'm a big fan of big files. The idea that the IDE and like the language server can prioritize based on where you are in the file is very interesting. When TypeScript's language service is asked for the diagnostics for a file, like are there errors, suggestions, deprecations, etc., it would typically require checking the entire file. Most of the time this is fine, but in extremely large files it can incur a delay. This can be frustrating because fixing a typo should feel like a quick operation, but it can take seconds if the file is big enough. To address this, TypeScript 5.6 introduces a new feature called region prioritized diagnostics. Instead of just requesting diagnostics for the set of files, editors can now provide a relevant region of a given file, and the intent is that this will typically be the region of the file that's currently visible to the user. The TypeScript language server can then choose to provide two sets of diagnostics, one for the region and one for the file in its entirety. This allows editing to feel way more responsive in large files, so you're not waiting as long as those red squiggles to disappear. Typo. If only they had type check, or if only they had spell check and not just type check. The actual checker TS file is huge, by the way. Let's take a look at it. It won't let me view it normally. So let's just see how many lines. I don't even have VS Code open right now. Make sure I don't leak environment variables. I did not. Cool. Paste. The TypeScript checker TS file, which is most of TypeScript, is 52,545 lines. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I see why they prioritize this. This cut the responsiveness in the editor from 3 seconds to 143 milliseconds. That's insane. I guess TypeScript contributions just got way easier. I expect this file to get even bigger now because working in it sucks less. I changed my mind. My files aren't that large. You know what? This earned a tweet. For those interested, TypeScript's checker.ts file is 52,000 lines long. Thought that'd be a fun one. Follow me on Twitter if you're not already. Lots of fun things here. Did I spell 50 wrong? I did. Look, mistakes happen, okay? I still have time to edit. Paying all that money for it. 52,000. The post is fixed. Thank you, chat. I've decided I don't like you. Because you clearly don't know anything about me if you actually think my goal doing any of this shit's to be famous. It's like embarrassing. Anyways. This feature also includes quite a bit of work to make diagnostic reports more consistent throughout your experience. Due to the way our type checker leverages caching to avoid work, subsequent checks between the same types could often have different, typically shorter, error messages. Technically, lazy out-of-order checking could cause diagnostics to report differently between two locations in an editor, even before this feature, but we don't want to exacerbate the issue. With recent work, we've ironed out many of the error inconsistencies. I'm sure we've all had the problem where our editor thinks there's an error where there isn't. Hopefully this will help with that. Search ancestor configuration files for project ownership. Interesting. When a TypeScript file is loaded in an editor using TS Server, like Visual Studio or VS Code, the editor will try to find the relevant tsconfig file that owns the file. To do this, it walks up the directory tree from the file being edited, looking for anything named tsconfig.json. Usually it would stop at the first tsconfig.json, but imagine a project like this, where we have one here, but we also in the project have this there. Here, the idea is that source tsconfig is the main config, and test.json's a configuration for running tests. Interesting. And this top level one is a solution style or multi-project root tsconfig. Instead of specifying any file, it just references all of the actual projects. The problem here is that when editing foodtest.ts, the editor would find project/tsconfig.json as the owning configuration file, but that's not the one that we actually want. If the walk stops at this point, this might not be desirable. The only way to avoid this was to rename source/tsconfig.json to something like tsconfig.source.json, and then all the files would at the top level tsconfig.json, which references every possible project. Oof. I have 5 of these. Yeah, I've dealt with so many weird tsconfig things that I just pay Julius to figure out for me now. Instead of forcing devs to do this, 5.6 now allows the editor to continue walking up the directory tree to find other appropriate tsconfig files. This can provide more flexibility in how projects are organized and how configuration files are structured. Awesome. Some behavioral changes. Hopefully none of this is too relevant to y'all. Yeah. If you want to upgrade, make sure you check the changes part here. Link in the description if you're curious. We want to hop to what's next because I'm excited for the future. 5.6 is now feature stable. So the focus now is going to be bug fixes, polish, and low-risk editor features. We'll have our release candidate available in a bit over a month, followed by a stable release soon after. They also have the whole iteration plan, which is quite exciting. Yeah, 5.6 is scheduled for September 3rd right now. Oh, yeah. This is a good release. Thank you, Daniel, as always, for writing this update. There were some very fun things in here. I love the tone. I love the update. I love a hell of a lot of these features. But I'm curious what you guys think. Are you as excited as me, or are you more iffy on it? Let me know in the comments. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Do not want to save that file. Move this over. Love that we got 3 actual videos in 4.5 hours. Love that short stream mindset that did not work out for me in the slightest. How's viewership on YouTube? Sorry I haven't been checking out on you guys as much today. A lot going on. Still pulling a decent number. Thank you guys all for showing up. Almost 200 people earlier during the survey part. Did I miss any subs? I did not. We're going to do another commercial break. Figure out what we're covering next. If I do this straight back position, I have to do this one like right now. You know what? I'm going to run a poll because I want info on this. First, I want to save this poll. It's useful info for me to have, but I want to know different things. I want to know what you guys prefer for the final rant. Stripe acquisition. AI plateau. Fetch versus Kai. YouTube and Twitch chat in a single window? Not really. There are things that do it, but they make both worse. There's a lot of apps that do this, and I don't want them because if it's not actually Twitch chat, it's just not as good. There's a bunch. They're not like Twitch chat, like emotes and all the like reply syntax and those things. Like everything that tries to build a chat alternative just doesn't get that right. I'm sure you can get YouTube chat fine because YouTube chat sucks, but most people who work in Elixir and Erlang jobs probably weren't hired knowing them already. They were probably hired as a senior dev and then learned them on the job. Yeah, if you could actually make a Twitch chat wrapper that integrates YouTube chat and feels exactly the same as Twitch, sure. You have to know how insanely picky I am about that, though. I helped build Twitch chat. I talk with the team still. You can't just do that. It's like hundreds of engineers have contributed to chat over like 10 plus years. It's not a thing you can realistically do. Believe me, I and many others have tried. A Chrome extension that inserts YouTube messages is probably the closest thing you could do, but it would look weird. Many people have built these things for streamers. It's just none of them are good enough to meet my bar. I like Twitch chat as Twitch chat. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. It's technically terms of service as a partner to keep the chat separate. I forget about that because I just do it. But yeah, technically I'd be violating my partner agreement if I did that, I think. People don't give a fuck about the Stripe acquisition. You know what? I'm defying you guys because this is an opportunity for reference for vid performance. I'm going to do this one because I want to see how much I can trust the polls. I'll give you guys one of the other two after, but I'm going to gun this one out quick just to put it out and see how it performs because I want to see how much I can trust you guys. So if this video does terribly, then I will trust chat a lot more. But if this video does well, I can't trust you guys at all. Okay, I'll make this one fast, don't worry. Fetch was in the stream title for Wednesday too, so don't read too far into that. I did the marker. Cool. We're markered. We're going. Let's do it. Stripe acquired Lemon Squeezy. You've heard of one of those companies. You probably haven't heard of this one. You might have. Regardless, this is a really important acquisition because it fundamentally changes the way that Stripe might operate in the future. If you want to know more about if you want to learn more about how to add payments to your services and generally speaking, how to be compliant as a business, you might not be a normal dev, but you'll fit in great here because these are things I think about far, far, far too often. And I have a lot to say on this one because this is not your usual acqui-hire type thing. This is a fundamental change in how Stripe is thinking about their business. And I'm excited to talk about it. So first, for those who don't know, we should probably quickly disclose what Stripe is. Stripe is how most people set up payments for their services nowadays. It is the easiest and arguably the cheapest way to add the ability for a customer to put in a credit card and make a purchase, be it on mobile, web, wherever. It's very, very, very popular. It's the amount, like how much money is spent through Stripe yearly. Payments made through Stripe totaled $1 trillion last year. A lot of money moves through Stripe. A lot of money moves through Stripe. And their pricing is very fair. The standard price is 2.9% plus 30 cents. Very cheap, relatively speaking, for everything that they handle, especially. They have a breakdown of all these other things too. But Stripe's the easiest way to set it up and also one of the cheapest. They're a standard for a reason. There is a catch with Stripe, though. Stripe does not help you with anything to do, for the most part, with taxes. And there's a lot of places, especially in the EU, that have really strict tax laws. Specifically, those places require you to incorporate a business in their country in order to be compliant with taxes as soon as people in that country are buying things from you. Technically speaking, a lot of businesses using Stripe are violating tax laws in the EU because they haven't went out of their way to go incorporate in all of these places. There are whole cottage industries that are focused on just doing this for you. Fuck, what's the big one? There's TaxJar is the one they bought versus, is it Avalara, I think? Yeah, Avalara. Cool. Avalara is one of the big companies for helping manage that compliance stuff. TaxJar was another one of them, and TaxJar got bought by Stripe in order to theoretically in the future make it easier to deal with those types of tax things as a Stripe user. It's been a bit, and we haven't seen much yet, but hopefully in the future, Stripe will make it easier to deal with that. But there was a different strategy. As I was saying, if you use Stripe, people are using Stripe's infra, but they're paying you. It's still your business that is on the credit card statement, that is on the bank statement. All of those things are still going through your business. So you are still, legally speaking, the merchant. This is where Lemon Squeezy gets interesting, because Lemon Squeezy isn't helping you be the merchant. They're an alternative to Stripe that is the merchant of record. So when you buy something on a service that's using Lemon Squeezy, the bank statement, the credit card invoice, all of those things technically are Lemon Squeezy. So they're the business. They are the ones that have to be incorporated all over the world. They're the ones that have to deal with the tax compliance. They deal with all of that. It would be similar to like me on YouTube right now. Hi, y'all. On YouTube, a lot of people are watching my content and I'm making ad revenue from all over the world. If I was the one receiving that revenue and doing those deals with those advertisers, I would have to be incorporated in all of the places that content's being served. But since I'm effectively a contractor for YouTube, where I am being paid by YouTube, the company, as a result of business that I drove as a creator on YouTube, I don't have to do all of those things because YouTube has done them and they just pay me. Lemon Squeezy is like that for your business. So if you want to be able to charge anywhere in the world and not have to deal with tax compliance stuff, they've already dealt with it all. So instead, your customer pays them and then they forward the right percentage of that money to you. Obviously, this means they take much higher fees. So instead of the 3% and 30 cents, they do 5% and 50 cents. They have to do this because, funny enough, they're actually using Stripe under the hood. They've done all of the compliance stuff with Stripe properly, and now they're letting us hook into it. This is a somewhat common pattern for businesses. Another one that does this is Deal. Deal is a payroll solution for paying your employees. This is an actual problem I had. I'm based in California, in San Francisco. I had a person I wanted to hire who is based out of Illinois. In order for me to hire them, I had to incorporate in Illinois so I could employ them as a remote employee. Even though that they never went to an office, they fully worked online, I had to formally incorporate my business in a state that we're not in so one employee could work for my business. That sucks. Deal is an employer of record. So when I hire somebody and I pay them through Deal, they're not technically my employee. They're not on my books as somebody that I hired. They're not legally an employee of my business. I am contracting them through Deal, which is the company they actually work for. Employer of record has been a really common thing for businesses for a while now because it makes life much easier in terms of dealing with all of these employment laws. They also make things like healthcare significantly easier because they've figured it out in every state. I had to spend like 2 months figuring out how to do healthcare at Ping. It sucked. It's so hard to do these things. And if I could just pay a higher fee, never have to worry about compliance again, and they take care of it for me. For a lot of business at a lot of medium sizes or smaller, this is an obvious win. Once you have a certain number of employees, if you have like 10 or more employees in every state, probably makes sense to start doing things yourself. But up until that point, services like Deal are the easiest way to employ people outside of the state, outside of the country even. Super convenient. I'm already seeing people in chat saying that they got job applications rejected because they haven't done the paperwork to hire from their state, even though it was remote. Yep, it sucks. Different states have different rules, and you might accidentally break them. I haven't had an employee from Illinois in a while, and I'm still paying weird taxes and breakup fees as I've tried to divest my incorporation there. Because in the future, if I was to hire somebody there, I'd do it through Deal, so I have no reason to have this incorporation in Illinois. But I'm stuck with it because of how all these laws work. It sucks. So Deal is killing it. They're a very successful business, and that's for a reason. A lot of people benefit from not dealing with these problems. What's interesting about Lemon Squeezy is they're the same thing for your payment processing. And that makes them a fascinating business that I've been paying close attention to and planned on adopting for future products. But now you're questioning, wait, I thought Stripe's solution was this tax company that's going to incorporate in all these places for you. It is. But Stripe wants to have multiple strategies. They don't want to account for only one path to success. Stripe's goal here isn't you have to incorporate in all these places to be a successful Stripe customer. They want to make sure all different sizes of companies can benefit from Stripe. And Lemon Squeezy helps a lot of companies that want to sell globally but not incorporate globally. Makes life easier for them. I want to read the full story though, because I'm curious how they explain this. And you know what? I'll throw this with Twitch chat so that y'all can chat with me when I do it. Yeah, Paddle's also a similar business. I will say Paddle's been a lot less responsive versus Lemon Squeezy. I know, again, biased, but I had a lot of issues trying to get a hold of Paddle. Lemon Squeezy activated my account within 10 minutes of me tweeting about them. So different worlds. Also, I'm an influencer. I have reach on Twitter, but the responsiveness matters a lot to me. Anyways, Stripe acquires Lemon Squeezy. Woohoo! We're excited and humbled to announce that Stripe has acquired Lemon Squeezy. In 2020, when the world gave us lemons, we decided to make lemonade. We imagined a world where selling digital products would be as simple as opening a lemonade stand. We dreamed of a platform that would take the pain out of selling globally. Tax headaches, fraud prevention, handling chargebacks, license key management, and file delivery, among other things, all are complicated. We believed it should be simple. We believed it should be easy peasy. As founders, we've spent a decade selling digital products, and so we created a solution that met our own needs. But what started as an idea to solve the day-to-day problems with selling digital products evolved into something much bigger. 9 months after our public launch in 2021, we surpassed $1 million in revenue and never looked back. That's not $1 million of money going in and out paying to people. That's the money that they're making. That's their revenue. That's crazy because that's on 5%. That means they were having $20 million or more going through their infrastructure. Pretty nuts. We worked tirelessly through growing pains while also celebrating major milestones along the way. Each step reinforced that we were onto something remarkable. Along the way, we received many acquisition offers and Series A term sheets from investors. Interesting, they didn't do a Series A, is what I think this means. To be fair, the revenue was nuts, so they didn't really have to, especially at their team size. But very interesting that they didn't rush to raise more money. But despite the allure of these opportunities, we knew that what we had to build was truly special and needed the right partner to take it to the next level. We're proud to say that we've found the partner in Stripe, and we've gone from idea to acquisition in under 3 years. Perfect blend, lemon squeezy and Stripe. Stripe continues to set the bar in the payment industry with its world-class developer experience, API standards, and dedication to the beauty and craft. It's no secret that we, like many, have always admired Stripe. The number of companies that have based their whole developer experience around Stripe is so common now that it used to massively bump developer tools quality because Stripe had the best dev tools for so long. Now, if you're copying Stripe, you're actually a little bit behind because the industry has since made more progress, but that's because they were the fucking standard. They set the bar for developer experience because they knew it didn't matter which credit card companies were negotiating with which businesses because the dev has to implement it. And if the dev says, no, fuck you, we're using Stripe, you're kind of stuck. And that was their strat, and that's why they won. Like, that's why Stripe beat every other business, because they were the only ones that went all in on devs. When we began discussing a potential acquisition, it was immediately apparent that our values and mission were perfectly aligned. Lemon Squeezy and Stripe share a deep love for our customers and a commitment to make selling effortless. I read that terribly. Lemon Squeezy and Stripe share a deep love for our customers and a commitment to making selling effortless. This is the big part, the effortless selling thing. Like, Stripe is easy to set up, but it's not easy to be compliant. And to be fair, a lot of people just ignore the email they get once or twice a week saying, hey, we're Stripe. You need to make sure you're incorporated here in order to follow the law. Theoretically, the fees are low enough that most businesses just ignore it, but yeah, they're technically breaking the law. Now imagine combining everything you love about Lemon Squeezy and Stripe. We believe it's a match that's made in heaven. Lemon Squeezy is now packed with 1,000% more juice. This is why I'm excited. I want merchants of record to be a good solution that you can pick as an alternative to incorporating all over the world. And Lemon Squeezy now has way more resources to do that with. That's exciting to me. That's why I'm hyped. Getting the Stripe piggy bank backing this is huge. Looking ahead, the next chapter. Lemon Squeezy's been processing payments on Stripe since our inception. This acquisition marks the culmination of years of effort and celebrates our close partnership with Stripe and our shared sense of purpose. The mission remains the same: make selling digital products easy peasy. That's also, if you couldn't tell by the name, Lemon Squeezy. It's the pun on easy peasy lemon squeezy. Very clever name. With Stripe's help, we'll continue to improve the merchant of record offering, bolstering billing support, building an even more intuitive customer experience, and more. We're incredibly excited about the possibilities that lie ahead with the Squeezy and Stripe teams joining forces. Future's bright. So what does this mean for current customers? You'll continue to get the same fantastic product and reliability you've come to trust. We'll be in touch as we work through the process with any updates as they come along. I don't expect them to actually shut down the product. It makes too much sense for them. They might rebrand it, but yeah. Over the years, our community has grown exponentially. This growth is a testament to the trust and support you've shown us, and we couldn't be more grateful. Awesome. Good stuff. This is a really solid update. A little heavy on the we're perfectly aligned thing, but beyond that, very appropriate. Address the things people will be concerned about. It is exciting. I think this has the potential to be a really good acquisition. But yeah, let me know what you guys think and how you're So let me know what you guys think and how you're currently processing payments. I'm sure plenty of you are using Stripe, and most of you probably are breaking tax laws right now inadvertently. As such, let me know. And until next time, peace, nerds. Kill. One more done. I am very curious how that one ends up performing. It's fucking 7 o'clock. Jesus Christ, so much for a short stream. I said Kai versus Fetch. I'll do it. Okay, I think I have an intro in mind for this. I need to run another commercial. I'm sorry. We're going to be starting the video, so if you don't want to miss it, make sure you're subbed. Thank you, Gamer Under Development, for the sub. Appreciate that. Okay, I think I have everything I need for this one. Let me close all these things. We don't need them anymore. Cool. Anyways, do you remember Axios? You know, the thing that we used to do Ajax back in the day? Excuse me, retake on that. Do you remember Axios? It was the thing that we used for most of our fetch calls back in the day, back before fetch existed. Yes, I know, for a lot of us more modern devs, the idea of not having fetch in the browser is kind of insane. But also remember, we only got fetch in Node somewhat recently, and in things like React Native, we're still getting it. Axios was popular for a reason. It was the Axios was popular for a reason. It was the most reliable and consistent way to fetch data from a server on the client with JavaScript for a long time. But it's been a long time. Things have changed, and fetch has become the standard. Well, it had to. Well, it's been a long time, and fetch now exists, is normalized, and it's become the standard. And as great as it is, and believe me, fetch is so good. It's awesome that we have this standard. It's still not perfect. In fact, not only is it not perfect, it's actually got some downgrades from the experience that we had with Axios. But since it's a primitive, since it's an actual standard, we have a great opportunity to iterate on it a bit, to fix some of those weird edge cases that we don't want to have to deal with. That's why a certain I've known about fetch alternatives for a while, and they're not really alternatives because they all wrap fetch, but I haven't bothered exploring them too much because I've just dealt with the weirdness of fetch. But one caught my eye, and I wanted to take some time to explore it with you guys, as well as the pushback. I find it all very interesting. The library I'm talking about is one called Kai, KY. It is a simpler API. It will treat non-200 codes responses as errors, so you can actually try catch on a fetch. It includes timeout support. It can retry failed requests. And it even has better TypeScript support, specifically for JSON, resolving to not any. Because, man, .json on a fetch response, I've seen so many people do stupid things with that. Oh. So here's the example that he gives, where on the left here, we have get to dos, which fetches. If no response isn't okay, we throw, and then it returns as JSON that we then manually cast as promise to do. And we have the add to do with the method post, headers, content type, application JSON. You get the idea. We've all had to write code just like this. How many times, you know what? I'm going to ask chat. How many of y'all have had the problem where you forgot to put the content type and the error confused you and it was annoying to debug? One's in chat if you've ever been hit with some weird quirk because you forgot to specify the content type. I expected more ones. Still a decent number, but I expected more. To be fair, I'm streaming pretty late right now, so not as many people as usual. You're still getting a decent number, though, because this is a very, very common mistake. And it's one I and others have made far too often. So having that be the default when you pass something in it is very nice. And here are the functions on the Kai side, by the way. So instead of this fetch, throw on bad response, return response to JSON with the manual binding, kai.get/todos.json, and you can pass it a generic type of to do. That's so nice. And post, kai.post to do, and you pass it JSON as the second argument, and then it knows to change the content type to JSON. And it knows we're posting because we did kai.post and kai.get. So no more specifying the method, which I've also forgotten far too many times. And then the .json call, again, with to do as the type, just inferred right there. It's so much more convenient than a lot of these things, especially if you're dealing with error or like bad responses. This is very nice. I like this a lot. So why are we not all using it? Well, I think this tweet from Dax will be a fun thing to riff on for a sec. I can tell how senior you are by whether or not you include stuff like this in your code base. He did numbers on this, and I liked it. Because honestly, I feel that. If you install every single one of these little helpers that you see, your code base is not even going to be JavaScript anymore. And the benefit of fetch isn't that it's the perfect thing to write with. It's that this code is code everyone's going to immediately understand if they write web dev code, because we all know fetch. It's the standard. This will work everywhere. This will behave how we expect. And it's dumb, but like our AI tools are going to generate this code better as well because they're familiar with it. This is different. And as shitty as it is to say, different is a type of bad. Just by being different, you are making something slightly worse because it's not the thing we're familiar with. So in order for that to be justified, in order to make something knowingly worse just by changing it, the amount of benefit has to be great enough to justify it. And I don't know if this falls in that bucket for me. That said, it is a very exciting little dep, and I want to dig in more. Kai targets, I found their GitHub. I'm going to give it a star because it's interesting enough for me to do that, but I want to dig in. Congrats on breaking 12K stars, by the way. Kai is a tiny and elegant HTTP client based on the Fetch API. It targets modern browsers, Node, Bun, and Dino. It's just a tiny package with no deps. Very important. It is tiny, tiny. Let me bundle Phobia quick. 3.3 kilobytes minified and gzipped. So not something you have to worry about in terms of the bundle bloat, but definitely a thing to worry about in terms of the cognitive overhead bloat that comes with it. But the things it does are very nice. Simpler API. The shortcuts for methods is really nice. It retries failed requests. I don't know if this is a default. If it is, I don't necessarily love that. But as we scroll, we can see here, const JSONs await kai.post. Yeah, all what we would expect. Here's all the things you have to do this properly with HTTP errors. That's terrifying. Yeah. Simple enough that it's a very short README, honestly. I want to find the retry thing. Like, what is the default for retries? I went too far. Let's go to the top. Retry default is 2 times. So by default, it retries twice, which is an interesting thing to have built in. Don't love that. I'm going to compare this to something interesting. Something y'all probably know I like a lot by now. It's React Query, otherwise known as TanStack Query. React Query, I would argue, is hard to avoid if you want to make your React code pleasant to work with and you're doing anything async. It is very hard, especially if you're fetching from something. You should probably be using React Query. I want to find an example of how painful it is to write fetch properly without React Query. I'm just going to ChatGPT it. Show me an example of a React component that fetches data from an API. The component takes a prop of user ID string and uses it for the fetch call. Obviously, I had to ask ChatGPT to do this for me to see how it would do. And here we see the complexity of fetching data in a component in React. If we have a user ID prop, that's a string, and we want to fetch this, we have our use effect where it's being fetched, fetch user data, async. We try, we set loading to true, we wait for the response. If there's no response, we throw an error. There is a response, we JSONify it, and then we set the user to that. We also set the error to error, and we set loading to loading. But there's a mistake here, actually. This code might look totally fine, but if the prop changes, this might set the wrong state. If we start with user ID 1, this fires, but it takes a while. Then we change it to user ID 2. That fires, comes back immediately. This set data call happens later for the first one than the second one. Whichever one responds last is what state you're going to see. So this is code that can result in some very unintuitive bugs. So I'm going to tell ChatGPT that. This code has a bug when user ID is changed. If the second request takes less time than the first, it will show stale data. Fix this using the guidance from the React docs. Oops, spelled docs wrong, whatever. Is mounted. Not what I would have called that, but sure. The solution here is you have a return function in the effect, which will clean up whenever this instance of the effect runs. So we set isMounted false when user ID changes. So if we happen to get the result from the first one after the second one, we won't set it because we check this isMounted before we do it. Not beautiful, not elegant, and the result is look at all of this code to do this. I'm going to just throw this in my editor quick to showcase how insane this is. So we have all the React imports, user profile, all the states we're setting ourselves, the fetch call, all this data processing, everything else here. We have 39 lines of code just to like do basic stuff with the content that we have like fetched here. That's kind of insane if you think about it. The fact that it takes 39 lines of code just to hit fetch in a safe way with a prop. React Query makes this significantly easier. I'll just show you. I don't have React Query on this project. It's not even a project. There's just a file I'm working in. But const data error is loading. It's not going to be use user. It's going to be use query. And this will have a query function. Cool. That's it. We're done. React Query handles all of those cases for you. If the user ID changes, this will handle it. I do need to give this a key so that it knows that it can be shared in multiple places, because this is actually really fun. I didn't think this was going to be a React Query rant, but it is. If I wanted to have this called in multiple places and only fetch once, I can export const use user profile and just return this in here instead. End lines are hard, okay? Just return that. Nope. I keep saving, but this isn't a real file, so I have to manually format. Cool. And now I have this use user profile hook, and I can call this in multiple places. And it will only have to fetch once because the key makes sure it's using the same result in multiple places. It makes life so much easier. And going from 39 lines of code to 4, most of which are just like single line, like open close brackets, is a night and day difference. And it also improves the performance. It also makes the quality of experience for users better. It also prevents like duplicated requests. It also prevents bugs. So even though, yes, you can just use vanilla React, you probably shouldn't. Most of the time, if you're doing something like that, if you're manually checking error and loading states, you should have just used React Query. So why am I talking about all this? Because the gap of doing it the vanilla way relative to the experience of doing it the React Query way, bringing in this dependency, is huge. Doing it vanilla is massive, and doing it React Query is simple. It also prevents potential errors and mistakes. It also can improve the performance. So there's 3 massive wins, with the cost being you're not using vanilla React anymore. How does Kai fit in here? Well, it doesn't really solve many errors. I did show earlier with the tweet from Corey that like we've all made the mistake of forgetting content type here and there. but that's not that big of a deal, and you can fix it pretty quick. It is more code, but it's not 39 lines of code to 3. It's like 3 lines of code to 1. So the win there isn't as big. It doesn't solve caching and those types of things. It doesn't have anywhere near as big of a win to move to Kai, whatever I'm supposed to be pronouncing it, over fetch. The difference is smaller. The performance wins and the potential quality of experience wins aren't meaningful. But the size of the depth's also much smaller. So you have to weigh these things when you make these decisions. The gap from vanilla React and using useEffect to React Query is significantly bigger than the gap from using fetch to using Kai. In fact, to showcase what I mean, I'll switch this over to Kai. So we have kai.get. Here's the URL. And we don't have to do the dot then. We can just .json it. The cool thing here is because of the way the type definitions work, it'll actually be much nicer. So if I did like user, cool. That will just work, which is really nice. But that's not that big of a win. Relative to the size of the win going from useEffect to React Query, the size of the win going from fetch to Kai, significantly smaller. So I think we need to consider that when we make decisions around these things. Not saying Kai is bad. I'm saying it's not as obvious a win as something else that you might use might be. So my concern with what Dax tweeted here is stuff like this is a very vague range. It's a very vague set of things because you could argue React Query is like this because React Query is an abstraction over useEffect, so you don't have to write the effect yourself. And I actually saw this a lot in the comments. People saying, yeah, this is why we should write our own fetch calls. No. In the React ecosystem, you almost certainly should be using React Query or something like it. The gap from fetch to this is not big enough to be considered the same thing. So while I agree with Dax that there are a lot of things, likely including Kai, that might not make the most sense for most projects to include, we shouldn't use that as a blanket thing for things you could do using the vanilla primitives. Because so often, these abstractions exist for a reason. React Query exists because it was too hard to do this without it. Kai exists because reading fetch calls is kind of annoying. Kai does not have as strong of a need to exist, but it does exist for a reason. The people who built it because the ergonomics around fetch kind of suck. And it showcases how much so. I think this is cool. I'm actually probably going to try it out at some point. But it's not that big of a win. And I personally would not judge somebody for including this or for refusing to. But if somebody refused to include React Query because you don't actually need it, I would not want to work on their team. So that's all I really have to say on this one. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Until next time, fetch wisely. Cool. Fun. Not the worst idea. I've considered doing things like that. Just want to minimize chances in general, and I'm forgetful. I think that was a fun one. Cool. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 actual videos that rant with Dan at the start. We didn't get to the AI plateau. Might film later for that, but I feel like this can happen whenever and it's fine. I labeled it priority, but no one's watching my videos because they want to hear my thoughts on the new Mistral release. Let's be real. Do you think the rant should be on the main? You know what? Let's pull it. Should the VC rant be on main channel? Yes, no, didn't watch. This was the rant at the start of stream. So if you weren't here for it, totally fine. Just didn't watch. Yeah, my gut feel is no. I Yeah, Twitch chat not with it today. I'm curious to see. I definitely leaned more in the business direction than usual today. It will be edited, but not much. I think leaving that one as like the ranty back and forth chaotic nature will actually be kind of fun. It does not do any validation. You can't validate off the type because the type isn't accessible in the runtime. Chat and chat with swords are different things. But also, yeah, this poll, yeah, fair point. I am contradicting myself here. And yeah, I agree with you, user. I think that I filmed it and did it with the mindset of it being a third channel thing. Like, that's why I didn't bother introing Dan and such. So I think it's going to be a third channel vid. We'll go with that assumption. I don't think this like there's so many Twitch chat combining tools. I don't think it's, unless you really want it, it wouldn't be the thing I would build. I don't want that on the second channel. It does not fit second channel at all. What did I just accidentally click? Oh, is this for the the Stack Blitz tutorial kit thing? They announced that at an event I was at. It's cool they finally got it out. Super cool stuff. Useful split. Saving this one to think about in the future as well. Oh shit, time enjoyed with the raid. Interesting timings. I was about to go offline. But hi y'all, I'm Theo. I film YouTube videos about tech stuff live on Twitch. I am live usually on Wednesdays, but occasionally on weekends because I have things I need to film. We just filmed a whole bunch of stuff. Appreciate y'all for stopping by. Oh shit, we got some staff here. Is Time Enjoyed a staff or somebody I would know through staff? I used to work at Twitch. I was there for about 5 years, so it's always interesting to see. Hi, thank you so much for the raid. Make sure I'm following you myself. Not sure what you stream. Would love to hear more about what you guys were up to. Oh, my favorite bug. If you don't hit the end stream fast enough, you're still technically live. Everyone's favorite. I do that far too often. Raid? Not yet a staff. Interesting. That being worked on? Anyone you know I can contact, you can contact about ModView? Lol. Yeah, that was a fun one. Oh, did I raid? Cancel. Thank you. I hit the wrong button. Thank you. I meant to do shout out. Thank you. Thank you to my mods. I was trying to shout out Time Enjoyed, not raid them. You're a legend for catching that. Would have been very funny. Would have been a very Theo mistake. I'm tired, okay? I think that confirmed I'm tired enough that I should double up the raid and throw you guys somewhere else. Team Vosh? How long has she been live for? 10 hours and empty chair. No offense to Vosh, but we're not doing an empty chair raid. So I want to get a feel for who we're raiding next. This isn't going to play audio, is it? It is. What the fuck, Twitch? I hate Twitch. I really hate the new fucking viewer experience or the browse experience stuff so much. Like, I don't ever want to go somewhere that isn't a channel and have sound start playing. And I can't even find how to mute it here. Is it there? Cool. Now we're muted. And I've muted that like 100 times and it still happens. Sort by viewers. Oh, I'm winning by quite a bit. Is this the gallery view? Turn that. Okay, there we go. Now this is how I want it to be again. Let's find somebody small. Time Enjoyed, you're still live. You got to fix that. Get offline. Unless she's planning on staying live and I can throw you guys back to her. Okay, that was a mistake. Good to see. Just making sure. I want to find somebody doing web dev stuff. Vosh is back. Do we raid her? Let's just raid Vosh. She's always fun. She's been live for 10 hours, so she'll probably be live more. Thank you guys as always. Wait, Pranay? Who's Pranay? OpenAI scientist. Interesting. I don't know him. We're reading... oh, he faked literally everything. Oh, boy. Definitely will avoid that. Fetch drama is that there are alternatives to fetch that people don't think are necessary. We'll throw Vosh the raid. Thank you, guys. I'll probably be back Wednesday. I might be back earlier, but... yeah. See you guys later. Thank you for stopping by. Raid train. Yeah, sorry you raided right as I was going offline, but I appreciate it regardless. Thank you so much. I'll stop by your stream in the future. Hopefully you got some followers out of that. And yeah, I'll definitely wanted to see what you're up to. Sorry for the bad timing, but I've been going way longer. This is supposed to be a short stream and I'm over 5 hours in. Have fun with Vosh. Until next time, goodbye. And goodbye to YouTube as well. And